Hello guys, welcome to Harry Crossover Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was abandoned at Nevermore and raised by Wednesday Addams as a master of torture. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy at the Gate. The man in the chair was breathing too fast. Harry noticed it the moment he descended the last stone step into Nevermore's basement, that rapid, shallow rhythm that meant the body's fight-or-flight response had been active for at least 20 minutes. Long enough for the adrenaline to start curdling into cortisol. Long enough for real fear to settle in. Good. The basement was old. Older than the academy itself, carved from the mountain's granite bones long before anyone had thought to build a school above it. The walls sweated in the cold, and a single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, swaying just enough to make the shadows breathe. Harry hadn't set this up. The basement simply was this way, and he'd learned years ago that the best interrogation rooms were the ones that did half your work for you. "You've been down here for 43 minutes, Harry said, pulling a wooden stool from the corner and setting it down 3 feet in front of the bound man. Not behind him, never behind him. Wednesday had taught him that. Make them watch your hands. The imagination is always worse than reality, but only if they can't see what you're doing. Once they see your hands are empty, they start wondering what you don't need tools for." The man, mid-40s, thinning brown hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, a cheap gray suit that screamed government contractor, tried to straighten up in the chair. His wrists were zip-tied to the armrests with exactly the right amount of tension, tight enough that he couldn't forget they were there, loose enough that he wasn't losing circulation. Pain was a tool. Damage was a waste. "You can't do this," the man said. His accent was British. Midlands, probably. Birmingham or Coventry. "I have rights." "I have, there are laws. You broke into a private educational institution at 2 in the morning carrying a wand, a set of magical restraints, and a portkey keyed to London." Harry sat on the stool, his posture relaxed, his hands resting on his knees. He was 17, but he'd been told he didn't look it. Something about the eyes, people said. Too steady. Too patient. Wednesday called it professional demeanor. Enid called it deeply unsettling, sweetie, and I mean that with love. So let's not talk about laws. Let's talk about why you're here. The man's jaw worked. His eyes flicked to the staircase behind Harry, then back. Calculating. Harry catalogued the micro-expressions without effort. It was like reading a book in a language he'd spoken since childhood. The man was afraid, yes, but beneath the fear was something harder. Training. Someone had prepared him for the possibility of capture, given him a script, a cover story. That was fine. Cover stories were just the first layer. Harry always enjoyed peeling. "My name is Gerald Whitmore," the man said, his voice steadying as he fell back on his script. "I'm a researcher with the International Confederation of Wizards. I was conducting a routine survey of magical signatures in the northeastern United States, and I became disoriented, Gerald." Harry said the name like he was tasting it, testing its weight. "Can I call you Gerald? Here's what's going to happen. You're going to tell me who sent you, what they want, and how many others are coming. You're going to do this because I'm going to ask you very specifically, and because I'm very good at knowing when someone is lying to me. And when we're done, I'm going to let you go. You'll walk out of this school with all your fingers and all your memories, and you'll go back to whoever sent you with a message." He leaned forward, just slightly. "Just enough. But Gerald? If you make me ask more than 3 times, I'm going to stop being polite about it. And I should tell you, polite is the only setting my mother taught me to start with. She had very specific opinions about what comes after." The man's breathing hitched. Harry waited. Patience was the interrogator's sharpest blade. Wednesday had drilled that into him before he was old enough to read, sitting across from her at the kitchen table while she held a piece of chocolate just out of reach, waiting for him to ask correctly. Back then, he'd thought it was a game. He'd been 12 before he understood she'd been training him since he could talk. Gerald Whitmore broke in under 4 minutes. His real name was Thomas Becket. He worked for the British Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Special Acquisitions Division, a unit Harry had never heard of, which meant it was either new or classified. He'd been sent to verify a magical signature that matched records flagged 17 years ago. A signature associated with a child who had vanished from the Wizarding World's records in November 1981. A child named Harry Potter. Harry listened to all of it without changing expression. When Becket finished, trembling, his cover story shattered around him like dropped porcelain, Harry stood, pulled a folding knife from his back pocket, and cut the zip ties. "Go home, Thomas," he said. "Tell your bosses that the person they're looking for isn't lost." He was never lost. He was exactly where he chose to be. He offered the man a hand up. Becket stared at it like it might bite him. "And Thomas? Next time they send someone, tell them to knock on the front door during business hours. The after-hours security here has a very different temperament than I do. Last month, an intruder tripped the East Wing perimeter ward and spent 6 hours being chased through the hedge maze by a pack of enchanted garden gnomes that my Aunt Enid reprogrammed to play tag. They play rough." He pulled Becket to his feet and walked him to the basement stairs. At the top, the warm light of Nevermore's main corridor spilled down like a different world, polished dark wood, stained glass, the distant sound of students who were definitely not asleep at 3 a.m. because Nevermore had never been the kind of school that enforced bedtimes. Becket practically sprinted for the front door. Harry watched him go, then leaned against the corridor wall and let out a slow breath. He rolled his neck, feeling the vertebrae pop one by one, a nervous habit Wednesday had tried to train out of him for years before conceding that some tics were load-bearing. His phone buzzed. He didn't need to check the name. "Well?" He typed back, "British Ministry. Looking for Harry Potter. Sent a retrieval specialist." 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Wednesday Addams was not a woman who hesitated, so the pause told Harry everything. "How many did you hurt?" "0. He talked. "Disappointing. Come upstairs. I made tea." Harry pocketed the phone and allowed himself a small smile, the kind that Enid said made him look like a normal teenager and Wednesday said made him look like he was planning something. Both were usually right. Wednesday's apartment occupied the entire top floor of Nevermore's East Tower, a space that would have been called a penthouse if penthouses typically featured a collection of medieval surgical instruments mounted on the walls, a taxidermied raven named Socrates perched eternally on the mantelpiece, and curtains so black they seemed to absorb the moonlight that fought to get through the windows. Harry let himself in without knocking. He'd stopped knocking at age 6, when Wednesday had explained that family doesn't ask permission to exist in shared space. The apartment smelled like Earl Grey and old books, with an undercurrent of something metallic that Harry had long ago identified as the special polish Wednesday used on her blade collection. She was sitting in her armchair by the dead fireplace. Wednesday didn't believe in burning wood for warmth when discomfort built character, wearing a black silk robe over what Harry suspected were also black silk pajamas. Her hair was down, which meant she'd been awake when he'd texted, not roused from sleep. She'd known someone was coming tonight. She always knew. "Sit," she said, gesturing to the armchair opposite her. A teapot sat on the small table between them, steam curling from the spout in shapes that were probably accidental but looked like screaming faces. Harry sat. Poured himself a cup. Took a sip. It was perfect, no sugar, no milk, hot enough to scald. Wednesday made tea the way she did everything, without compromise. "Tell me about the man," she said. "Thomas Becket. Ministry operative, not a freelancer. Well-trained but rigid, he was working from a prepared cover story and couldn't adapt when I cut through it. His wand was holly, about 11 inches, and he carried a secondary weapon, some kind of magical restraint device I haven't seen before. I left it in the basement for analysis. How long? 3 minutes, 42 seconds from first question to full disclosure. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but Harry had spent 17 years learning to read the woman who had raised him, and he caught the almost imperceptible tightening at the corners of her mouth. Not displeasure. Not pride, exactly. Something between the two, the look she got when he performed to standard. The ministry has been getting closer for 3 years, she said. I intercepted 2 scrying attempts in 2023 and a tracking charm embedded in a piece of junk mail last spring. They're escalating. Because of Voldemort? The name didn't make Wednesday flinch. Nothing made Wednesday flinch. But she set her teacup down with a precision that told Harry she was choosing her next words carefully, which was unusual. Wednesday typically weaponized her words the moment they formed. The situation in Britain is deteriorating. My sources confirm that the Dark Lord, ridiculous title, but his ego isn't our problem, has been reconstituting his power base for the past 2 years. The ministry is hemorrhaging competent people and replacing them with sycophants and cowards. And the prophecy, neither can live while the other survives. Harry recited it flatly. You showed me the transcript when I was 14. I showed you when you were ready. And I showed you because you had a right to know what the world you came from expected of you. Expected. Past tense. Wednesday looked at him. In the low light of the apartment, her dark eyes held that quality that had terrified half the population of Jericho, Vermont, for the better part of 20 years, a steady, appraising intelligence that missed nothing and forgave nothing, combined with an almost gravitational stillness that made you feel like the most studied specimen in a very selective collection. Harrison, she said. She only used his full name for important things. The wizarding world lost you. They didn't come looking for 17 years. Whatever obligation they believe you owe them died the night Vernon Dursley left you at our gate. A pause. But the prophecy is magic, and magic doesn't care about obligation. If Voldemort rises, he will come for you regardless of what the ministry wants. Not because you're the boy who lived. Because you're the Horcrux he can't afford to lose. Harry set down his tea. You never told me what a Horcrux was. Because I only confirmed it 6 months ago. I suspected since you were 9, the scar has never behaved like a normal wound. It resists healing, it occasionally emits a magical signature distinct from your own, and when you were 11 it whispered to you in Parseltongue while you slept. I thought those were nightmares. They were. His. Wednesday's gaze didn't waver. There is a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul embedded in your scar, Harrison. It's been there since the night he murdered your birth parents. And every technique I've taught you, the mental fortification, the pain compartmentalization, the emotional discipline, has been building a cage around it. I didn't teach you to be strong for the sake of strength. I taught you to be strong because there is something living inside you that feeds on weakness. The silence that followed was the kind that had weight, the kind that settled over a room like snowfall and made the air itself feel dense. Harry stared at the empty fireplace. His reflection stared back from the dark glass of the fire screen, sharp jaw, black hair that never quite lay flat, a thin white scar bisecting his forehead like a crack in a mask. Green eyes that Enid said were his mother's. His mother. Lily Potter. A woman he knew only from a name stitched into a blanket and a photograph he'd found in Wednesday's locked desk drawer when he was 12, a young woman with red hair and a smile that looked like it could light a room. Wednesday had caught him looking at it and, instead of the reprimand he'd expected, had simply said, "She died to save you." That's the most efficient form of love, the kind that doesn't need to survive to keep working. How long have you known? Harry asked. About all of it. The scar. The soul fragment. Everything. I began researching the night I found you. I had a dead infant scar that glowed with its own magical signature, a blanket with a name, and a society that had apparently misplaced a child they considered their messiah. It took me 3 years to piece together the Potter murder. 5 more to understand the prophecy. 9 to confirm the Horcrux. You broke into the ministry. I walked into the ministry through the front door wearing the face of a woman named Mafalda Hopkirk. It's remarkable how much access a mid-level bureaucrat has when no one considers them a threat. For the first time, something that might have been humor flickered in Wednesday's expression. I read the prophecy record, the Auror case files, and Dumbledore's personal correspondence with the minister. Then I walked back out, returned Mafalda's hair to her brush, I borrowed it from her gym locker, and flew home. Harry almost laughed. Almost. And you've been preparing for this moment since then. I've been preparing for this moment since you were 11 months old, Harrison. I saw a child who had been abandoned by every institution that should have protected him, and I decided that no one would ever abandon him again. She picked up her tea. Not the wizarding world. Not Voldemort. Not destiny. I don't believe in destiny. I believe in preparation. This was, Harry understood, the closest Wednesday Addams would ever come to saying I love you. And it was more than enough. Morning at Nevermore Academy arrived the way morning always arrived at Nevermore, reluctantly, as if the sun itself was slightly nervous about what it might illuminate. The school sat in a valley between 2 heavily forested mountains in rural Vermont, its Gothic architecture more organism than building, with towers and turrets that seemed to have grown from the rock rather than been built upon it. Gargoyles lined the roof in mathematical precision, and on humid mornings, the building exhaled a faint mist that smelled like old libraries and distant lightning. Harry's morning routine was precise. Up at 5:30. 20 minutes of the stretching and flexibility work that Wednesday had adapted from a combination of yoga, gymnastics, and something she'd learned from a retired KGB interrogator she'd met at a true crime convention in Prague. 30 minutes of martial technique, Krav Maga foundations layered with the Addams family's proprietary close-quarters combat system, which had no official name but which Pugsley called, making friends quickly. Cold shower. Black coffee. Dress. He was crossing the main courtyard at 6:45 when he saw her. She was standing by the fountain, the one with the stone serpent that occasionally moved when it thought no one was watching, studying a campus map with the focused intensity of someone who was simultaneously memorizing the layout and looking for structural weaknesses. Brown hair, pulled back in a practical knot. Brown eyes, sharp and active. She was dressed like a civilian, but she held herself like someone who'd been in fights, weight-centered, shoulder set, a slight tension in her right hand that told Harry she was used to reaching for a weapon that lived on her hip or in her pocket. She was maybe his age. And she was trying very hard to look like she belonged here. Harry changed his trajectory by 2 degrees, enough to pass within conversational distance without making it obvious he'd adjusted his path. He was 15 feet away when she noticed him, and he watched her process his approach in real time, surprise, assessment, decision. She straightened up and smiled. It was a good smile, warm, slightly nervous, the kind of smile that was designed to disarm. It was also rehearsed. The nervousness was calibrated. Harry could see the effort behind it the way a musician could hear a slightly flat note in an otherwise perfect performance. "Hi," she said. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit lost. I'm here for the visiting researcher program. I was told to report to the administrative office, but this map seems to have been drawn by someone with a very creative relationship with spatial reality." The map was drawn by Eugene Ottinger in 1892, Harry said. He was a brilliant cartographer, but he was also a psychic who couldn't always distinguish between physical geography and emotional landscapes. The administrative office is in the West Wing, 2nd floor. Follow the corridor with the portraits, they'll point you in the right direction if you ask nicely. The one of Gertrude Nevermore will try to send you to the basement. Ignore her. She does that to everyone. The woman laughed. It was natural enough, but Harry was already putting the pieces together. Her accent was British, Southern England, educated, the kind of accent that came from a good school and a family that valued enunciation. Her right hand kept drifting toward her left forearm, where a wand holster would sit under a long sleeve. And she was holding the map with her left hand, but the callous patterns on her fingers indicated right-hand dominance, which meant she trained herself to keep her wand hand free. British magical education taught wand-dominant ambidexterity. "You're from Hogwarts," Harry said. The smile froze. Just for a fraction of a second, just long enough for Harry to know he'd hit center mass. Then it recovered. She was good, he'd give her that, into something more cautious, more real. "I'm sorry. Your wand hand. You're right dominant but you're holding the map in your left." British magical curriculum trains students to keep their dominant hand unencumbered from third year onward. It's a holdover from the dueling culture that Hogwarts never fully abandoned. "You've also been reaching for your left forearm every 30 seconds, which tells me you're wearing a wand holster and you're not used to having it concealed." He paused. "And the map. Eugene's map doesn't just show geography, it responds to the magical signature of whoever's holding it. The fact that it's showing you the building at all means you're magically active. A mundane person would just see a blank piece of parchment." She stared at him. The rehearsed smile was gone now, replaced by something more honest, a complex mixture of surprise, professional irritation at being made, and what Harry suspected was reluctant admiration. "That," she said slowly, "was either very impressive or very rude. Those aren't mutually exclusive." A beat of silence. Then she straightened, and Harry watched the cover identity fall away like a shed skin. Underneath it was someone sharper, more alert, more present. Someone who'd been playing a role and was relieved to stop. "Hermione Granger," she said. "And yes. Hogwarts. Class of 2017. Harrison Addams. I know who you are." She said it without drama, without the wide-eyed reverence that Harry imagined the wizarding world would associate with the name Potter. She said it like a fact, clinical, verified, filed. "I've been looking for you for 2 years. And now you've found me. The question is what you plan to do about it." Hermione Granger met his gaze. She had good eyes, not just in the aesthetic sense, though they were fine enough, but in the way they worked. They processed information the way Harry's did, rapidly, thoroughly, missing nothing. He recognized a fellow analyst when he saw one, and something in his chest shifted slightly at the recognition. It was rare that he met someone who saw the world the way he did, in layers, in data points, in the invisible architecture of motive and consequence that most people stumbled through without ever looking up. "That depends," she said. "Can we talk? Properly? Not in a courtyard where," she glanced at the gargoyles, which Harry knew for a fact were listening, "we might be overheard. I have a class to assist with in an hour. Walk with me to the greenhouse. It's one of the few places on campus the surveillance doesn't cover." "Surveillance? My mother designed the security system. She doesn't believe in blind spots." "Your mother." Hermione said it carefully. "Wednesday Addams. The one and only." Harry started walking. After a moment, Hermione fell into step beside him. "You should know, she already knows you're here. She's known you were coming for about a week. If she hasn't intercepted you, it's because she's decided to let this play out. That's either reassuring or terrifying. Those aren't mutually exclusive either." The greenhouse was Nevermore's concession to the idea that not everything in education needed to be gothic and menacing. It sat behind the east wing like an afterthought, a glass and iron structure filled with plants that ranged from the mundane, tomatoes, basil, a surprisingly productive lemon tree, to the deeply questionable, a Venus flytrap the size of a German shepherd, a nightshade bush that had been known to hum, and a climbing vine that Bianca Barkley had firmly identified as, probably sentient and definitely judgmental. Harry led Hermione to a bench near the back wall, surrounded by lavender that had been enchanted to bloom year-round. The scent was thick and calming, which was either a pleasant side effect or, knowing Nevermore, deliberately designed to lower people's defenses. "Talk," Harry said. Hermione sat. She seemed to be organizing her thoughts, which Harry respected. It meant she had enough thoughts to require organization. Most people who came looking for Harry Potter stumbled over themselves trying to explain the prophecy, the war, the desperate need. Hermione appeared to be constructing an argument, which was far more interesting. The short version, she said. Voldemort is back. He's been rebuilding for 2 years, operating through proxies and intermediaries. The ministry is compromised, not overtly, not yet, but enough key positions have been filled with sympathizers or blackmail targets that effective resistance from within is nearly impossible. The Order of the Phoenix has been reconstituted, but we're working with a fraction of the resources Dumbledore had. Dumbledore is dead. Since 2015. Killed by Severus Snape, who was either a traitor or a triple agent depending on which intelligence assessment you read. The Order never reached a consensus before Snape himself was killed 2 years later. And the prophecy. Hermione's jaw tightened slightly. The prophecy names you, or Neville Longbottom, as the one with the power to defeat Voldemort. For the last 17 years, Neville has been carrying that burden. He's strong, he's brave, and he's burning out. The Order has leaned on him too hard for too long, and she paused. He's not breaking. Neville doesn't break. But he's bending in ways that scare the people who know him. So you came to find the backup. Something flashed in Hermione's eyes, not anger, exactly, but a heat that told Harry he'd struck a nerve. I came to find you because you have a right to know what's happening. Because the wizarding world owes you the truth it should have given you 17 years ago. And because, yes, we need help. But I didn't come to recruit a weapon. I came to talk to a person. Harry studied her. She held his gaze without flinching, which put her in a very small category of people who could manage that. Wednesday, obviously. Gomez, who was afraid of nothing and loved everyone, which was its own kind of armor. Enid, who flinched at everything but looked you in the eye while doing it. And now this woman, this Hogwarts graduate with her rehearsed cover and her calloused wand hand and her eyes that processed the world like a war room. What do you know about me? He asked. Not Harry Potter. Harrison Addams. I know you were raised by Wednesday Addams from infancy. I know the Addams family has a reputation in both the magical and mundane worlds that I would describe as colorful. I know you've never attended a magical school despite possessing a magical signature that the Ministry's detection instruments have flagged as anomalous 3 times in the last decade. I know you function as a teaching assistant at Nevermore in the Psychic Defense Program. She hesitated. Then, because she was apparently the kind of person who believed in showing her cards, and I know that 2 months ago, a man named Roderick Falcrest, a known information broker with ties to Voldemort's network, was found in a hospital in Burlington, Vermont, with no memory of the preceding 72 hours and a very strong desire to never visit New England again. The Aurors who debriefed him said the only thing he could remember was a young man with green eyes who asked him questions in a room that smelled like lavender. Harry breathed in the greenhouse air. Lavender. Roderick was asking questions about me at a bar in Jericho, he said calmly. He was carrying a list of my daily movements, the names of my friends, and a vial of Veritaserum. I had a conversation with him about professional boundaries. The memory loss was a precaution, Wednesday's recipe, not mine. I prefer people to remember the conversation. It's more effective as a deterrent if they can recall why they're afraid. Hermione's expression was unreadable. Then, that's. I was going to say, horrifying, but given what Roderick does for a living, I think, proportionate, might be more accurate. Wednesday would call it economical. Wednesday sounds like someone I should be very careful around. Wednesday is someone everyone should be very careful around. But she's not unfair. She doesn't hurt people who haven't earned it, and she doesn't take pleasure in others' suffering. He paused. She takes satisfaction in precision. There's a difference. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and then did something that surprised Harry. She laughed. Not the rehearsed laugh from the courtyard, but a real one, short, startled, like a bird breaking cover. It changed her entire face, softened the analytical sharpness into something warmer and less guarded. "You know," she said, "I spent 2 years imagining what Harry Potter would be like. I had about 15 different scenarios prepared. Traumatized orphan who needed rescuing. Angry young man who'd been radicalized against wizarding society. Ordinary person who wanted nothing to do with any of it." She shook her head. "I did not prepare for, terrifyingly competent and oddly charming son of the Addams family. I feel like I should have done more research." "You did a lot of research. Your dossier on me was thorough." "How do you know about my dossier?" "Because I compiled one on you when Wednesday's intelligence network flagged your arrival 3 days ago. You graduated top of your class at Hogwarts in 2017. You joined the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures but transferred to the Auror office within a year because you, and this is a direct quote from a performance review that I really should not have been able to access, demonstrated an almost pathological inability to remain in a non-combat role during a period of escalating crisis. You've been working with the Order of the Phoenix for 5 years. Your parents are dentists." Hermione stared at him. "I also know you're allergic to shellfish and you have a cat named Crookshanks who is almost certainly part Kneasel. Wednesday's Intelligence Network. My Aunt Enid has a blog with 2 million followers. You'd be surprised what people will tell a lifestyle influencer with a sunny disposition and a really good comment section." The first class of the day was Psychic Defense, taught by Professor Bianca Barkley in the subterranean lecture hall that Nevermore students had affectionately nicknamed the Pit. Bianca had requested the underground room herself, something about the mineral composition of the surrounding rock dampening external psychic interference. Harry suspected she also just liked the aesthetics. The Pit had the atmosphere of a particularly well-lit catacomb, with arched stone ceilings and wall sconces that burned with a pale blue flame that Bianca insisted was purely decorative, and Harry had confirmed was actually a low-level psychic ward that kept students from projecting their anxieties during particularly stressful lessons. Harry arrived before the students, as he always did. He set up the practice dummies, enchanted mannequins that could simulate various psychic attacks, and reviewed the day's lesson plan. Bianca arrived 3 minutes later, her heels clicking on the stone floor with a rhythm that had its own kind of authority. Bianca Barkley at 34 was a different creature from the Siren Queen who'd once ruled Nevermore's social hierarchy as a student. She'd spent her 20s doing things she didn't talk about, consulting work, Harry suspected, for agencies that dealt with supernatural threats, and had returned to Nevermore 5 years ago with a quieter confidence and a set of psychic abilities that had been honed into something genuinely dangerous. Her relationship with Wednesday was complicated in ways that Harry had long ago decided were above his pay grade. They respected each other, orbited each other warily, and occasionally had conversations in the faculty lounge that left the other professors finding reasons to be elsewhere. "We have a visitor," Harry said. Bianca set her bag on her desk without looking at him. British. Brunette. Moderate psychic shielding, natural talent, not trained. Hiding something she's not ready to share. She paused. "And she watches you when she thinks you're not looking. She's an Auror. She's more than that. Her psychic profile reads like someone who's been in close proximity to dark magic for extended periods. There's a residue on her, old, deep. Not malicious, but definitely there." Bianca finally turned to face him, her siren eyes catching the blue light and refracting it into something that would have been hypnotic to anyone without Harry's training. "Is she here about the thing we don't talk about? The soul fragment in my forehead?" "Yes. I meant the boy who lived nonsense, but sure, let's go with the Horcrux." Bianca sat on the edge of her desk. "Wednesday knows. Wednesday always knows. And what does our resident Queen of Darkness advise? Tea and patience. Sounds about right." Bianca studied him for a moment, really studied him, with the full weight of her siren perception. It was one of the few things that could make Harry uncomfortable, not because he had anything to hide, but because Bianca saw things on a frequency that existed beyond his training. She saw emotional architecture, the hidden load-bearing walls of a person's psyche, the rooms they'd locked, the foundations they'd poured over old wounds. "You're curious about her," Bianca said. It wasn't a question. "She processes information the way I do," Harry said. "That's rare." That's not what I said." Students started filing in before Harry could respond, which he suspected Bianca had timed deliberately. She had a gift for ending conversations at the precise moment that continuing them would require emotional honesty, a skill she claimed came from her siren heritage and Harry suspected came from years of practice. He took his position at the side of the room, the TA's spot, visible but not central, and watched the class assemble. Nevermore's student body was what polite society called diverse, and what Wednesday called a curated collection of individuals whom the mundane world failed to accommodate. There were werewolves, sirens, gorgons, psychics, and a dozen other classifications that the wider world preferred to pretend didn't exist. They were teenagers, which meant they were loud, opinionated, dramatic, and, in Harry's private assessment, the most resilient people he'd ever met. You didn't end up at Nevermore by having an easy life. He noticed, without surprise, that Hermione Granger had found a seat in the back row. She'd traded her civilian clothes for something that blended better with Nevermore's aesthetic, dark colors, practical boots, and she was watching the students with the focused attention of someone cataloging a new ecosystem. Their eyes met for a moment. She raised an eyebrow. He looked away. Bianca's class that day was on psychic resistance, specifically, how to defend against empathic manipulation. She demonstrated on a volunteer, a sophomore Gorgon named Petra who had the psychic sensitivity of a tuning fork, and then had the students pair up for practice exercises. Harry circulated, correcting technique, offering adjustments. He was helping a young werewolf named Cal with his shielding visualization when he felt it. Not a sound. Not a sight. A pressure, like the air in the room had suddenly become heavier, denser, as if gravity had increased by a fraction of a percent. Harry's skin prickled. The scar on his forehead, the one that was usually nothing more than a pale line on his skin, pulsed once, faintly, like a heartbeat. He looked at Bianca. She'd stopped mid-sentence, her hand raised, her siren eyes wide. "Did you feel that?" she said. The students hadn't. Whatever it was, it had operated on a frequency that only the psychically sensitive could detect. Harry pressed his fingertips to his scar. The skin was warm. Not painful. Wednesday had long ago taught him to distinguish between pain and sensation, but active in a way it hadn't been since the nightmares had stopped at age 11. "It came from below," Harry said. Bianca nodded slowly. "The old crypt. Malcolm mentioned it last week, said he heard sounds down there. Breathing. Breathing. That's what he said." Bianca's expression had gone carefully neutral, the professional mask she wore when she was more disturbed than she wanted to show. "Harrison, I've been at Nevermore for 5 years. There is nothing below the old crypt. The geological surveys confirmed it, solid granite all the way down." Harry looked at the floor. Solid stone. Centuries old. Cold and silent and was it his imagination, or was the blue flame in the wall sconces flickering slightly? Not with wind, there was no wind down here. Flickering like something was breathing on them from below, slow and deep, with the patience of something that had been waiting for a very, very long time. "I'll check it out tonight," Harry said. "You will absolutely not check it out alone." Bianca's siren authority snapped through the words like a whip. "You'll tell Wednesday, and if she approves, we'll investigate together." Harry almost smiled. "You sound like her. Bite your tongue." The afternoon was quiet, which at Nevermore was always a relative term. Harry spent 2 hours in the library, a sprawling, slightly sentient room that rearranged its shelves according to some internal logic that no one had ever fully decoded, reading everything he could find about Horcruxes. The official literature was thin. The concept existed at the intersection of dark magic and theoretical necromancy, and even Nevermore's impressively uncensored library treated it as more myth than practice. But Harry had access to resources that most students didn't: Wednesday's private collection, which included texts that were banned in 11 countries and a handwritten grimoire from an Addams ancestor who had apparently been on speaking terms with death itself. He found references. Fragments. Enough to confirm what Wednesday had told him, that a Horcrux was a container for a soul fragment, created through murder, and that the fragment was parasitic by nature. It fed on the host's magical energy, their emotional turmoil, their fear. A weaker host would be consumed. A stronger one would be corrupted. Harry had been trained, since before he could remember, to be neither weak nor corruptible. He was deep in a Latin text from the 14th century when a shadow fell across the page. He didn't look up. He already knew who it was. The footsteps were wrong for a student, too confident, too evenly spaced, and wrong for faculty, too light, too hesitant. "You can sit down," he said. "If you're going to hover, you might as well hover comfortably." Hermione sat in the chair across from him. She looked at the books spread around him, the grimoire, the Latin text, a modern analysis of soul magic written by a Norwegian wizard that Wednesday had acquired through channels Harry preferred not to think about, and her eyes widened. "You're researching Horcruxes." "I'm confirming what I already know." "Wednesday told you." 6 hours ago. Hermione leaned forward. Harrison, we've been researching Horcruxes for years. The Order has a team dedicated to understanding them. If you'd let me share what we've learned, I'd let you share what you've learned if I trusted that your information was complete and unbiased. The Order of the Phoenix has a vested interest in a particular outcome, namely, my participation in their war. Any intelligence they provide will be shaped by that agenda, consciously or not. He turned a page. "I prefer primary sources." "That's..." She trailed off, and Harry looked up in time to see her expression shift from frustrated to grudgingly impressed. "That's actually a sound research methodology. I was raised by a woman who once told me that trust is a controlled experiment, not a feeling. You don't give it away. You test for it." She really does sound terrifying. She would take that as a compliment. Silence settled between them, but it was a different kind of silence from the heavy, loaded quiet in Wednesday's apartment. This was the silence of two people who were comfortable enough with their own thoughts to share space without filling it. Hermione pulled out her own notes, actual handwritten notes, Harry observed, in a script that was precise and faintly obsessive, and began cross-referencing them with the books on the table. They worked in parallel for nearly an hour. No conversation. No negotiation. Just two minds operating on the same problem from different angles, occasionally passing a book back and forth, or pointing to a relevant passage with a wordless gesture. It was, Harry realized, the most natural collaboration he'd experienced with anyone who wasn't Wednesday or Bianca. It was Hermione who finally broke the silence, her voice low and careful. "Can I ask you something personal?" "You can ask." "I might not answer." "What was it like growing up with Wednesday Addams?" Harry considered the question. Not because he didn't know the answer, but because the answer was layered in ways that were difficult to communicate to someone who hadn't lived it. "When I was 5, he said, Wednesday sat me down at the kitchen table and placed a medical anatomy chart in front of me. She pointed to the brachial plexus and said, this is where the arm's nerve bundle converges. Apply pressure here and the arm goes numb. Apply more pressure and it stops working entirely. I thought it was a science lesson. A few weeks later, a boy twice my size tried to take my lunch at the park. I dropped him in 3 seconds. When I told Wednesday, she said, good. Now learn where to press to wake the arm back up. And Addams always cleans up. Hermione's expression cycled through several emotions too quickly for Harry to categorize them all, though he caught alarm, amusement, and something that might have been understanding. She taught a 5-year-old nerve strikes. She taught a 5-year-old to protect himself. The technique was just the delivery method. He closed the Latin text. When I was 8, my accidental magic manifested for the first time. A kid at Enid's birthday party was bullying a younger child, shoving him, calling him names. I got angry. Really angry. And the bully's bones went soft. Just for a few seconds. Like they'd been replaced with rubber. He fell. He wasn't hurt, the effect reversed itself almost immediately, but he screamed like the world was ending. What did Wednesday do? She knelt in front of me, looked me in the eye, and said, "That was your magic. It responded to your emotion. From now on, we're going to teach you to choose when it responds, instead of letting it choose for you." She wasn't scared. She wasn't angry. She was interested. And that, Harry paused, because the words were harder to find than he'd expected. That was the thing about growing up with Wednesday. She never treated any part of me as something to be afraid of. The magic, the scar, the anger, the darkness, she treated all of it as information. As tools. As parts of me that deserved to be understood, not suppressed. He looked at Hermione. I know the wizarding world probably imagines me as some kind of tortured child, warped by a dangerous woman. And maybe from the outside, it looks that way. But Wednesday didn't warp me. She built me. And she built me to be unbreakable, because she knew, she always knew, that the world I came from would eventually come looking, and when it did, I'd need to be ready. The library was quiet around them. Somewhere in the stacks, a book rustled its pages. The sentient ones did that when they sensed strong emotions, like cats pressing against your leg when you were sad. She loves you, Hermione said softly. She's never said it. She doesn't need to. Building someone a fortress because you know the siege is coming, that's love. It's just love in a language most people don't speak. Harry looked at her, really looked, not with the analyst's eye or the interrogator's assessment, but with something less trained and more honest. And he saw someone who understood. Not the specifics. Hermione Granger had clearly grown up loved in conventional, demonstrative, hug-filled ways that Wednesday would have found structurally unsound, but the principle. The idea that love didn't have to look the way the world expected it to look. "Thank you," he said. It surprised them both. Harry was leaving the library when Enid Sinclair ambushed him. Ambush was perhaps too strong a word. Enid didn't ambush people, she arrived at them, with the full force of her personality, like a golden retriever who'd been given espresso and emotional intelligence. She materialized from around a corner wearing a yellow sweater that was almost aggressively cheerful against Nevermore's stone corridors, her blonde hair caught up in a messy bun that defied at least two laws of physics, and she seized Harry's arm with both hands before he could execute the evasive sidestep that Wednesday had drilled into his muscle memory. "I heard there's a British girl asking about you and I need every detail immediately." "Hello, Aunt Enid." "Don't Aunt Enid me like I'm being unreasonable. I am being perfectly reasonable. A mysterious stranger has appeared at our school looking for my nephew and I have a right to know if she's pretty, dangerous, or both." "Both," Harry said, before he could stop himself. Enid's eyes widened into saucers. She made a sound that was somewhere between a squeal and a howl. Her werewolf heritage sometimes surfaced in unexpected ways, and strong emotions could trigger vocalizations that made nearby dogs respond. Somewhere on the far side of campus, a student service animal started barking. "I knew it. I knew this would happen eventually. Wednesday owes me $50, she bet you wouldn't notice a girl until you were 30. I didn't say I noticed her. I said she was, both. You said both. That's noticing, Harry, that's definitionally noticing." Enid was practically vibrating. "What's her name? What does she look like? Does she know about the spider? You have to tell her about the spider early, that's my advice, because finding out about Lily on a third date is very different energy from finding out about Lily on a first date. There are no dates. She's an operative from a British magical resistance organization who's here to recruit me for a war against a dark wizard who murdered my parents." Enid paused. Her expression shifted, the effervescence dimmed, replaced by something steadier. something that reminded Harry that beneath the sunshine and the pastel wardrobe, Enid Sinclair was a werewolf who had survived things that would have broken most people, and who had chosen joy as a deliberate, daily act of defiance against a world that had given her plenty of reasons to choose otherwise. "Oh, sweetie," she said. "Are you okay?" And there it was, the question that Wednesday would never ask, because Wednesday's love didn't operate through verbal check-ins, it operated through preparation and protection and making sure Harry could deflect a knife thrown at his kidney from any angle. But Enid's love was different. Enid's love knocked on the front door and asked if you'd eaten today and whether you wanted to talk about your feelings. Harry had needed both. He'd always needed both. "I'm processing," he said. That's Wednesday speak for, "I have feelings and they're scaring me." That's Harrison speak for, "I have information and I'm evaluating it." Enid linked her arm through his. She was the only person in the world, including Wednesday, who could touch Harry without his combat reflexes activating, and steered him down the corridor. "Walk with me. I want to show you something." She led him to the gallery on the second floor, a long hallway lined with portraits of notable Nevermore alumni, arranged chronologically from the school's founding in 1791 to the present day. Most of the portraits were painted, a few of the more recent ones were photographs. All of them depicted people who had, in their own ways, been outcasts, rejected by the mainstream world and forged into something remarkable by the strange, dark, fiercely loving crucible of Nevermore Academy. Enid stopped in front of a photograph near the end of the gallery. It showed a group of students, 5 of them, arms around each other, standing in front of the Nevermore fountain on what must have been graduation day. Harry recognized Wednesday immediately, even though she was 17 in the photo and her expression carried the particular brand of controlled disdain that Harry associated with her, tolerating a social obligation, face. Next to her, beaming with enough wattage to power a small city, was a teenage Enid, her arm thrown around Wednesday's shoulders with the casual confidence of someone who had earned the right to touch the untouchable. "Graduation day, 2004, Enid said. "Your mom, Wednesday," she was valedictorian, obviously. Her speech was 6 sentences long. 4 of them were threats. The student body gave her a standing ovation. Harry had seen the photo before, but he looked at it now with different eyes. The teenage Wednesday in the frame was the woman who, within the next year, would find an abandoned baby at the school's gate and make a choice that would reshape both their lives. She didn't know it yet. In the photograph, she was simply a brilliant, terrifying young woman with her whole life ahead of her and a best friend whose arm she hadn't shrugged off, which was Wednesday's version of a bear hug. She wasn't planning to stay at Nevermore, Enid said quietly. After graduation, she had offers from everywhere, government agencies, private consulting firms, a very persistent letter from someone at the CIA that she used as a coaster. She was going to travel. Right. Investigate things that other people were too frightened to look at. And then I showed up. And then you showed up. Enid turned to face him. "Harry, I was there that morning. I came back to campus to pick up some things I'd left in my dorm, and I found Wednesday in the courtyard with this tiny, silent baby in her arms." "You weren't crying." "Babies cry, it's what they do, it's their whole job description, but you were just lying there, looking up at her with these enormous green eyes, and you were quiet. Like you already understood that the world was a serious place." "What did she say?" "She said, 'He's cold.' And then she wrapped you in her jacket and carried you inside, and she didn't put you down for 3 days. She held you while she made phone calls, while she researched, while she ate. She held you like she was afraid that if she set you down, someone would come and take you back to whatever darkness had left you at the gate." Enid's voice had gone thick. I'd known Wednesday for 4 years at that point, and I had never seen her afraid. But she was afraid for you. That was the first time I understood that Wednesday Addams wasn't incapable of fear, she just reserved it for the things that actually mattered. Harry stood in the gallery and looked at the photograph of his mother at 17 and felt the full weight of his own history settle over him, not like a burden, but like armor. Every nerve strike she'd taught him, every interrogation technique, Every cold morning run and every brutal sparring session and every quiet evening of tactical analysis over Earl Grey tea, all of it had been an act of love. All of it had been Wednesday Addams saying, in the only language she trusted, "I will make you strong enough to survive anything, because I can't bear the alternative." "Enid," he said. "She told me about the Horcrux." Enid nodded. She'd known. Of course she'd known. Wednesday told Enid things she told no one else, because Enid was the only person in the world who had earned Wednesday's trust through sheer, stubborn, relentless warmth. "How are you feeling about it? The soul fragment thing?" "I feel like I've been carrying a parasite in my forehead for 17 years and the woman who raised me has been quietly building a prison around it since I was an infant." "That's factual." "I asked how you're feeling." Harry was quiet for a long moment. The portraits watched from their frames, decades of outcasts, decades of survivors, all of them looking at this boy who carried a piece of a dark wizard's soul behind his scar and a different kind of darkness in his training, and who was trying, in this moment, to find the border between the two. "Angry," he said. "Not at Wednesday. At the situation. At the fact that someone tore their soul apart and put a piece of it in a baby. At the fact that the world that was supposed to protect me threw me away like garbage, and the only reason I survived was because a woman who collects antique scalpels found me before I froze to death. That's healthy anger. And I'm scared." Enid took his hand. Her grip was warm and strong, werewolf strong, the kind of grip that could bend steel but that she calibrated, always, to gentleness. "That's healthy too," she said. They stood in the gallery until the last light faded from the stained glass windows and the portrait's painted eyes softened into shadow. Then Enid walked him to the main hall for dinner, talking about nothing, her blog, her latest follower milestone, a recipe she was developing for werewolf-friendly protein bars, and Harry let the ordinary warmth of it wash over him like sunlight. This was what Enid gave him that Wednesday couldn't, the radical, defiant normalcy of someone who insisted that even boys with dark magic in their scars and combat training in their bones deserved to hear about protein bar recipes and follower counts and the small, sweet, utterly mundane business of being alive. Evening came to Nevermore the way a curtain falls, sudden and total, the mountain shadows swallowing the campus in a single, decisive gulp. Harry ate dinner in the main hall, roasted chicken, potatoes, a salad that the kitchen staff insisted was normal but that Harry suspected contained at least one plant species that wasn't technically classified yet, and then retreated to the one place in the school that felt entirely his. The small greenhouse annex on the east side of the main greenhouse was barely 8 feet square, more of a closet than a room, but it was the space Harry had claimed as a child and never relinquished. He'd filled it with plants that didn't need much light, ferns, mosses, a particularly stoic cactus named Gerald, after a man he'd once interrogated. It was, Enid insisted, a deeply weird naming convention, which was exactly why Harry liked it. And in the corner, in a terrarium made of antique glass and dark wood, lived Lily. Lily was a Brazilian wandering spider, Phenutria nigraventer, approximately 4 inches across, highly venomous, and, in Harry's expert opinion, the most beautiful creature in the world. She was dark brown with subtle banding on her legs, and she moved with a fluid precision that reminded Harry of Wednesday in a good mood. He'd found her 3 years ago, a juvenile hiding in a shipment of bananas delivered to the school kitchen, and he'd named her for the only connection he had to his birth mother, a name stitched into a blanket in faded red thread. He opened the terrarium's feeding hatch and dropped in a cricket. Lily struck with the speed and accuracy that had made her species famous, and Harry watched with the quiet contentment that he imagined normal people felt watching television. "They came for me today," he told her. Lily ate her cricket. She was a good listener. "A woman from Hogwarts. Hermione Granger. She's smart, really smart. She figured out my morning route in 3 days, which means she's been observing the campus systematically. And she doesn't lie well, which is either a weakness or a principle, and I haven't decided which." Lily cleaned her pedipalps. "Wednesday thinks they'll keep coming. Voldemort's rising, the prophecy's still in play, and I've got a piece of a dark wizard's soul lodged in my skull like a bad tenant." He leaned back against the wall. The rational move is to engage, to learn what the wizarding world knows and use it to deal with the Horcrux on my terms. But engaging means accepting a role in their story, and I've spent 17 years writing my own. The spider settled back into her web. Outside, the Vermont night was thick and dark and alive with sounds, crickets, wind, the distant howl of something that might have been a wolf or might have been one of Enid's werewolf students letting off steam after a particularly stressful exam week. Harry sat in the quiet and thought about parents he'd never met. About a woman with red hair who'd died saying his name. About a man with messy black hair who'd fought to give her time. About a half-giant he'd read about in Dumbledore's files who'd been the one to pull baby Harry from the wreckage and who had, according to every account, wept as he carried the child to safety. He didn't grieve for them. He couldn't. You can't grieve for people you never knew, not really. But he felt something that occupied the same space as grief, a recognition that somewhere, in a timeline that had branched away from this one on a November night in 1981, there was a Harry Potter who'd grown up with his parents' love, who'd gone to Hogwarts at 11, who'd had the childhood that fate had originally intended. That Harry would have been softer. Warmer. More trusting. He would have had friends from age 11, a surrogate family at school, a sense of belonging in a world that was built for people like him. That Harry would also, almost certainly, have been dead by now. Wednesday's Harry, Harrison Addams, was alive because he'd been forged in a different fire. And if the world that had lost him now needed him back, they would have to accept the version they got. He closed the terrarium, murmured, "Good night, Lily," to the spider, and stepped out into the cool night air. Hermione was waiting. She was sitting on a stone bench 20 feet from the annex, wrapped in a dark coat, her breath misting in the mountain chill. She wasn't hiding, she was sitting in plain view, clearly and deliberately. She looked up when he appeared. "I thought about waiting until tomorrow," she said. "But there are things I need to tell you that can't wait, and I've realized that approaching you honestly is probably more effective than any strategy one could devise." Harry sat on the bench. Not next to her, at the other end, a careful 3 feet of space between them. "Go on. Voldemort knows you're alive. He's known for at least a year, probably longer. The trace on your magical signature that brought Thomas Becket here wasn't planted by the Ministry. It was planted by someone inside the Ministry who answers to Voldemort. The Ministry thinks they sent Becket. They didn't. Voldemort maneuvered them into it." Harry processed this. It reframed the evening's events in a new light, the interrogation, the information Becket had given up, all of it potentially part of a larger play. "Voldemort wanted to confirm my location. And assess your capabilities. Becket was a probe. Voldemort wanted to see how you'd handle an intruder, what methods you'd use, how quickly you'd break the cover, whether you'd resort to magic. He's gathering intelligence on you the same way you gather intelligence on threats. You're telling me this because you want me to know the danger is immediate. I'm telling you this because you deserve to know. And because," she hesitated, and in the hesitation Harry saw something that his training flagged as genuine vulnerability, the kind you can't fake, the kind that comes from caring about an outcome you can't control. "Because I spent 2 years thinking of you as a mission objective. Find Harry Potter. Assess his capabilities. Recruit him for the war effort. And then I met you, and you're not an objective. You're a person who was raised by someone who clearly loves him, who has a pet spider named after his dead mother, and who makes terrible puns about garden gnomes playing tag." That wasn't a pun. "The gnomes literally, the point," Hermione said, with a firmness that Harry found inexplicably appealing, "is that I'm not going to manipulate you. I'm not going to leverage the prophecy or guilt you with your parents' sacrifice or appeal to some abstract sense of duty. I'm going to tell you the truth, and then I'm going to let you decide what to do with it. Because that's what you deserve, and because," she met his eyes, "I think that's the only approach that has a chance of working anyway." The night sounds of Nevermore filled the silence between them. Somewhere in the building, a window opened and a snatch of music drifted out, something classical, probably from the common room where the siren students liked to practice ensemble pieces after hours. There's something else, Harry said. Something that happened today. In the psychic defense class. Bianca and I felt a disturbance, a pressure, like something was displacing the ambient psychic field from below the school. She said the groundskeeper has been hearing sounds from the old crypt. Hermione frowned. What kind of sounds? Breathing. That's not ideal. No. Do you think it's connected to Voldemort? I don't know. But I've lived in this school my entire life, and that was the first time my scar reacted to anything in years. And Wednesday told me tonight that the Horcrux fragment has been weakening, that her training has been starving it. If something down there is tied to dark magic or soul magic, the timing is suspicious. Hermione pulled out a small leather notebook and started writing, rapid, precise notes that Harry could see were organized with an indexing system that bordered on the obsessive. He liked it. He liked that her mind worked in systems, in structures, in frameworks that could be tested and refined. I'll send word to the Order, she said. We have people who specialize in site archaeology, magical locations with layered histories. If there's something beneath Nevermore, we should know what it is before it decides to introduce itself. Agreed. But anything the Order does here goes through Wednesday first. I assumed as much. And Hermione? She looked up from her notes. Thank you. For the honesty. She smiled, the real one, the one without rehearsal or calculation. It was lopsided and a little tired, and it made the corners of her eyes crinkle in a way that was entirely human and entirely warm. You're welcome, Harrison. Harry. The correction surprised him almost as much as it surprised her. He'd been Harrison for 17 years, it was the name Wednesday had chosen, the name the Addams family knew, the name carved into his door and stitched into his clothes and written on every paper he'd ever turned in. Harrison was the boy Wednesday built. But Harry was the boy Lily Potter had named. And something about this conversation, about Hermione's honesty, about the photograph of his parents that she'd mentioned earlier, about the strange ache that wasn't grief but lived in grief's neighborhood, made him want to hold both names at once. Harry, Hermione repeated, as if testing how it felt. Okay. Harry. Later, after Hermione had returned to her guest quarters, Harry climbed the stairs to Wednesday's apartment and found her exactly where he'd left her, in the armchair, with a book, as if the intervening 16 hours hadn't happened. She told you about Voldemort's involvement, Wednesday said without looking up. You already knew. I suspected. Her confirmation is useful. She turned a page. You like her. Harry sat in his usual chair. She's intelligent. That's not what I said. She's also strategically valuable. An inside contact with the Order of the Phoenix gives us, Harrison. Wednesday looked up. Her expression was the one she reserved for moments when she needed him to stop being the operative she'd trained and start being the person she'd raised. You like her. He was quiet for a moment. She understood. About you. About us. She looked at how we are and she didn't flinch. Wednesday said nothing for a long time. Then she set down her book, picked up her tea, and said, bring her to dinner tomorrow. If she's going to be in our lives, I need to assess her pain tolerance. I'm making my mother's recipe. Mom, that recipe has been classified as a chemical weapon in 3 countries. Exactly. If she survives the appetizer, she's worthy of further consideration. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the kind that Enid said proved he was human and Wednesday said proved nothing of the sort. It echoed off the walls of the apartment, off the surgical instruments and the taxidermied raven and the curtains that ate moonlight, and for a moment the room felt like exactly what it was, a home. Unconventional, unsettling, and entirely real. Outside, Nevermore settled into night. The gargoyles kept their watch. The hedge maze rustled with enchanted gnomes running their eternal patrol. In the greenhouse annex, Lily the spider spun her web in patient, geometric perfection. And far below the school, in the old crypt that should have been empty and wasn't, something breathed. In and out. In and out. Slow as centuries. Patient as stone. Waiting. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Language of Pain. The morning after Hermione Granger told Harry the truth about Voldemort's involvement, Marcus Vane arrived in Jericho. Harry didn't know his name yet. What he knew was this: at 7:14 a.m., Wednesday's surveillance network, a quietly sophisticated system of enchanted mirrors, runic sensors, and what Harry strongly suspected was a network of ravens trained by Wednesday's old college roommate who was now a veterinary necromancer in Portland, flagged a new magical signature entering the town limits. The signature was strong, disciplined, and moving with purpose. Not a tourist. Not a lost hiker. Someone who knew exactly where they were going and had the training to handle whatever they found when they got there. Wednesday's text arrived while Harry was midway through his morning sparring session with a training dummy that Pugsley had modified to fight back. The dummy's name was Reginald, and it had a disturbing tendency to improvise. New player. Male. Professional grade shielding. Currently at the diner on Main Street asking questions about the academy. He's ordered the pancakes, which suggests either genuine hunger or a cover that involves lingering. Harry ducked Reginald's left hook, drove an elbow into the dummy's solar plexus region. It didn't have organs, but it was programmed to register the strike, and pulled out his phone. Ministry? Unknown. His shielding is too good for standard ministry issue. This one's either private sector or special operations. Want me to handle it? A pause that lasted exactly long enough for Harry to finish the round with Reginald, landing a nerve cluster strike to the dummy's neck that triggered its shutdown protocol. No. Let him come to us. I want to see what he does when he thinks he has the initiative. Harry toweled off and headed for the showers, turning the situation over in his mind the way Wednesday had taught him, not as a problem to be solved, but as a system to be understood. Thomas Beckett had been a probe, a low-level operative sent to confirm Harry's location and assess his basic capabilities. This new arrival was something different. The professional-grade shielding meant someone with combat experience. The fact that he was asking questions openly, in town, meant he either didn't care about being noticed or wanted to be noticed. Both options suggested confidence. Confidence could be an asset or a liability, depending on whether it was earned. Harry showered, dressed, and found Hermione waiting for him in the main corridor. She was holding 2 cups of coffee, black for him, something complicated with milk and sugar for her, and wearing an expression that told him she'd already been briefed. Wednesday texted you too? He asked, taking the coffee. She texted me a single line, company coming. Don't interfere. Watch and learn. Hermione took a sip of her own cup. I'm choosing to interpret that as an invitation to observe rather than an instruction to stay out of the way. That's a generous interpretation. I'm an optimist. They fell into step together, and Harry noticed, with the part of his brain that never stopped cataloging, that Wednesday had tuned to run constantly like background software, that they'd already developed a walking rhythm. 3 days of proximity and their strides had synchronized, their spacing had settled into a comfortable distance that was close enough for quiet conversation and far enough for either of them to react to a threat. It was the kind of unconscious physical coordination that usually took weeks to develop, and its speed told Harry something about Hermione that his analytical mind was still processing. She fit. She fit the way a key fits a lock, not because she'd been cut to match, but because the shapes were naturally complementary. He filed that observation away and focused on the immediate problem. Whoever this is, Voldemort didn't send him, Harry said. Voldemort's play is subtle. Beckett was a ministry puppet on Voldemort's strings. This person is operating independently, which means a different faction. The ministry has been running its own retrieval operation since the Statute Review Committee recommended reclaiming magical children raised in non-magical or non-standard environments, Hermione said. Dolores Umbridge heads the department. She calls it the Reclamation Bureau. Catchy name. Very dystopian. It gets worse. The Bureau has legal authority under ICW Resolution 47B to petition for the protective custody of magical minors who haven't received standardized magical education. The resolution was designed for cases of actual neglect, but Umbridge has been interpreting it, broadly. Creatively. Hermione's jaw tightened. She's used it to remove 11 children from non-traditional magical families in the last 2 years. 9 of them were from communities that the Ministry considers dark-adjacent, werewolf packs, siren enclaves, goblin-affiliated households. The children are placed in Ministry-approved foster situations and enrolled in approved schools. And the families? Investigated. Fined. In 3 cases, the parents were charged with magical endangerment of a minor and imprisoned. Harry stopped walking. Hermione stopped with him. The corridor was empty, it was still early, and Nevermore students were not, as a rule, early risers, and the silence between them felt heavy with implication. "She's kidnapping children," Harry said flatly. "She's legally kidnapping children. That's worse. It means she has infrastructure, precedent, and political cover. And she's coming for me. You're her white whale, Harry." The boy who lived, raised outside Wizarding Society by a family famous for its association with dark practices. "You're not just a case, you're a campaign. If Umbridge can bring you in, she validates her entire program. She proves that the Reclamation Bureau works, that no child is beyond the Ministry's reach, and that her particular brand of bureaucratic authoritarianism is the future of magical child welfare." Harry started walking again. His pace was faster now, sharper, the controlled acceleration that Wednesday called tactical urgency, and Enid called your scary walk. "The man in town," he said. "If he's with the Reclamation Bureau, he's not just gathering intelligence. He's building a legal case. Documenting my living conditions, my education, my associations. He's collecting evidence to justify a formal petition. Or he's here to take you by force and claim he was exercising protective authority after observing imminent risk." Hermione matched his pace without effort. "Umbridge's operatives have used that justification before. It's legally shaky, but by the time the challenge wins through the ICW courts, the child has already been relocated and enrolled in a stabilizing program." "How long does the court challenge take?" 18 months. Minimum. Harry's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes went cold and still in a way that would have worried anyone who knew what that look preceded. Wednesday had a name for this mental state, she called it operational clarity. It was the point at which emotion was acknowledged, filed, and set aside in favor of precise, systematic action. "He won't get the chance," Harry said. "Not the legal route, and not the forced removal. I need to talk to Wednesday." Wednesday was in her office, a room adjacent to her apartment that she used for what she called administrative work and what Harry understood to be the command center of an intelligence operation that rivaled some government agencies in scope, if not in budget. The walls were lined with filing cabinets, each one locked with mechanisms that ranged from conventional, keyed locks, to unconventional, a cabinet in the corner that required a drop of blood from an authorized user and would inject a paralytic into anyone who tried to pick it. She was on the phone when Harry and Hermione arrived. Harry caught the tail end of the conversation, Wednesday speaking in rapid French to someone whose voice was too low to make out through the receiver. She hung up without saying goodbye, because Wednesday considered conversational pleasantries a waste of syllables. "His name is Marcus Vane," Wednesday said, gesturing for them to sit. "Private contractor. Former Auror, discharged in 2019 under circumstances that the Ministry classified. He's been working freelance since then, retrieval operations, security consulting, the occasional bounty. He's expensive, competent, and has no political allegiance beyond whoever's signing his check." "Who's signing this one?" Harry asked. "The Reclamation Bureau. Specifically, Umbridge's Discretionary Operations Fund, which is technically not supposed to be used for international retrieval but which has been laundered through 3 shell organizations that I've been tracking for 6 months. Wednesday opened a folder on her desk and slid a photograph across to them. Marcus Vane. 41. Scottish. Trained at the Edinburgh Academy of Combat Magic before transferring to the Auror program. His discharge was related to an excessive force complaint that the ministry buried because Vane knew things about certain senior officials that they preferred to keep buried. The photograph showed a man with a hard, weathered face, close-cropped gray hair, and eyes that Harry recognized immediately. They were the eyes of someone who had been in enough fights to have stopped counting and had reached the point where violence was just another tool in the kit. Not sadistic. Not angry. Professional. He's good, Wednesday said. Better than Beckett by a considerable margin. He'll have done reconnaissance before approaching, mapped the school's perimeter, identified entry points, assessed the security measures he can detect. He won't be able to detect all of them, because I designed the system to have visible layers that obscure the invisible ones, but he'll have a workable picture. How long before he makes his move? Hermione asked. He had the pancakes and is currently on his second cup of coffee, which means he's in the establishing a pattern phase. He'll spend today in town, building a cover, talking to locals. Tomorrow he'll approach the school directly, probably through official channels first, because he's smart enough to want a legal framework for whatever he does. When the official approach fails, he'll attempt an extraction. He'll try to take Harry by force. Hermione's voice was carefully controlled, but Harry caught the undercurrent of anger. He filed it, along with the observation that Hermione Granger's protective instincts activated faster than her analytical ones, which was interesting for someone who prided herself on rationality. He'll try, Wednesday said. He'll fail. You sound certain. Wednesday looked at Hermione with an expression that was neither hostile nor warm. It was the expression of someone assessing a variable that had recently been introduced into a carefully controlled equation. Miss Granger. I've had 17 years to prepare for this scenario. The man in town is the 17th person to come looking for Harrison in the last decade. The previous 16 left voluntarily, involuntarily, or, in one memorable case, via catapult. Catapult? Pugsley was visiting. He gets enthusiastic. Wednesday turned back to Harry. Here's what we're going to do. You're going to go about your day normally. Attend classes, assist Bianca, be visible. I want Vane to see you in your environment, confident, established, unthreatened. If he approaches you directly, engage. Don't escalate, but don't accommodate. Let him make the first mistake. And if he doesn't make a mistake? Everyone makes mistakes, Harrison. The question is whether you're paying enough attention to notice when they do. She paused. I'll handle the legal dimension. If Umbridge's bureau has filed a petition with the ICW, I need to intercept it before it enters the formal review process. I have contacts on the Confederation's administrative staff who owe me favors. What kind of favors? Hermione asked. The kind that are exchanged between professionals who operate in morally ambiguous spaces and who prefer not to discuss specifics. Wednesday's gaze held Hermione's. You should understand something, Miss Granger. I don't operate within the wizarding world's legal framework because I don't recognize the wizarding world's legal authority over my son. He is an American citizen, raised on American soil, educated at an American institution. The British Ministry of Magic has exactly as much jurisdiction over him as the British Ministry of Silly Walks, which is to say, none. Any attempt to exercise authority over Harrison will be met with the full weight of every resource I've spent 17 years accumulating. The room was very quiet. What resources, exactly? Hermione asked, because she was apparently the kind of person who walked toward the thing that frightened her, which Harry found both admirable and reckless. Wednesday folded her hands on the desk. Legal representation from the 3 most prominent magical law firms in the Western Hemisphere, retained on standing contract. Financial reserves sufficient to fund litigation for approximately 40 years. Intelligence dossiers on 67 senior ministry officials, 14 ICW delegates, and the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, each containing information that the respective individuals would prefer not become public knowledge. A media contact at the Wizarding World Herald who can have a story on the front page within 4 hours of my phone call. And, she paused, the personal mobile number of the current American Secretary of Magic, who considers me a friend because I once solved a problem for her that no one else could solve and who has expressed, in writing, that she considers any foreign attempt to remove a magical child from American soil to be an act of aggression. Hermione stared at her. I told you, Harry said. She prepares. I believe the word I'd use is fortified, Hermione said faintly. You've built a legal fortress. I've built several fortresses, Wednesday said. Legal. Financial. Intelligence. Physical. And educational. Harrison's training is itself a form of protection. An army that tries to take a child finds a child. An army that tries to take Harrison Addams finds something else entirely. She stood, which in Wednesday's body language meant the briefing was over. One more thing, she said, and her voice shifted, dropping the operational tone into something that Harry recognized as the voice she used when she was speaking not as his handler or his strategist but as his mother. If Vane touches you, if he so much as raises a wand in your direction with hostile intent, you have my permission to respond with everything I've taught you. Don't perform. Don't grandstand. Just be efficient. And the Addams rule always applies. No unnecessary suffering. Clean up after yourself. She looked at him with those dark, depthless eyes. But make sure he remembers. Marcus Vane made his move earlier than Wednesday had predicted. Harry was in the psychic defense classroom at 2 p.m., helping a group of third-year students with their shielding exercises, when the door opened and a man walked in who was not on the class roster, not on the faculty list, and not on any visitor log that Harry had been informed of. He was tall, 6'2", maybe 6'3", and he carried himself with the economy of movement that comes from decades of physical training. His gray hair was cropped close, his jaw was clean-shaven, and he wore a dark coat over what Harry's trained eye identified as lightweight body armor, the magical kind, reinforced with defensive charms that would absorb the first 3 or 4 spells before degrading. His wand was in a quick-draw holster on his right hip, and his hands were empty but positioned in what combat instructors called ready neutral, relaxed enough to look casual, tense enough to move in under a second. Every student in the room went quiet. Bianca, who was mid-demonstration at the front of the classroom, turned with a sharp precision that came from her siren instincts rather than her teaching training. Her eyes narrowed. This is a closed class, she said. I don't recall authorizing a visitor. Apologies, Professor. Vane's voice was calm, deep, Scottish, Edinburgh, probably, which matched Wednesday's intelligence. He had the kind of voice that was designed to reassure, to project authority without aggression. It was a good voice. Professional. My name is Marcus Vane. I'm here on behalf of the International Confederation of Wizards regarding a matter of some urgency. I'd like a word with your teaching assistant. He looked at Harry. His eyes did what all professionals' eyes did, a quick, systematic assessment. Height, weight, stance, hands, threat level. Harry watched Vane's calculation happen in real time, young, lean, no visible weapons, relaxed posture, non-threatening. He watched Vane file him under manageable and move on. That was Vane's first mistake. You're welcome to make an appointment through the administrative office, Harry said. He kept his voice even, his body language neutral. Office hours are posted on the school's website. Tuesdays and Thursdays, 3 to 5 p.m. I'm afraid this matter is time-sensitive, Mr. Vane paused, performing a man searching for a name. Addams, is it? Harrison Addams. That's what it says on my ID. Of course. Vane smiled. It was a controlled smile, the kind that professionals deployed when they wanted to appear reasonable while doing something unreasonable. I'd like to speak with you privately, if that's possible. It concerns your legal status under ICW Resolution 47B, and I have some documents that require your signature. The classroom was tense. The students were frozen at their desks, their psychic shielding exercises forgotten. Harry could feel their collective anxiety like a change in air pressure. Nevermore students were, almost without exception, people who had learned to recognize when authority figures showed up with false smiles and paperwork that required signatures. Every student in this room had a story about someone who'd come with forms and good intentions and taken something away. Bianca felt it too. Her siren abilities made her exquisitely sensitive to emotional atmospheres, and the fear in the room hit her like a physical force. She stepped forward, positioning herself between Vane and the students. "Mr. Vane, this is my classroom, and these are my students. Whatever business you have with Mr. Addams can be conducted outside this space and outside of class time. I'm going to ask you to leave." "Professor, I understand your concern, but the ICW has authorized." "I don't care what the ICW has authorized. You're on American soil, in a private institution, interrupting my class. Leave, or I'll have security escort you out." Vane's smile didn't waver, but something behind his eyes shifted, a recalculation, an adjustment to the tactical picture. He'd expected the classroom approach to work: walk in, establish authority, isolate the target before resistance could organize. It was a standard retrieval technique, and it worked on people who respected institutional authority. Nevermore didn't respect institutional authority. Nevermore was founded on the rejection of institutional authority. Vane hadn't done enough homework. That was his second mistake. "Of course," Vane said, his hands raised in a gesture of conciliation. "My apologies for the disruption. Mr. Addams, I'll be in the visitors' center when you have a moment." He turned and left. The door closed behind him with a click that felt, in the silent classroom, like a countdown starting. Harry looked at Bianca. She looked back. Neither of them spoke, but the conversation happened anyway, the rapid, nonverbal exchange of two people who'd worked together long enough to share a tactical vocabulary without words. "He's not leaving." "No. He's repositioning." "Students? Safe. I'll lock down the classroom." "Wednesday?" "Already knows." Harry nodded once and turned to the class. "Everyone stay here. Professor Barkley is going to continue the lesson. Practice your shielding, really focus on the emotional component, not just the structural. Build your walls from the inside out." He walked to the door. A student, Cal, the young werewolf, caught his sleeve. "Harry? Is that guy going to cause trouble?" Harry looked at Cal. The kid was 16, broad-shouldered, carrying the perpetual anxiety of someone whose body transformed against his will every full moon. He'd come to Nevermore because his pack had been raided by a Reclamation Bureau-adjacent task force 2 years ago, and 3 of his younger siblings had been relocated to ministry-approved homes. He hadn't seen them since. "No," Harry said. "He's not." He said it with the quiet certainty that Wednesday had taught him, the certainty that comes not from hope or bravado but from the simple, measured knowledge that you are prepared for what comes next and that the person coming for you is not prepared for you. Cal nodded and let go of his sleeve. Harry stepped into the corridor and closed the door behind him. Vane was waiting in the East Wing atrium, a wide, glass-ceilinged space where 2 corridors intersected, framed by stone arches and filled with the gray Vermont afternoon light. It was, Harry noted, a tactically sound choice. Open sight lines. Multiple exit routes. Enough space to maneuver but enclosed enough to limit escape. Vane had selected his battlefield. The man was standing by the central fountain, a smaller version of the courtyard fountain, this one featuring a stone nymph pouring water from a jug that never emptied. His coat was unbuttoned now, giving him faster access to his wand. His body language had shifted from the performance of bureaucratic civility to something more honest, alert, coiled, ready. Harry walked toward him with his hands in his pockets. A casual gesture that served a tactical purpose, it concealed the positioning of his fingers, which were already pressing specific pressure points in his palms that Wednesday had taught him to use as a rapid activation method for wandless magic. Not a spell, exactly. More like priming a circuit. "Mr. Vane," Harry said. "You wanted to talk." "I did." Vane's voice had dropped the bureaucratic warmth. What remained was professional and direct. "And I appreciate you coming to me rather than making me come back. Let's save each other some time. I'm all for efficiency." "Good. Then here it is, plainly. The Reclamation Bureau has filed a petition with the ICW for your protective transfer to British magical custody. The petition cites ICW Resolution 47B, subsections 3 through 7, regarding magical minors raised without standardized magical education in environments classified as high-risk or non-compliant. The petition has been fast-tracked and will be reviewed by the ICW's Family Welfare Committee in 72 hours. Harry listened. The information was not unexpected. Wednesday had predicted this exact play, but the 72-hour timeline was aggressive. It meant Umbridge had prepositioned the paperwork, probably weeks ago, and was using Vane's arrival as the trigger. "I'm 17, Harry said. In most jurisdictions, magical or otherwise, that puts me within a year of legal majority. The resolution was designed for young children. The resolution doesn't specify an age cutoff. It refers to magical minors, which under ICW convention means anyone under 18. And the high-risk environment classification. Nevermore Academy." Vane said it without inflection. "The Bureau has compiled a report documenting the school's history of incidents involving students with dangerous supernatural abilities, its lack of accreditation with any recognized magical education authority, and its association with," he paused, "the Addams family." "And what exactly is the Bureau's concern about the Addams family?" "The Addams family has been classified by the ICW's Threat Assessment Division as a dark adjacent hereditary entity. The Bureau's position is that a child raised in such an environment has been denied access to standardized magical education and socialized into practices that fall outside accepted magical norms." "Practices like what?" "You know what I mean, Mr. Addams. I'd like to hear you say it." Vane met his eyes. The Scottish professional and the American teenager regarded each other across 3 feet of stone floor, and Harry saw the moment when Vane stopped seeing a teenager and started seeing something else, something that the paperwork and the briefings hadn't prepared him for. "The interrogation of Thomas Becket," Vane said. "The memory modification of Roderick Falcrest. The 17-count incident report from the Jericho Police Department regarding unusual activity at Nevermore over the past decade. And the Addams family's documented history of practices that include, but are not limited to, necromancy, torture, and what one ICW assessor described as an almost artistic commitment to human suffering." Harry let the words sit in the air between them. He didn't defend, didn't deflect, didn't explain. Wednesday had taught him that responding to accusations was a form of accepting the accuser's framework, and the moment you accepted someone else's framework, you were fighting on their ground. Instead, he asked, "What are you really here for, Marcus?" The use of the first name was deliberate. It stripped away the professional distance, forced a personal register. Vane blinked, just once, just barely, and in that blink Harry read the truth. "You're not here for the paperwork," Harry continued. "The paperwork is the legal framework that Umbridge needs to justify what happens next. You're here to take me. The petition, the 72 hours, the resolution, that's all scaffolding. The building underneath is a grab-and-go operation. You walk me out of here voluntarily if I cooperate. You drag me out if I don't. Either way, I'm on a port key to London before the weekend." Vane's expression tightened. Not because Harry was wrong, but because Harry had dismantled his approach in under 3 minutes, which meant the intelligence briefing he'd been given, the one that described Harrison Addams as a moderately trained, emotionally vulnerable teenager with untrained magical abilities, was catastrophically inaccurate. "I'm going to give you a choice," Vane said. His hand drifted toward his wand. Not fast, controlled. A warning. Come with me voluntarily, and I'll ensure you're treated with respect. The Bureau's processing facility is uncomfortable, but it's not dangerous. You'll have legal representation, you'll have access to communication, and the whole thing will be resolved in a few weeks. And option 2? Option 2 is less comfortable for both of us. Harry nodded slowly. Then he took his hands out of his pockets and let them hang at his sides, open, relaxed, completely non-threatening. Marcus, he said. I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to hear it. Not as a target, but as a professional, one to another. Vane waited. You've been given bad intelligence. Whoever briefed you described me as a teenager with some combat training and undeveloped magical ability. They told you I'd be scared, that I'd be overwhelmed by the legal machinery, that the threat of forced removal would be enough to make me compliant. They told you this because the people who wrote my file have never met me, and the one person who did meet me, Thomas Beckett, was too embarrassed to give an accurate debrief after I broke him in under 4 minutes. Harry took one step forward. Just one. The distance between them closed from 3 feet to 2. I am not going with you. Not voluntarily, not involuntarily, not at all. And if you reach for that wand, what happens next is going to be fast, it's going to be decisive, and it's going to fundamentally change how the Ministry thinks about this operation. I don't want that. I'd rather you walk out of here intact and deliver a message. But that choice is yours. The atrium was silent. The fountain murmured. Light filtered through the glass ceiling in gray, diffuse sheets. Marcus Vane drew his wand. He was fast, genuinely fast, the kind of fast that came from years of combat experience and the muscle memory of 1,000 practice draws. His wand cleared the holster in under half a second, and a stunning spell was forming on his lips before the tip had fully risen. Harry moved faster. Not with magic. Not at first. He moved with the pure, refined physicality that Wednesday had spent 15 years building, stepping inside the arc of Vane's wand arm, killing the line between the wand tip and his own body so the spell had nowhere to go. His left hand caught Vane's wrist at the radial nerve cluster, the point where a precisely applied thumb pressure would cause the fingers to spasm and release, and his right hand drove a palm strike into Vane's sternum that carried just enough force to shock the diaphragm without cracking ribs. Vane gasped. His fingers opened. The wand dropped. Harry caught it out of the air with the hand that had just struck Vane's chest, a piece of sleight-of-hand fluidity that thing had taught him when he was 13, and tucked it into his own pocket in a single motion. Then the magic came. Harry didn't cast spells, not the way Hogwarts taught, not with incantations and wand movements and the careful taxonomic structure of British magical education. His magic was raw, instinctive, shaped by 17 years of Addams' training and Bianca's psychic instruction and his own strange, untamed connection to a power that nobody fully understood. It came from his hands, from his intent, from the precise mental architecture that Wednesday had spent his childhood building. He pressed 2 fingers to the side of Vane's neck, the vagal nerve, the body's emergency brake, and pushed a pulse of magic through the contact point. Not a spell. A command, delivered directly to Vane's nervous system in a language older than Latin: stop. Vane's legs buckled. He went to his knees, not in pain but in the sudden, total absence of his body's ability to remain upright. His motor control was intact, he could feel everything, move everything, but the coordination required to stand had been temporarily disconnected, like pulling a single wire from a complex machine. Harry crouched in front of him. Eye level. Close enough that Vane could see the green of his eyes, the thin white scar on his forehead, and the complete absence of anger or excitement or malice in his expression. This is what they didn't tell you, Harry said quietly. This is what Wednesday Addams teaches. Not cruelty. Not sadism. Precision. I know exactly where your body's control points are, and I know exactly how much force to apply to each one. I could have broken your arm when I disarmed you. I chose not to. I could have stopped your heart with the nerve strike. I chose not to. Everything that's happening to you right now is a choice, my choice, and every choice I've made in the last 4 seconds has been designed to stop you without hurting you. Vane stared at him. The professional assessment was gone. What remained was something rawer, not fear, exactly, but the destabilizing recognition that everything he'd been told about this situation was wrong, and that the gap between his preparation and reality was wide enough to kill him. You're outmatched, Marcus. Not because I'm more powerful than you, you've probably got 30 years of magical combat experience that I don't have. But because you came here expecting a child, and what you found is someone who was raised to be this. And this is something the Ministry doesn't have a classification for. Harry stood. He walked behind the fountain, picked up Vane's wand from his pocket, and placed it on the stone rim, within Vane's line of sight but out of immediate reach. The nerve disruption will wear off in about 90 seconds. Your coordination will return in stages, fingers first, then arms, then legs. You'll feel a tingling sensation, like a limb waking up after you've slept on it. It's harmless. He stepped back. Now. Here's the message I need you to deliver to the Reclamation Bureau, to Dolores Umbridge, and to anyone else who thinks they have a claim on me. I am Harrison Addams. I am a citizen of the United States. I am not a ward of the British Ministry of Magic, I am not a missing child, and I am not a target for retrieval. Any further attempts to remove me from my home will be met with legal action, public exposure, and, if necessary, a level of personal response that will make this conversation look like a friendly chat over tea. He paused by the atrium door. And Marcus? If you want to have that friendly chat over tea, you're welcome to come back. Knock on the front door during business hours. Wednesday makes an excellent Earl Grey. He left Vane on the floor of the atrium and walked back toward the classroom. His hands were steady. His heartbeat was 64 beats per minute, he checked, pressing 2 fingers to his own wrist as he walked, because Wednesday had taught him that self-monitoring after a confrontation was as important as the confrontation itself. The body could betray you after the adrenaline faded. If you didn't track your own systems, you could make mistakes in the decompression that you never would have made in the fight. 64. Resting rate. Controlled. Wednesday would be satisfied. He was halfway down the corridor when the shaking started. Not his hands, those were steady, always steady, trained to stability by 15 years of drills that Wednesday had made as natural as breathing. The shaking was internal, somewhere deep in the wiring of his nervous system, in the place where the body kept its honest reactions while the mind maintained its performance. Harry ducked into an empty classroom, closed the door, and pressed his back against the wall. He breathed. 4 counts in. 7 counts hold. 8 counts out. Wednesday's protocol for post-confrontation decompression, developed from a combination of special operations breathing techniques and something she'd learned from a Tibetan monk who owed the Addams family a favor after an incident involving a stolen relic and a very apologetic Yeti. The shaking subsided in 90 seconds. Harry monitored it, noted it, and filed it in the same mental category where he kept all the data about himself that Wednesday had taught him to track: reaction times, stress responses, recovery intervals. Self-knowledge wasn't vanity, it was maintenance. You couldn't operate a machine you didn't understand, and the most important machine any person operated was their own body. When the internal tremor passed, he stood in the empty classroom and allowed himself 10 seconds of something that wasn't analysis or preparation or control. 10 seconds of just being a 17-year-old who had just physically disabled a trained adult combatant in a school hallway and who was now standing alone in a dark room wondering whether he was the kind of person he wanted to be. Wednesday had built him for this. Every lesson, every drill, every morning run in the freezing Vermont dark, it had all been leading to moments like this, moments where someone came for him and he was ready. He was grateful for it. Deeply, genuinely grateful in a way that he'd never be able to articulate to anyone who hadn't been raised by Wednesday Addams. She'd given him the tools to protect himself, to protect the people and the school he loved, and those tools had worked exactly as designed. But there was a splinter in the gratitude. A small, sharp question that he couldn't quite pull out. Vane had been afraid. At the end, when Harry had looked into his eyes from 2 feet away, Vane hadn't just been surprised or defeated or professionally outmaneuvered. He'd been afraid. Of Harry. Of a teenager who could reach into a man's nervous system and shut it down like flipping a switch. And in the instant before Harry had stepped back and returned the wand and offered the peaceful resolution, he'd seen something in Vane's expression that he recognized, the same look he'd seen on the faces of every person he'd ever interrogated. The look of someone who understood, suddenly and completely, that the person in front of them could destroy them and might choose to. Was that what he wanted? To be someone people were afraid of? Wednesday would say fear was a tool like any other, useful, controllable, immoral. The fear itself wasn't the problem, what you did with it was. And Harry had used it responsibly. He'd used Vane's fear to end the confrontation cleanly, without permanent harm, without escalation. It was surgical. It was efficient. It was everything Wednesday had taught him to be. But Hermione's face flashed in his mind, the expression she'd worn when she'd watched him read Thomas Becket in the courtyard, the mixture of surprise and something harder to name. And he wondered, for the first time in a long time, what it looked like from the outside. Not the technique, not the efficiency, not the Addams philosophy of precision over cruelty. Just, him. A young man who could take someone apart with his hands and his magic and who was good enough at it that even the professionals were afraid. He thought about Lily Potter. About the photograph in Wednesday's desk, the young woman with the warm smile and the red hair who had died performing the most powerful magic in existence, unconditional love. Lily Potter hadn't been a fighter. She'd been a protector. The distinction was subtle but it mattered, and Harry had been thinking about it more often lately, ever since Wednesday had confirmed the Horcrux and the full scope of what the wizarding world expected of him. Fighters won battles. Protectors won wars. And the difference between the two was something Wednesday hadn't taught him, because it wasn't something Wednesday fully understood. Wednesday's love was a fortress. But Lily Potter's love was a shield, not the same thing, not at all. A fortress protected by keeping things out. A shield protected by standing between the threat and the person you loved, absorbing the blow yourself. Harry didn't know which kind of love he was capable of. He didn't know if he could stand in front of a killing curse the way Lily had, not because he lacked courage. Wednesday had beaten the fear of death out of him by age 12, but because he'd been trained to win, and dying wasn't winning. Sacrifice was a language he'd never been taught. Wednesday didn't believe in it. The Addams philosophy was survival through superiority, be smarter, be faster, be more prepared, and no one ever has to sacrifice anything. But what if the Horcrux couldn't be removed without sacrifice? What if the prophecy required something that Wednesday's training couldn't provide? The 10 seconds were over. Harry straightened, rolled his neck, and walked out of the classroom with his expression neutral and his mind already sorting the questions into their proper categories: urgent, important, and the kind of thing you think about at 3 a.m. when the school is quiet and the only company is a venomous spider who doesn't judge you for having feelings. Hermione found him in the greenhouse 30 minutes later. She came through the door fast, slightly out of breath, and stopped short when she saw him sitting on his usual bench, a watering can in one hand, calmly tending to a row of ferns. "You," she started. "I know. The entire school is talking about, I know." Bianca said she felt the magic from 2 floors away. She said it felt like someone hitting a piano with a hammer, not a chord, not a melody, just pure force channeled through a single note. Bianca has a flair for the poetic. Harry. Hermione sat on the bench. She was looking at him with an expression he couldn't entirely categorize. It had elements of shock, elements of professional admiration, and something else, something warmer and more complicated, that he didn't have a clean label for. "What did you do to him?" "I disarmed him in standard close-quarters combat. Then I used a wandless nerve disruption technique to immobilize him temporarily. Then I gave him a message and his wand back and let him walk out." "You gave his wand back?" "He's a professional. He was doing a job. The job was wrong, but the man was just a tool being used by people who never have to look their targets in the eye. Destroying his wand would have been punitive. I'm not punitive. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, you know what the Auror office would call what you did? I imagine they'd call it an assault on a sanctioned operative. They'd call it impossible. Harry, Vane is a ranked combat specialist. He was top 10 in the Auror combat assessment for 6 years running. He's fought dark wizards, hunted magical creatures, and survived situations that killed people with twice his experience. And you took him apart in, how long? About 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Without a wand. I don't use a wand. I noticed. She stared at the ferns. Wednesday taught you this. Wednesday taught me the physical techniques. The nerve strikes, the disarmament, the close-quarters methodology. The magic, he paused, searching for accurate language, the magic is mine. I can't explain it exactly. It's not spell work. It's more like. I can feel the systems in a person's body, the nervous system, the circulatory system, the magical core, and I can push into them. Interface with them. It's like the magic understands anatomy. That's not any school of magic I've studied. And I've studied everything. Nearly. She almost smiled. The closest analog I can think of is a branch of healing magic called systemic resonance. It's the idea that a healer can synchronize their magic with a patient's body to diagnose and treat conditions. But it's used for healing, not combat, and it requires years of specialized training and usually a wand as a focusing medium. Wednesday took me to a healer when I was 10, a woman in New York who specialized in outcast patients, people whose conditions were too unusual for mainstream magical medicine. She tested me and said my magic had an unusually intimate relationship with biological systems. She meant it as a diagnosis. Wednesday heard it as a curriculum. Hermione laughed. Then she covered her mouth, as if the laugh had escaped without permission. I'm sorry. I shouldn't find that funny. Your mother heard that her son had a rare magical gift for understanding the human body and decided to turn it into a combat system. She also taught me to set bones, suture wounds, and diagnose about 40 common conditions by touch. The combat application was an extension of the healing. Wednesday would say the two are the same thing. Understanding a system well enough to fix it means understanding it well enough to break it. The only difference is intent. That's. Hermione trailed off, looking at him with that complicated expression again. That's actually a profound philosophy of medicine. And also a terrifying one. Welcome to the Addams family. Marcus Vane left Jericho at 4 p.m., walking steadily under his own power, his dignity bruised but his body intact. Harry watched him go from Wednesday's office, standing beside the window while Wednesday worked at her desk, making phone calls in 3 languages and composing emails with the focused intensity of a general directing a campaign. He'll file his report tonight, Wednesday said between calls. Vane is professional enough to give an honest assessment, which means the Bureau will know within 24 hours that their initial approach has failed. They'll escalate. To what? Legal pressure first. The ICW petition is already filed, I confirmed it through my contact in The Hague an hour ago. Umbridge has support from 3 delegates on the Family Welfare Committee, which is enough to push the petition to a formal hearing. I've retained counsel to challenge it, but the process will take weeks. And while the process is ongoing, the Bureau will argue for an interim protective order, essentially a court-sanctioned extraction that places you in ministry custody while the case is adjudicated. It's their strongest play, because if they can get you physically into Britain, the legal dynamics shift dramatically. Challenging a custody order from inside British jurisdiction is exponentially harder than challenging one from outside. Harry turned from the window. They won't get me into Britain. No. They won't. Wednesday's typing stopped. She looked up. But the attempt will escalate in ways that create risk. Vane was a professional, he accepted defeat when he was beaten. The next person Umbridge sends might not be so graceful. And behind the Bureau's legal machinery, there's another factor. Voldemort. Voldemort. Hermione confirmed that the initial trace on your signature was planted by someone in Voldemort's network. That means Voldemort knows the Ministry is closing in on your location, which means he's running a parallel operation. The Ministry wants you as a political trophy. Voldemort wants you for the Horcrux. And we are now in a three-way chess game where each side thinks they're the only player, and none of them have accurately assessed the piece in the center of the board. Harry sat in the chair across from her desk. What do you need me to do? Wednesday regarded him with the expression that had always preceded the most important lessons of his life, steady, appraising, deeply serious. I need you to do something that goes against everything I've taught you. She folded her hands. I need you to let someone help. Harry said nothing. Hermione Granger has resources that we don't, institutional knowledge of the wizarding world, contacts within the Order of the Phoenix, and a depth of understanding of British magical law that would take me years to replicate. She also has access to Horcrux research that we need. I've been protecting you by controlling your environment, limiting your exposure, building walls. But walls only work against enemies who are trying to get in. The Horcrux is already inside. And to deal with it, we need knowledge that exists outside my walls. You trust her. I trust her motivations. She came here to find a person, not a weapon. That distinction matters. And the rest? The rest, I'm still evaluating. But I've watched her for 3 days, and I've seen how she looks at this school, these students, and you. She's not performing compassion. She's not calculating advantage. She's genuinely disturbed by what the Bureau does to children, and she's genuinely invested in your well-being, separate from your tactical value. A pause. Those are rare qualities in someone who's been fighting a war. Wars tend to burn compassion out of people. She's either remarkably resilient or remarkably naive, and I don't think it's naivety. This was, Harry realized, the closest Wednesday had come to endorsing another human being since Enid Sinclair had worn down her resistance through 20 years of relentless friendship. Invite her to dinner, Wednesday said, returning to her emails. Tonight. Here. You said tomorrow. Circumstances have accelerated. She typed without looking at him. I'm making the chicken. The Morticia recipe. The one that's technically a chemical weapon. The one that separates the serious from the casual. If she can eat it, she's earned a seat at the table. A beat. Metaphorically and literally. Harry found Hermione in the library. She was surrounded by books again, she seemed to generate books around her through some natural process, like a reef building itself from coral, and she was writing furiously in her notebook, cross-referencing 3 different texts simultaneously. Dinner tonight, Harry said. Wednesday's apartment. 7 p.m. Hermione looked up. Her hair had partially escaped its knot and was framing her face in a way that Harry's analytical mind catalogued as distracting and his emotional mind catalogued as warm. Dinner with Wednesday Addams. She said it like she was considering a dare. Is there anything I should know? Dress code? Forbidden topics? Survival equipment? Wear whatever you want. Talk about whatever you want. Wednesday respects directness more than anything else. If you try to be diplomatic, she'll see through it and lose respect for you. If you say what you actually think, she might disagree, but she'll engage. And the food? The food is a test. Eat whatever she puts in front of you. Don't ask what's in it. If it burns, that's intentional. If it moves, that's also intentional. If you survive the appetizer, you've passed. You're joking. Harry smiled. It was the smile that Enid said made him look human. I'm mostly joking. Mostly. It's very good chicken. Hermione studied him for a moment, and Harry watched her expression shift through several layers, amusement, nervousness, determination, and something that settled at the bottom like sediment, a quiet, genuine pleasure at being invited. 7 o'clock, she said. I'll be there. Harry turned to leave, then stopped. He reached into his bag and pulled out a slim volume, a paperback, well thumbed, with a cracked spine and dog-eared pages. He set it on the table between her stacks of research. What's this? She asked. Byron. Don Juan. You said you wanted to discuss whether he was a genius or a fool. Hermione picked up the book. She opened it to a random page, scanned a few lines, and looked up with an expression that Harry couldn't decode. It was too layered, too quick, too honest. This is your copy, she said. It has notes in the margins. I trust you to return it. That's, Harry, you said trust is a controlled experiment. It is. He held her gaze. This is the experiment. Something shifted in the air between them, not magic, not exactly, though Harry's senses were tuned finely enough that he could sometimes feel the boundary between the two blur. It was a change in potential, like the charged stillness before a thunderstorm. Two people standing on the edge of something and deciding, simultaneously and without discussion, whether to step forward. Byron argued that passion was the highest form of intelligence, Harry said. He wasn't sure why he was still talking, except that leaving felt like retreating, and he didn't retreat. He believed that the mind at its sharpest was the mind in the grip of genuine feeling. Most people think that's romantic nonsense. I think it's the most dangerous idea in English literature. Dangerous how? Because it means the cold, analytical approach, the one Wednesday taught me, the one I've built my entire operating system around, might be the second best way of understanding the world. And if that's true, then everything I am is optimized for silver when gold was always available. Hermione looked at him the way she looked at a problem she hadn't expected, with the bright, focused hunger of a mind encountering something genuinely new. You think feeling things makes you smarter? I think feeling things makes you braver. And I'm starting to wonder if that's the same thing. He left before she could respond. It wasn't evasion, not exactly. It was the strategic withdrawal that Wednesday had taught him was the most underrated move in any negotiation, leaving the other person with something to think about. Behind him, he heard Hermione open the book again. The sound of turning pages followed him down the corridor like something hopeful. Dinner was a battlefield, as all Addams' meals were. Wednesday's apartment had been arranged with the precision of a military operation, the small dining table set for three, the good china, black with silver edges, inherited from Grandmama Addams, the silver candlesticks that may or may not have been looted from a Spanish galleon in 1742. The lighting was low, the music was absent. Wednesday considered background music an insult to conversation, and the air carried the complex, layered scent of food that was being prepared by someone who viewed cooking as both an art and a form of psychological assessment. Hermione arrived at exactly 7 p.m., which Wednesday noted with a fractional nod of approval. She was wearing dark clothes, not black, but close, a diplomatic gesture toward Addams' aesthetics that showed awareness without submission. Smart. She carried a bottle of wine, which she presented to Wednesday with a directness that bypassed social nicety. I wasn't sure what to bring. This is a 2019 Barolo that a friend recommended for occasions where first impressions matter. I have no idea if it's any good. Wine is the one subject I've never studied. Wednesday took the bottle, examined the label, and said, adequate. I prefer poisons, but wine is a reasonable substitute. Thank you. I think. Dinner began with a soup that Hermione navigated with visible courage and no comment, despite the fact that Harry knew for a certainty it contained at least 2 ingredients that weren't commercially available in the United States. The main course was the chicken, Morticia Addams's personal recipe, passed down through 3 generations, spiced with something that made the air itself feel warmer and that had once, according to family legend, caused a visiting health inspector to briefly speak in tongues. Hermione ate everything. Her eyes watered. She didn't reach for water. She didn't comment. She simply ate, chewed, swallowed, and maintained eye contact with Wednesday while doing so. Wednesday watched. Harry watched Wednesday watching. The entire dinner was a three-way observation exercise, each person studying the others while pretending to focus on the food. "Tell me about the Order of the Phoenix," Wednesday said, between precisely portioned bites. "What do you want to know?" "Everything. Start with your organizational structure. I want to understand who makes decisions and on what basis." Hermione set down her fork. "The Order operates on a cell structure, small groups with limited intercell communication. Central leadership consists of 5 senior members who rotate operational authority on a weekly basis. Current leadership includes Minerva McGonagall, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Arthur Weasley, Nymphadora Tonks, and Remus Lupin. Military experience among the leadership. Kingsley was head of the Auror office before Voldemort's people forced him out. Tonks is active Auror, deep cover. McGonagall fought in the First War. Arthur and Remus are strategic thinkers rather than combat specialists. Funding. Limited. We operate on donations and personal contributions. The Weasley family provides safe houses. The Longbottom estate has been the primary financial backer, though that's complicated, because of Neville. Because of Neville. Hermione's expression tightened. He's been carrying the weight of the prophecy for 17 years. The Order has leaned on him too heavily, and he knows it, and we know it, and knowing it hasn't changed the dynamic because there's no one else to carry it. "There's Harry," Wednesday said. The table went quiet. The candles flickered. Harry looked at Wednesday and saw something he rarely saw, not calculation, not strategy, but the raw, protective ferocity of a mother considering whether to expose her child to the thing she'd spent his entire life shielding him from. "There's Harry," Hermione agreed softly. "But I didn't come here to put that weight on him. I came because he has a right to know, and because the Horcrux in his scar is a threat to him regardless of whether he joins the fight." "The Horcrux is my primary concern," Wednesday said. "Not the war, not the prophecy, not the British ministry's bureaucratic kidnapping operation. The soul fragment in my son's head is an active threat that I have contained but cannot eliminate." "Can the Order help with that?" "We have the most comprehensive Horcrux research in the world. Dumbledore spent his final years studying them. We've identified and destroyed 4 of Voldemort's 6 Horcruxes. Harry's scar is one of the remaining 2. What about the 6th? Voldemort's snake. Nagini. She's never more than 10 feet from him." Wednesday absorbed this with the focused intensity of someone integrating new data into an existing strategic framework. Harry could almost see the recalculation happening, the threat assessment updating, the contingency plans reshuffling, the priorities reordering. "I want access to Dumbledore's research," Wednesday said. "All of it. Unredacted, uncurated, unsanitized. If you give me cleaned-up summaries designed to guide me toward a predetermined conclusion, I will know, and our cooperation will end immediately." "I can arrange that. I'll need to clear it with the leadership, but I don't anticipate resistance." "Good." Wednesday picked up her wine glass. "Now. Tell me about yourself, Miss Granger. Not the operative. Not the Order member. You." Hermione blinked. Of all the things she'd clearly prepared for tonight, personal disclosure hadn't been high on the list. What would you like to know? Why do you fight?" Not the political answer. Not the moral answer. The real one. A long pause. Harry watched Hermione wrestle with the question, watched her reject 3 or 4 surface-level responses in favor of something deeper, something that cost more to say. "Because I'm Muggle-born," she said finally. "My parents are dentists. They have no magic. In Voldemort's world, I'm subhuman, I'm contamination. Everything I've learned, everything I've accomplished, everything I am is considered an aberration. A mistake." She met Wednesday's eyes. "I fight because the alternative is accepting that the people who hate me might be right. And I refuse." Wednesday held her gaze for 3 full seconds. Then she refilled Hermione's wine glass. "You'll do," she said. Coming from Wednesday Addams, it was the highest praise available. After dinner, Hermione left with the Byron book tucked under her arm and a container of leftover chicken that Wednesday had pressed on her with the words, "Eat this tomorrow, it's better the second day, and also it will have bonded with your digestive system by then," which is a compliment. Harry helped Wednesday clear the dishes. They worked in silence, the comfortable, practiced silence of two people who had shared this routine 1,000 times. Wash, dry, put away. The rhythm of domesticity, grounding and real. "She passed," Wednesday said, handing him a plate. "The chicken?" "All of it. The chicken, the conversation, the eye contact, the honesty." She paused. "She's the first person to answer that question, 'Why do you fight?' without mentioning duty or destiny or the greater good. She fights for herself. That's the strongest motivation there is. Selfless fighters burn out. Selfish fighters run away. But someone who fights because the alternative is an insult to their own existence, that person will never stop." Harry dried the plate and set it in the cabinet. "You approve." "I approve of her character. Her strategic value is self-evident." "And," Wednesday handed him the last glass, "you looked at her the way your father reportedly looked at your mother. I read it in Dumbledore's files." James Potter was known for a particular expression when Lily Evans spoke, as if she were saying something he'd always known but had never heard out loud. Harry almost dropped the glass. "You're comparing me to my father." "I'm making an observation. You can do with it what you wish." She turned off the water, dried her hands, and looked at him with the expression that meant she was about to say something she considered important. "Harrison. I raised you to be complete without anyone else. That was deliberate. I never wanted you to need another person, because need is a vulnerability. But I've learned, over many years and largely against my will, that choosing someone is different from needing them. Choosing is a strength. Enid taught me that." She walked toward her bedroom door, then stopped. "Your mother, Lily Potter, chose your father. And your father chose to stand in front of Voldemort with no chance of winning, because choosing Lily and choosing you was more important than survival." A pause. "I don't believe in destiny. But I believe in choice. And I believe that the people we choose are the truest expression of who we are." She closed the bedroom door behind her. Harry stood alone in the kitchen, holding a dry wine glass, feeling something that he had no clean label for but that lived in the space between his ribs and expanded when he breathed. Outside, the night settled over Nevermore like a held breath. The stars were cold and distant and indifferent, as stars always were. The school creaked and murmured in its sleep, old timbers shifting, enchantment cycling, the eternal small sounds of a building that had sheltered outcasts for over 2 centuries. And below the school, in the dark places where the foundations met the mountain's bones, something stirred. The old wards carved into the granite walls pulsed with a faint, blue-white light that no one was awake to see, a light that grew brighter for 3 heartbeats, then faded, then grew again. Like breathing. In and out. In and out. Patient as stone. Old as silence. Waiting. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, What the Darkness Taught Me. Draco Malfoy arrived at Nevermore's gates at 11:47 p.m. on a Thursday, and he arrived badly. Harry was in his greenhouse annex, sitting cross-legged on the stone floor with a Latin text on Horcrux theory balanced on one knee and a cup of cold coffee balanced on the other, when Wednesday's surveillance network triggered a cascade of alerts that lit up his phone like a Christmas tree, a comparison Wednesday would have found distasteful, since she considered Christmas an unnecessarily cheerful assault on the senses. The alerts came in rapid succession. Perimeter ward tripped at the main gate. Single individual. Magical signature, strong but unstable, flickering like a candle in a draft. No concealment charms, no disillusionment, no attempt at stealth. Either the person was too arrogant to hide or too desperate to bother. Harry was on his feet and moving before the third alert finished buzzing. He crossed the campus at a controlled run, not sprinting, because sprinting was a panic response and Wednesday had trained the panic out of him before he was 10, and reached the main gate in under 3 minutes. The gate was wrought iron, 12 feet tall, crowned with spikes that were decorative in theory and functional in practice. The Nevermore crest hung at the center, an ornate end wrapped in thorns, and the whole assembly was warded with enough defensive magic to give a small army pause. Beyond the gate, the access road wound down through dense forest toward the town of Jericho, and the only light came from a pair of old-fashioned lanterns mounted on the gateposts that burned with a cool, blue-white flame. In that light, Harry saw a young man on his knees. He was Harry's age, maybe a year older, with white blonde hair that was matted with something dark on the left side. Blood. His clothes had been expensive once, the kind of tailored wizarding robes that spoke of old money and older arrogance, but they were torn, scorched in places, and soaked through with rain that had stopped falling an hour ago. His right arm hung at an angle that told Harry the shoulder was dislocated. His left hand was pressed against his ribs, and even from 10 feet away, Harry could see the shallow, rapid breathing of someone managing significant pain. The young man looked up. His eyes were gray, light, sharp, and filled with a desperate intelligence that was currently running on adrenaline and whatever reserves a body could scrape together when everything else was gone. "You're Harrison Addams," he said. His voice was British, upper class, and shaking. I need sanctuary. They're coming. They'll be here by morning." Harry studied him through the gate's iron bars. The assessment was automatic, Wednesday's training running like software in the background. Injuries: dislocated right shoulder, probable rib fractures on the left side, laceration to the scalp, head wounds bled dramatically but were often superficial, possible magical damage. The flickering signature suggested core instability, which happened when a wizard pushed their magic past its limits through desperation or torture. Threat level: minimal in current condition, potentially significant if this was a performance. Emotional state: genuine fear, genuine pain, and beneath both, something harder and more complicated: shame. "Who are you?" Harry asked. The young man laughed. It came out as a cough. "Draco Malfoy. Son of Lucius Malfoy, Death Eater, servant of the Dark Lord, and currently, as of about 6 hours ago, a traitor." Harry didn't move. "Why should I believe that?" "Because I have information about the Dark Lord's plans for you. Because I know what the Horcrux in your scar really means. And because," Draco's voice cracked, and in the crack Harry heard something that couldn't be faked, the raw, bleeding edge of someone who had burned every bridge behind them and was staring at the gap where the next bridge should be, "because I have nowhere else to go. My father will kill me. Bellatrix will kill me. The Dark Lord will do worse than kill me. I came here because this is the only place in the world that the people hunting me are afraid of. They're afraid of Nevermore. They're afraid of her. Your mother. Wednesday Addams. The Dark Lord's intelligence network considers her a Tier 1 threat, the same classification as Dumbledore. The same classification as himself." Draco managed something that was almost a smile. "It's the only compliment the Dark Lord has ever given anyone." Harry stood at the gate, the cold Vermont air sharp in his lungs, and weighed the decision. This was the moral algebra that Wednesday had taught him to perform, the calculation of risk, benefit, cost, and consequence that preceded every significant choice. Let Draco in, and he was potentially admitting a spy, a trap, a Trojan horse packed with dark magic and worse intentions. Turn Draco away, and he was condemning a man to death and losing intelligence that might be critical to the Horcrux problem. Wednesday would tell him to verify first. Interrogate through the gate, extract what he could, assess authenticity, then decide. But Harry was looking at a boy his own age, bleeding, broken, terrified, and something that wasn't analytical and wasn't trained was making itself heard beneath the layers of Wednesday's education. It was the thing that Enid had planted in him through years of birthdays and hugs and relentless warmth. It was the thing that Lily Potter's sacrifice had made fireproof. Compassion. Not the weak kind, not the kind that gave without thinking, but the kind that saw someone suffering and responded not because it was strategic but because it was right. Harry opened the gate. "If this is a trap," he said, reaching for Draco's uninjured arm, "I will make what you're running from look comfortable." "If this is a trap," Draco said, leaning on him, "I'll deserve it." Hermione was waiting in the main corridor. She'd heard the alerts. Wednesday had added her to the surveillance notification list 2 days ago, a gesture of inclusion that Hermione had correctly interpreted as a significant trust milestone, and she was standing with her wand drawn and her expression set in the grim, focused look of someone who'd spent 5 years in a covert resistance and knew that late-night visitors rarely brought good news. Her expression became significantly grimmer when she saw who Harry was supporting. Malfoy. The name came out like a blade. Draco looked at her through pain-glazed eyes. "Granger. A beat. You look terrible. You look like someone ran you through a chipper." "Close. It was Bellatrix. She uses cruciatus instead of blades, less mess, same effect." He coughed, and blood flecked his lips. "If it's any consolation, she did it because I tried to stop her from torturing a Muggle family in Wiltshire. The Potters weren't the first family he destroyed, Granger. Just the most famous." Hermione's wand didn't lower, but something in her stance shifted, the minute recalibration of someone whose hatred was being complicated by information. "Take him to the medical wing," she said to Harry. "I'll get Wednesday. Wednesday already knows." Harry adjusted his grip on Draco, who was fading fast. The adrenaline that had carried him to the gate was burning out, and his body was starting to present the full bill for what it had endured. "She's been watching since the perimeter alarm. If she didn't intercept us, she's decided to let this play out. She lets a lot play out. She believes in gathering information before acting. The more data she has, the better her decisions. And in the meantime, Draco Malfoy is inside the school." Harry looked at Hermione. She looked back. The tension between them was different from their usual dynamic. It wasn't the productive friction of two minds engaging, but the harder, more dangerous friction of two people who wanted different things in the same moment. Hermione wanted security. Harry wanted information. And Draco Malfoy, hanging between them like a question mark, represented both a threat to one and a resource for the other. "I know him," Hermione said quietly. "From school. He was cruel, Harry. Not just prejudiced, actively, deliberately cruel. To me, to people like me, to anyone he considered beneath him. He called me mud-blood for 7 years. And now he's bleeding on your shoes because he tried to protect Muggle families from being tortured." Harry didn't let go of Draco. "People are complicated. People are dangerous. Yes. But so are we." The medical wing at Nevermore was overseen by Dr. Elena Vasquez, a healer of mixed magical and mundane heritage who had been expelled from 3 different magical medical institutions for her unorthodox approach to patient care, which in practice meant she was willing to treat outcasts, dark creatures, and anyone else the mainstream medical establishment preferred to let suffer. She was short, fierce, in her 50s, and she was the only person at Nevermore who could give Wednesday Addams a direct order and expect compliance. Dislocated shoulder, 3 cracked ribs, a scalp laceration that needs 6 stitches, and extensive nerve damage consistent with prolonged cruciatus exposure, Dr. Vasquez catalogued, her hands moving over Draco's body with the professional efficiency of someone who treated worse. "He's also dehydrated, malnourished, and hasn't slept in at least 48 hours. Will he live?" Harry asked. "He'll live. Whether he recovers depends on how bad the nerve damage is. Cruciatus can cause permanent degradation of the peripheral nervous system if sustained long enough." His left hand, she lifted it, and Harry saw the tremor, a fine, constant vibration that Draco couldn't suppress, may not stabilize. Draco was semi-conscious on the medical bed, his eyes half open, tracking the conversation with the dull awareness of someone too exhausted to participate but too frightened to let go completely. Harry sat in the chair beside the bed and waited while Dr. Vasquez worked, setting the shoulder with a spell that made Draco gasp, closing the scalp wound with a combination of magical suture and mundane stitching, applying nerve restoration salves to the worst of the cruciatus damage. When she was done, she gave Harry a look that said, "I have opinions about this situation, but I'll save them for when the patient isn't listening," and left. Harry sat. He watched Draco breathe, the rhythm evening out as the pain management potions took effect, the tension draining from his face in stages like a tide going out. Under the blood and the bruises and the torn robes, Draco Malfoy was sharp-featured and pale, with the kind of bone structure that spoke of centuries of careful breeding and the kind of shadows under his eyes that spoke of months of accumulated terror. Harry waited. Patience was the interrogator's sharpest blade. Draco's eyes opened fully. They focused on Harry with the slow precision of someone surfacing from deep water. "You're going to interrogate me," he said. "Yes. Will it hurt?" "That depends entirely on you." Draco closed his eyes. "Open them. Just ask. I'll tell you everything. I don't have the energy for games, and I don't have anything left to protect." Harry studied him. The micro-expressions were consistent with genuine exhaustion and genuine surrender, the slight downturn of the mouth, the slack musculature around the eyes, the absence of the defensive tension that accompanied deception. Either Draco Malfoy was the finest actor Harry had ever encountered, or he was exactly what he appeared to be, a broken man who had chosen the right side too late to prevent the damage but early enough to make the choice count. "Tell me about Voldemort's plan," Harry said. "Start with the Horcrux." Draco exhaled. The sound was thin and tired and carried the weight of someone about to betray everything he'd been raised to serve. "The Dark Lord discovered the scar connection about 2 years ago," he began. "He'd always known you survived the killing curse, that's common knowledge. What he didn't understand was how. Dumbledore's theory, that your mother's sacrifice created a protective charm, was partially correct, but it wasn't the whole picture. The whole picture is that when the killing curse rebounded, it didn't just scar you. It lodged a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul in the wound. You're a Horcrux, Potter. The 7th one. I know. What does Voldemort want to do about it?" Draco's eyes flickered with surprise, the brief, involuntary contraction of the orbicularis oculi that indicated genuine shock. He hadn't expected Harry to already know. "He wants it back. The soul fragment. He's been losing power for years, subtle losses, nothing dramatic, but enough that the inner circle has noticed. He tires more quickly. His spells are fractionally weaker. His connection to Nagini, the 6th Horcrux, has become strained. He attributed it to the ritual he used to resurrect himself, but the truth is simpler, the fragment in your scar is dying." Harry's hand went to his forehead. Involuntary. He pressed his fingertips to the scar and felt the warm, faintly pulsing skin, the tissue that Wednesday had monitored since he was an infant, that Bianca had probed with her siren senses, that Dr. Vasquez had tested annually with every diagnostic tool available. Dying how? The Dark Lord's Horcruxes are designed to exist in inert containers, objects, animals. Things that don't fight back. But you're not inert. You're alive, you're magically active, and, Draco hesitated, and Harry saw something complicated move through his expression, you were raised by someone who apparently spent 17 years building a mental fortress specifically designed to contain dark magic. The fragment can't feed. It can't grow. It can't communicate. It's been starving since you were a child, and it's pulling energy from the Dark Lord's main soul to sustain itself. Every year you get stronger, the fragment gets weaker, and the Dark Lord loses another fraction of himself. So he needs me alive. He needs you alive, brought to him, and broken. The fortress your mother, Wednesday, built around the fragment needs to come down. If your mental defenses collapse, if you're pushed past your limits emotionally, psychologically, magically, the fragment will be exposed, and the Dark Lord can reabsorb it. That's the plan. That's why he's been feeding intelligence to the Ministry, maneuvering the Reclamation Bureau into doing his preliminary work. He wants them to find you, to pressure you, to destabilize you. And when you're off balance, he sends Bellatrix to finish the job. The medical wing was quiet. The soft hum of healing charms filled the air like distant music. Harry sat very still, processing what Draco had told him through the analytical framework Wednesday had built, sorting the information into categories, testing it against existing data, mapping the implications. Bellatrix, Harry said. Where is she now? Draco's face went white. Not the pale of his natural complexion but the bloodless white of genuine terror, the kind of white that human skin only achieved when the body decided that sending blood to the extremities was a luxury it could no longer afford. Close, he whispered. She was a day behind me. Maybe less. She's been tracking me since I left the manor. She wants me dead, but she also knows I'd run to the only place she'd been ordered to find. I led her here. I'm sorry. I didn't have anywhere else. You led Bellatrix Lestrange to my school. The words came out cold. Not angry. Harry didn't do anger in its crude, explosive form. Wednesday had refined that raw material into something more useful long ago. But cold, with the precise, measured chill of someone calculating whether a guest was an asset or a liability and finding the math uncomfortably close to even. I know, Draco said. His voice was ragged. I know what I did. But the information, the plan, the Horcrux, everything, it dies with me if I die out there. And if the Dark Lord gets the soul fragment back at full strength, he won't just be immortal, Potter. He'll be powerful in a way that nobody alive has ever seen. The resurrection ritual weakened him. Reabsorbing a starved Horcrux keeps him weakened. But a healthy fragment? Intact, full strength, ripped from a host whose mental defenses have been shattered. That completes a circuit that makes him invulnerable. Harry looked at Draco for a long time. The monitors beeped. The healing charms hummed. Why did you turn? Harry asked. Not the tactical reasons. The real reason. Draco's left hand, the one that trembled, clenched against the blanket. The tremor worsened, and Harry watched Draco fight it the way you fight a tide, stubbornly, uselessly, with the full weight of your will thrown against something that your will cannot control. There was a family, Draco said. In Wiltshire. Muggles. Father, mother, 2 daughters. The Dark Lord wanted the property. There's a ley line convergence under the land that he needed for the ritual site. Bellatrix was sent to clear them out. Clear them out, meaning make them scream until they signed the deed over, and then make them scream a bit more because Bellatrix considers it a perk of the job. His voice had gone flat. Dissociated. Harry recognized it, the emotional monotone of someone narrating a memory that was too fresh and too sharp to survive direct contact with feeling. The younger daughter was 7. She had blonde hair. She was wearing a nightgown with stars on it. Draco's eyes were fixed on the ceiling. Bellatrix hit her with the cruciatus. Not a full-strength cast, Bellatrix was playing, using it at low intensity, making the child scream just enough to motivate the father. And I was standing there. In my robes. With my mask. Watching a 7-year-old girl in a star nightgown convulse on her living room floor while her parents begged and Bellatrix laughed. The tremor in his hand was violent now. Harry said nothing. I broke her concentration. Disarmed her, for about 3 seconds before she destroyed me. The family got out. The girl got out. But Bellatrix, he touched his ribs, his shoulder, his scalp, mapping the geography of punishment. Bellatrix was very, very unhappy. He looked at Harry. The gray eyes were wet, and the tears were the kind that didn't fall, held back not by composure but by the sheer physical inability of someone too dehydrated to cry properly. That's why I turned. Not politics. Not strategy. A 7-year-old in a star nightgown. That's it. That's the whole reason. Hermione was in the corridor when Harry emerged from the medical wing. She was sitting on a bench with her notebook open, but she wasn't writing, she was staring at the opposite wall with the 1,000-yard focus of someone whose thoughts were very far from the stone and mortar around her. "Well?" she said. Harry sat beside her. He was tired, not the physical exhaustion of a hard day, but the deeper tiredness that came from processing human suffering and calculating its strategic implications simultaneously. Wednesday could do both without strain. Harry was learning that he couldn't, and he wasn't sure he wanted to learn. "He's genuine," Harry said. "The story checks out against the intelligence Wednesday's already gathered, and the emotional indicators are consistent with authentic trauma. He's not a plant." "You're sure?" 92% sure. "The remaining 8% is the margin I maintain on everything because Wednesday taught me that certainty is a luxury and overconfidence is a morgue." Hermione almost smiled. "Almost. And the information?" "Voldemort wants the Horcrux back. He needs me alive and mentally broken to extract it. Bellatrix is the instrument. She's less than a day behind Draco, which means she'll be in the area by tomorrow." "And you believe him about the soul fragment? That Wednesday's training is starving it?" "It explains things. The scar's decreasing activity over the years, the cessation of the nightmares at age 11, the fact that the psychic pressure Bianca detected has been getting weaker rather than stronger. If Wednesday built a mental cage around the fragment, and if that cage has been slowly suffocating it, then you're killing Voldemort by inches. Without even knowing it." Hermione's voice carried a note of wonder that was layered over something darker. "Wednesday turned you into a weapon against Voldemort before you even knew he existed. She turned me into someone who could survive a parasitic soul fragment. The weaponization was accidental." Harry paused. "Or it wasn't. With Wednesday, it's sometimes hard to tell." They sat in silence. The medical wing's soft sounds filtered through the closed door, monitors, charms, the occasional murmur of Draco talking in his sleep. Outside, the night was clear and cold, and through the corridor's arched windows the stars were sharp enough to cut. "I need to tell you something," Hermione said. "About Draco. About who he was. You told me. He was cruel. He was worse than cruel. He was ideological. He believed in blood purity the way other people believe in gravity, as a fundamental law of nature. Muggleborns like me were, in his framework, not just inferior but actively contaminating. He used to say, openly, in front of teachers who did nothing, that people like me had stolen our magic and that one day the natural order would be restored." She paused. "He made my school years hell, Harry. Not every day, not relentlessly, but enough that the word mudblood still makes my stomach clench. And now? Now he's in your medical wing, trembling from cruciatus nerve damage because he tried to save a Muggle child. And I don't know what to do with that." Harry looked at her. In the dim corridor light, Hermione's face held the complexity of someone grappling with a question that had no clean answer, the kind of question that Wednesday's philosophy was not designed to handle, because Wednesday dealt in systems and strategies and the clean mathematics of cause and effect, and forgiveness was not a mathematical operation. Wednesday would say that past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior, Harry said. That people don't change, they reveal. And what would Harry say? He thought about it. Really thought, in the way that he reserved for questions that mattered too much to answer quickly. Harry would say that people change when the cost of staying the same becomes unbearable. And that a man who takes a beating from Bellatrix Lestrange to protect a child he was raised to consider subhuman has paid a cost that deserves to be taken seriously. That doesn't mean he's forgiven. No. It means he's earned the right to try. Hermione was quiet for a long time. Then she reached over and took his hand, a simple, human gesture that bypassed every analytical framework and defensive protocol and spoke directly to the part of Harry that Enid had cultivated and Wednesday had grudgingly allowed to grow. "You're a better person than your training," she said. "Don't tell Wednesday. I think she already knows. I think that's why she let Enid stay." They sat in the corridor, hand in hand, and the silence between them was the warmest thing Harry had felt in a long time. Wednesday appeared at 6 a.m. She'd been working through the night. Harry could tell by the particular quality of stillness she carried after long hours of strategic planning, a focused, compressed energy that was the opposite of exhaustion. She entered the medical wing, looked at Draco, now sleeping properly, the potions doing their work, and then looked at Harry, who had stayed in the chair by the bed all night. "You verified his account," she said. "Independently confirmed against our existing intelligence. Cross-referenced his timeline with the Wiltshire incident. I searched the Muggle news feeds and found a police report from 6 days ago about a family in Devizes claiming they'd been attacked by people in costumes. The description of the attackers matches Death Eater operational protocol. And Bellatrix? Inbound. Less than 24 hours. Draco says she was tracking him, which means she'll follow his trail to Nevermore, but she won't approach directly. Bellatrix is psychotic, not stupid. She'll observe, assess, and choose her moment." Wednesday nodded. She walked to the window and looked out at the campus, grey dawn light washing over the Gothic architecture, the mountains framing the school like the walls of a fortress, the forest pressing close on every side. "I've activated the secondary defense perimeter," she said. "Bianca is reinforcing the psychic wards. Enid has been notified and is coordinating with the student security prefects to implement the lockdown protocol we drilled last semester. The students will be told there's a credible security threat and that standard precautions are in effect. They won't be told the specific nature of the threat, because telling a school full of outcast teenagers that a notorious dark witch is hunting someone on campus is a recipe for panic, heroism, or, worst case, both." Harry stood. His body was stiff from a night in the chair, and he stretched the way Wednesday had taught him, systematically, joint by joint, as much diagnostic as therapeutic. "What's our play?" he asked. "We don't play. We prepare. Bellatrix will approach on her own terms and timeline, and attempting to control when and how she arrives is a waste of resources. Instead, we ensure that when she makes her move, we're positioned to respond. You, Hermione, and Bianca will be on active alert. I'll coordinate from the command center. Enid covers the perimeter. And Draco? Draco stays in the medical wing under guard. If his information is genuine, and I'm provisionally accepting that it is, then he's too valuable to risk. If his information is a trap, then he's too dangerous to leave unwatched." She looked at Harry. "You're the one who let him in. That makes him your responsibility." "I know. Do you also know that letting him in was the right decision?" Harry met her eyes. "Wednesday, you would have let him bleed out at the gate. I would have interrogated him through the bars and made a decision based on verified intelligence. What you did, opening the gate on instinct, on feeling, is not what I taught you. No. It's what Enid taught me." Wednesday's expression didn't change. But something behind it shifted, a tectonic adjustment, deep and slow, the kind of movement that happened at the foundational level of who a person was. "Enid," she said, as if the name itself was an argument she'd been having with herself for 20 years and had never quite resolved. "You kept her in my life for a reason, Mom. You could have isolated me. Raised me purely in your philosophy, without the counterweight. But you didn't. You let Enid teach me warmth. You let Gomez teach me joy. You let Morticia teach me grace." Harry paused. "You built the fortress. But you left the windows open. And I don't think that was an accident." Wednesday Addams looked at her son, the boy she'd found at the gate, the child she'd raised in darkness and discipline and the strange, fierce, unspoken love that was the Addams family's greatest inheritance, and for the first time in Harry's memory, she didn't have a response prepared. "Get some rest," she said. "You'll need it." She left the medical wing. Harry watched her go and knew, with the certainty that came not from analysis but from 17 years of learning to read the woman who'd made him, that he'd just won an argument Wednesday hadn't known she was having. Bellatrix Lestrange arrived at Nevermore at sunset, and she arrived beautifully. She didn't breach the perimeter. Didn't trigger the wards. Didn't announce herself with dark magic or dramatic entrance. She walked through the front door during regular visiting hours, wearing a tailored gray suit with her dark hair pulled back in an elegant twist, carrying a leather briefcase and an identification badge that identified her as Dr. Beatrice Laurent, visiting lecturer in advanced magical theory from the Beauxbatons Conservatory of Higher Learning. The identification was flawless. The cover story was airtight. The woman herself was, objectively, undeniably, stunning. Not in the fragile, decorative way, but in the way of something carved from dark marble, sharp cheekbones, heavy-lidded eyes that held a lazy, predatory intelligence, and a smile that managed to be warm and threatening simultaneously. She taught a guest lecture in the history of dark magic elective. Harry heard about it secondhand from Cal, who attended the class and came to psychic defense afterward in a state of conflicted admiration. "She's incredible," Cal said, adjusting his shielding exercise with clumsy enthusiasm. "Like, terrifying, but in a way that makes you want to pay attention." She talked about the unforgivable curses like they were poetry. Like understanding them was the first step to transcending them. Harry's blood went cold. Not because of the content. He'd studied dark magic theory in Wednesday's private library and understood the academic framework. But because of the approach. Teaching dark magic as seduction, as intellectual liberation, as the gateway to a higher understanding, that was Bellatrix's signature. She didn't recruit through fear. She recruited through fascination. He pulled Hermione out of the library and Bianca from her office, and the three of them met in Wednesday's command center, a term Harry used loosely for what was essentially Wednesday's office with the addition of several glowing map displays, a real-time ward monitor, and a pot of extremely strong coffee. "She's already inside," Bianca said. Her siren senses were running at full capacity, and Harry could see the strain it was putting on her, the fine tremor in her hands, the dilation of her pupils. "I can feel her. The psychic signature is, it's wrong, Harry. It reads as a visiting academic. Pleasant, knowledgeable, slightly boring. But underneath, it's like looking at a lake and knowing there's something massive swimming just beneath the surface. Can you identify her? Confirm it's Bellatrix. Not without getting close enough to see past her shielding, and if I do that, she'll know I'm looking. Right now she doesn't know we're aware of her. That's our advantage." Hermione was pacing, short, controlled laps of the office, her wand twirling between her fingers like a conductor's baton. "How did she get through the wards?" "Wednesday's system is the most sophisticated I've seen outside of Hogwarts." "Because Wednesday's system is designed to detect hostility," Harry said. "It reads intent, not identity." Bellatrix walked in with the genuine intent of giving a guest lecture. She wanted to teach that class, wanted to be in front of students, wanted to perform the role of a visiting academic. Her surface-level intent was clean. The deeper purpose was hidden below Bianca's detection threshold. That's not possible for a normal Occlumens. Bellatrix isn't a normal Occlumens. She's been operating undercover in hostile magical environments for 30 years. She can partition her consciousness, hold genuine surface thoughts and emotions while her true purpose operates in a sealed compartment underneath. "You know a lot about her techniques," Bianca observed. "Wednesday studied her. Bellatrix Lestrange is one of maybe 3 people in the world that Wednesday considers a peer-level threat. She's been building a psychological profile on her since before I was born." Harry pulled up Wednesday's dossier on the command center's display, a comprehensive document that detailed Bellatrix's history, psychology, combat capabilities, and known weaknesses. Wednesday had compiled it over 15 years, drawing on sources that ranged from declassified Aura reports to first-hand accounts from survivors of Bellatrix's interrogations, and it painted a picture of someone who was not merely dangerous but fascinating in the clinical sense, a case study in what happened when extraordinary intelligence met extraordinary cruelty and both were given free rein. "She'll make contact with me before she makes her move," Harry said. "That's her pattern. She doesn't ambush, she seduces. She wants me to know who she is. She wants me to be afraid, or intrigued, or both. The ambush comes after, when she's mapped my psychology and identified the cracks. So we let her approach? Hermione asked. We let her approach. But on our terms, not hers. When she reveals herself, I need to be ready, not just physically, but psychologically. Bellatrix's real weapon isn't magic. It's understanding. She understands people the way I do, the way Wednesday does. She reads them, finds what they want and what they fear, and uses both. What do you fear? Bianca asked quietly. Harry looked at her. The question was professional. Bianca needed to understand his vulnerabilities in order to help protect him, but it landed somewhere personal, somewhere that Wednesday's training hadn't fully armored. I fear becoming her, he said. Someone who understands pain and chose cruelty. That's the mirror she's going to hold up, and she's going to ask me to look at my reflection and see her face. The room was silent. Then Hermione stepped forward, stopped her pacing, and looked at him with the fierce, unwavering clarity that Harry was beginning to associate with the moments when she stopped being an operative and started being Hermione. You're nothing like her, she said. And I say that as someone who's met you both. You've met her. Briefly. During the war. Hermione's hand went to her left forearm, a gesture so quick and involuntary that Harry almost missed it. But he didn't miss things. Wednesday had made sure of that. She hurt you, Harry said. She carved a word into my arm. Hermione's voice was steady, but the steadiness was load-bearing, it was holding something up, and the something was heavy. With a cursed blade. The word mud-blood. I was 18. The room reconfigured around that information. Bianca's expression went hard. Harry felt something move through him that was neither analytical nor controlled, a hot, bright surge that started in his chest and reached his hands before he could process it. Not anger. Something more precise than anger. Something with edges. Show me, he said. Hermione held his gaze for a long moment. Then she rolled up her left sleeve. The scar was old but clear, raised, silvery tissue on the underside of her forearm, spelling out a word that Harry read and immediately filed in the place where he kept the things that would inform his decisions for the rest of his life. Not the analytical place. Not the strategic place. The place where Wednesday's training ended and Harry's own moral architecture began. He reached out and touched the scar. Gently, with the same careful precision he used on everything, but motivated by something that had nothing to do with technique or training. His fingertips traced the letters, and he felt the old dark magic that still hummed in the tissue, Bellatrix's signature, preserved in Hermione's skin like a fingerprint preserved in clay. She's not leaving Nevermore intact, Harry said. I'll make sure of it. Harry, not revenge. Not cruelty. Consequence. Wednesday taught me the difference. Bellatrix came to him at midnight. He was alone in the greenhouse, deliberately alone, deliberately visible, the bait in a trap that he and Wednesday had designed together in the 3 hours between the planning session and now. The trap was layered. Bianca was in the building above, her siren senses fully extended, monitoring for psychic attack. Wednesday was in the command center, tracking Bellatrix's movements through the surveillance network. Hermione was stationed in the corridor between the greenhouse and the main school, covering the retreat route. And Harry sat among his ferns and his cactuses and his spider named Lily, and he waited for the most dangerous woman in Britain to come and tell him who she thought he was. She shed the disguise before she entered. He heard it, not physically, but psychically. A shift in the ambient energy, like someone removing a mask and letting the real face breathe. Dar. Beatrice Laurent dissolved, and what walked through the greenhouse door was Bellatrix Lestrange in her truest form, dark hair loose and wild, eyes lit with a manic intelligence that burned like phosphorus, and a smile that had made grown wizards forget their own names. Harrison Addams, she said. The prodigal son of 2 worlds. I've been so looking forward to this. Harry didn't stand. He was sitting on his usual bench, his back against the wall, his hands resting on his knees. Relaxed. Open. The posture of someone who was either supremely confident or supremely foolish, and Bellatrix's first task would be determining which. Dr. Laurent gave a very good lecture today, Harry said. Cal, one of my students, described it as terrifying but magnetic. I thought that was a perceptive assessment. Bellatrix laughed. The sound was rich and dark and entirely genuine. She wasn't performing. She was genuinely delighted, the way a predator was delighted when its prey turned out to be interesting. The boy has good instincts. And he's right, dark magic is magnetic. It calls to something fundamental in us. Something honest. The light arts are aspirational, they tell you what you should be. The dark arts are confessional, they show you what you are. Did you rehearse that? Another laugh. She moved closer, not aggressively, but with the fluid, unhurried grace of someone who was accustomed to controlling every room she entered. She sat on the stone border of a planting bed, 4 feet from Harry, and crossed her legs with a casualness that was itself a form of intimidation. See how unafraid I am of you. I don't rehearse. I've never had to. People find me magnetic for the same reason they find dark magic magnetic, because I don't lie about what I am. She tilted her head, studying him. And neither do you. That's what fascinated me about the reports. The Dark Lord's intelligence described you as, what was the phrase, a torture specialist trained by a known dark adjacent entity. They expected a brute. A weapon. A damaged boy with blood on his hands and anger in his heart. And instead I find a young man sitting in a greenhouse full of ferns, with a pet spider and a collection of Latin texts, who dismantled one of the Auror Office's best combat operatives without raising his voice. Who interrogates not with pain but with understanding. Who is, if the reports are to be believed, genuinely kind to his students. She leaned forward. You're not what they expected, Harrison. You're what I hoped for. And what did you hope for? A kindred spirit. The words hung in the greenhouse air, surrounded by the scent of lavender and earth and the quiet hum of growing things. Harry let them hang. Let the silence stretch. Wednesday had taught him that silence was more revealing than any question. People couldn't help filling empty space, and what they chose to fill it with told you everything about who they were. Bellatrix filled it. We're the same, you and I. Not in specifics, our methods differ, our masters differ, our aesthetics differ. But in essence. We both understand that pain is the most honest form of communication. That when everything else is stripped away, the social niceties, the moral posturing, the elaborate fictions that people construct to avoid looking at themselves, pain is what remains. Pain is the baseline. Pain is the truth. That's what you believe. That's what I know. I've spent 30 years proving it. In every interrogation chamber, in every battle, in every moment when I've stripped someone down to their foundations and seen what was actually there. Pain reveals. Pain illuminates. Pain is, a language, Harry finished. Bellatrix's smile widened. It was radiant and terrible. Yes. Yes. You understand. She taught you well, Wednesday Addams. I've studied her, you know. Read everything. Brilliant woman. Absolutely terrifying. If she'd been born into the wizarding world, she'd have been the greatest dark lady since Morgan Le Fay. She'd have been offended by the comparison. She considers dark lords and ladies to be amateurs playing with forces they don't understand. And she's not wrong. Most of them are amateurs. Even the Dark Lord himself is, don't tell him I said that, limited by his own mythology. He wants power. How boring. How predictable. Power is just a lever. What matters is what you use the lever on. She uncrossed and recrossed her legs. Your mother understood something that the Dark Lord never will, that the most profound form of power isn't the ability to destroy. It's the ability to disassemble. To take a person apart, piece by piece, and see how they work. To understand them so completely that you could rebuild them from scratch, or not. The choice is the power. Not the destruction. Harry was silent for a long time. He was aware, with every analytical faculty Wednesday had trained, that Bellatrix was operating on him, running her own interrogation, probing for resonances, looking for the frequencies where his mind vibrated in harmony with hers. And the terrifying thing was that she was finding them. Because she was right. Not about everything, but about the core. Pain was a language, and Harry spoke it fluently, and the philosophy that Wednesday had built him on was, when viewed from a certain angle, only a few degrees of rotation away from Bellatrix's own worldview. The distance between pain is information and pain is truth was shorter than Harry wanted it to be. You came here to recruit me, he said. I came here to recognize you. The Dark Lord wants your scar. I want something more interesting, I want your potential. You're halfway to what I am, Harrison. You understand pain the way I do. You manipulate the way I do. You see people the way I do. The only difference is that Wednesday gave you a moral framework, and I discarded mine. That's not a small difference. No. Tell me, when you interrogated Thomas Becket, did you feel guilt? When you broke Marcus Vane, did you feel remorse? When you sat at Draco Malfoy's bedside and extracted his secrets with the patient efficiency of a surgeon, did you feel wrong? Harry didn't answer. Because the honest answer was no. He hadn't felt wrong. He'd felt effective. Bellatrix saw it. Of course she saw it. She read people the way he did. There it is, she whispered. The truth. You don't feel wrong because it isn't wrong. It's natural. It's what you were built for, by Wednesday, by your magic, by the universe itself. You are a creature of precision and understanding, Harrison, and the moral framework you operate within is just a cage that someone convinced you was a house. You're wrong. He said it quietly, but the words had weight. I know what you're doing, Bellatrix. You're holding up a mirror and asking me to see your face in it. And I understand why, because there is a resemblance. The techniques are similar. The understanding is similar. The fascination with how people work, how they break, how they can be read and influenced and changed, all of that is common ground. He stood. Slowly, deliberately. Meeting her eyes. But you're missing the fundamental difference. You worship pain because you're afraid of everything else. Every emotion that isn't pain, love, trust, vulnerability, joy, terrifies you. So you reduced the world to the one variable you could control. You made pain your god because it was the only thing that couldn't disappoint you. Bellatrix's smile flickered. Just for a moment. Just enough. I was taught that pain is information, Harry continued. Not truth. Not God. Information. Data. One input among many. Wednesday didn't teach me to worship it, she taught me to use it, the way you use a thermometer or a compass. And when the reading says someone is afraid, or lying, or breaking, that's not a revelation. It's a measurement. What I do with the measurement is where the choice lives. And I choose differently than you. How? Vane. I broke 6 of his bones and then I set them. Becket. I extracted everything he knew and then I walked him to the door. Draco. I could have interrogated him through the gate and left him bleeding. I opened it instead. Weakness, precision. The word came out like a scalpel cut. The Addams way isn't cruelty, Bellatrix. It's art. And art requires restraint. It requires knowing when to stop. You never learned that. You never learned that the most powerful statement a person can make isn't the capacity for destruction, it's the capacity for mercy when destruction was available. The greenhouse was very quiet. Even the plants seemed to be listening. Bellatrix stood. The seductive ease was gone, replaced by something harder, something that Harry recognized as the cold, focused energy that preceded violence. Her wand appeared in her hand, not drawn, exactly, but simply present, as if it had always been there and had merely chosen this moment to become visible. "Beautiful speech," she said. "Your mother would be proud." "Both of them." Her head tilted. "But let me ask you one more question, Harrison. When I carved mudblood into Hermione Granger's arm, did you feel pain as information about that? Or did you feel something else?" Harry's hands tightened at his sides. "There it is again," Bellatrix murmured. "The truth beneath the philosophy. You're not as different from me as you want to believe. The cage is just prettier." She attacked. The first spell was a test, a slashing hex aimed at his left shoulder, fast but not her fastest, designed to measure his reaction time. Harry sidestepped and let it carve a furrow in the stone wall behind him. The second spell was a binding curse, rapid and precise, aimed at his legs. He jumped it, clearing the low arc of purple light, and landed in a crouch that brought him 2 feet closer to her. She was smiling. Fighting Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry realized in the fraction of a second between her second spell and her third, was like fighting a storm that enjoyed itself. She combined technical brilliance with improvisational creativity in a way that was genuinely difficult to predict. Each spell flowed into the next, building combinations that weren't in any textbook, sequences that were invented in real time by a mind that treated combat the way jazz musicians treated music. Harry didn't have a wand. He had never used a wand. What he had was speed, proximity, and the magic that lived in his hands, the raw, biological, instinctive power that Wednesday had shaped and Bianca had refined and that his own strange heritage had made something unique. He closed the distance. Every combat textbook ever written said to maintain range against a wand user, stay back, stay mobile, use cover. But those textbooks were written for people who fought with wands, and Harry fought with touch. His magic required contact, or near contact, and the only way to bring it to bear was to get inside Bellatrix's casting range, where her wand became a liability and his hands became the dominant weapon system. She adapted instantly, abandoning long-range spells for close-quarters combat magic, shield charms and repulsion hexes and a particularly vicious spell that superheated the air around her body like an aura of invisible fire. Harry felt it scorch his forearm when he reached for her and pulled back, reassessing. "Impressive," she said, circling him. The greenhouse was their arena, cramped, cluttered, full of obstacles and cover that both of them used instinctively. A fern exploded as a stray hex hit it. Gerald the cactus toppled. "You fight like a predator, Harrison. All instinct and aggression. No wand, no incantation, just raw power channeled through flesh. It's beautiful." Harry didn't respond with words. He responded with a feint to her left, a drop to the floor to avoid the killing green curse she reflexively fired at the movement, and a palm strike from below that caught her wand wrist and sent the same nerve disruption magic he'd used on Vane surging through the contact. But Bellatrix wasn't vain. She'd been expecting it. The moment his magic entered her nervous system, she countered, not with resistance, but with redirection, channeling the disruptive energy back through the contact point and into Harry's own arm. It felt like being electrocuted with his own weapon, a searing, white-hot feedback loop that blew them both apart and left Harry gasping against the wall with his right arm numb from shoulder to fingertip. "Did you think I wouldn't be ready?" Bellatrix shook out her wand hand, flexing the fingers. "Wednesday Addams is brilliant, but she's not the only one who does her homework. I've studied your technique, Harrison. The nerve magic, the biological interface, the touch-based combat system. I've been preparing countermeasures for weeks." She raised her wand. The killing green light was back in her eyes, not a spell, just the reflected madness that lived behind the intelligence, the fundamental brokenness that made Bellatrix Lestrange the most dangerous person in any room she entered. "Last chance," she said. "Come with me. Not as a prisoner, as a partner. The Dark Lord can have the Horcrux. I want you. Your skills, your magic, your understanding. Together we could, Wednesday Addams stepped out of the shadows behind Bellatrix and pressed the edge of a blade against her throat. Not a magical blade. Not an enchanted weapon. A simple, well-maintained, perfectly balanced throwing knife from Wednesday's personal collection, the one she kept in a wrist sheath, the one she'd been carrying since she was 15, the one that had, over the years, convinced a remarkable number of magical people that sometimes the most dangerous weapon in the room was the one that didn't need batteries. "Move and I sever your carotid artery," Wednesday said. Her voice was calm. Her hand was perfectly still. "It takes approximately 4 minutes to bleed out from a carotid wound, and in my experience, even the best healing magic struggles with a severed major vessel when the patient is panicking." Bellatrix froze. Not from fear, Harry could see that. From recognition. Two apex predators, standing in the same space, each taking the other's measure for the first time. "Wednesday Addams," Bellatrix breathed. "In the flesh. I have so many questions. You can ask them from the floor. Drop the wand. And if I don't? You're a muggle, Wednesday. A brilliant, terrifying muggle, but still, one spell and one spell takes approximately 0.3 seconds to cast. Severing a carotid takes approximately 0.1. Care to test the math?" Silence. The greenhouse hummed. Harry's arm was tingling back to life, the nerve disruption fading as his body's magic repaired the damage. Bellatrix dropped her wand. Wednesday kicked it to Harry, who caught it with his functioning hand and held it loosely, not pointed at Bellatrix, just held. "A captured piece on the board. My son told you the difference between the Addams philosophy and yours," Wednesday said, the knife still at Bellatrix's throat. "Let me put it more simply. You hurt people because you enjoy it. I hurt people because they've earned it. And right now, Bellatrix, you have thoroughly earned it. So do it." Bellatrix's voice was a purr. Even with a blade at her neck, even disarmed, even caught, she was enjoying this. "Show me what Wednesday Addams does when someone threatens her child." "No." The refusal landed like a slap. Bellatrix's eyebrows rose. "No," she echoed. "I could hurt you. I want to. You came into my home, threatened my students, and tried to seduce my son into joining a cause that would destroy him. Every instinct I have says to make you pay for that." Wednesday's voice dropped. But Harrison was right. The most powerful statement isn't the capacity for destruction. It's the capacity for mercy when destruction is available. She moved the knife from Bellatrix's throat. "Leave. Take your cover identity, take your bruises, and go back to your master with this message: Harrison Addams is not available. Not for recruitment, not for ritual, not for anything. And if you or anyone from Voldemort's organization comes near this school again, I will not show mercy a second time." Bellatrix didn't move for a long moment. She was looking at Wednesday with an expression Harry had never seen on her face before, something that wasn't hatred, wasn't admiration, wasn't fear, but existed in the territory where all three overlapped. "You love him," Bellatrix said. "Genuinely. Not as a weapon, not as an asset, not as a legacy. You love him the way my sister Andromeda loved her daughter, completely, protectively, beyond reason. Get out." Bellatrix picked up her wand, Wednesday let her, which was its own kind of message, and walked to the greenhouse door. She paused at the threshold. "We'll meet again, Harrison," she said. "And when we do, you'll have to choose. Not between light and dark, those are children's categories. Between the person Wednesday built and the person you're becoming." She looked at him with those burning eyes. "I hope you choose well." She vanished into the night. Not apparition, the wards prevented that within the school grounds, but simply walking, dissolving into the darkness with the practiced ease of someone for whom shadows were a native language. Harry sat on the floor of the ruined greenhouse, surrounded by broken pots and scattered earth and the remains of Gerald the cactus, his right arm aching and his scar burning for the first time in years. Wednesday knelt beside him, and for a moment, just a moment, she put her hand on the back of his head and held it there, the way she had when he was small and the nightmares had been bad. "You were right," she said quietly. "About the windows." Harry closed his eyes and leaned into her hand, and outside the school, in the darkness between the forest and the mountains, Bellatrix Lestrange ran south towards something that none of them could see yet, a memory, deliberately planted, waiting like a landmine in the information she'd left behind. A memory of Voldemort's true plan. Not an army. Not a war. A ritual. Ancient. Massive. Designed to make a mortal man into something divine. And the ritual site was directly beneath their feet. Hermione found them in the greenhouse 10 minutes later. She came through the door at a run, wand drawn, her breath coming in sharp gasps that told Harry she'd sprinted from her position in the corridor the moment the surveillance feed showed Bellatrix departing. She took in the scene, the destruction, the scattered earth, Wednesday kneeling beside Harry on the floor, the knife still in Wednesday's hand, and something in her face crumbled. Not her composure, exactly, but the professional distance she'd been maintaining. The aura fell away, and what was left was a woman who cared about the person sitting in the wreckage. "Harry, I'm fine." He held up his right arm, flexing the fingers. The feeling was coming back in stages, pins and needles, then warmth, then the full restoration of sensation. She had a countermeasure for the nerve strike. Fed my own magic back through the contact point. It's already healing. I don't care about the nerve strike. Hermione knelt in front of him, and her hands went to his face, cupping his jaw, turning his head left and right, checking for damage with the focused intensity of someone who was operating on instinct rather than protocol. "Did she get into your head?" The psychic manipulation, Bellatrix is known for psychological warfare during combat. If she planted anything, she didn't plant anything in me. Harry caught her hands. Held them. The contact was grounding in a way that surprised him, not the analytical, tactical grounding that Wednesday's techniques provided, but something more fundamental. Human warmth. Simple presence. "Hermione. I'm okay." She looked at him. Her brown eyes were bright with something that might have been tears or might have been fury. The two often looked the same from the outside, and Harry suspected that in Hermione's case they frequently coexisted. "She touched your scar?" Hermione asked, her gaze fixed on his forehead. Harry's hand went to the scar involuntarily. It was still warm, warmer than it had been in years, pulsing with a faint, irregular rhythm that felt disturbingly like a second heartbeat. It activated during the fight. When she reflected my magic back at me, the feedback passed through the scar. I felt the Horcrux move. Wednesday, who had been quietly cleaning her knife, went very still. "Move?" Hermione asked carefully. Like something stirring in its sleep. A shift, a flutter. It lasted maybe 2 seconds, and then my mental architecture closed around it again. But for those 2 seconds, I felt. Harry paused, searching for words that could contain the experience. I felt him. Not thoughts, not memories. Just presence. Awareness. Like something inside me opened its eyes, looked around, and went back to sleep. The greenhouse was silent. A breeze slipped through the broken door and stirred the scattered soil. "We need Draco," Harry said. He said the plan required my mental defenses to collapse. The feedback loop during the fight, that might have been the first attempt. Bellatrix wasn't just fighting me. She was trying to crack the cage. And she almost succeeded, Wednesday said. Her voice was perfectly level, which Harry knew meant she was processing something that genuinely disturbed her. 2 seconds of the fragment being active is 2 seconds too many. It closed back down, because you're strong enough to contain it. Today. Tomorrow. Next week. But if Bellatrix, or anyone, can create conditions that momentarily destabilize the architecture, they can do it again. And again. Each time, the cage weakens slightly. Each time, the fragment has a few more seconds to wake up, to orient, to find the cracks. She's running a siege, Hermione said, the strategic implications landing in her voice like stones. Not one assault. Repeated, controlled attacks designed to gradually degrade Harry's mental defenses until the Horcrux can activate fully. And she doesn't need to be here to do it, Harry added. The feedback technique, if she can teach it to others, if Voldemort can replicate it through the soul connection, then every confrontation becomes a vector for weakening the cage. Wednesday stood. She was thinking. Harry could see the process happening behind her eyes, the rapid assembly and disassembly of strategic frameworks, the elimination of variables, the narrowing of options. We're on a clock now. Every encounter with hostile magic risks further destabilization. The Horcrux needs to come out, and it needs to come out before the cage fails. Dumbledore's research, Hermione started. Needs to be here by morning. Call your order. Tell them the timeline has accelerated. Whatever they know about Horcrux extraction, I need it now. Wednesday looked at Harry with an expression that was, for the first time in his memory, openly afraid. Not for herself. Never for herself. Go wake Draco. I have questions about the ritual Bellatrix is planning. Harry stood, brushing soil from his clothes. His right arm was fully functional now, the last of the nerve damage repaired by his body's innate healing. Hermione walked with him toward the medical wing, and in the corridor between the greenhouse and the main building, under the cold Vermont stars, she slipped her hand into his. Neither of them commented on it. Neither of them let go. Draco was awake when they arrived, not from rest, but from nightmares. He was sitting up in the medical bed, his left hand trembling against the blanket, his gray eyes wide with the particular glassiness of someone who'd been yanked out of sleep by memories that were worse than dreams. She's here, he said when he saw their faces. She was here. I can feel it, the cruciatus nerve damage, it resonates with her magical signature. It's like a tuning fork. When she's close, the damaged nerves hum. She came and went, Harry said, pulling up the chair. She made contact with me in the greenhouse. We fought. Wednesday intervened. She left. She left alive. Draco looked incredulous. Your mother had Bellatrix Lestrange at her mercy and she let her go. She made a point. A more valuable one than a corpse would have been. Draco stared at him. Then something that might have been a smile flickered across his gaunt features, brief, disbelieving, and tinged with the dark humor of someone who'd grown up in a family where mercy was considered a character flaw. Your mother is insane, he said. In the most admirable way possible. Draco. The ritual. Bellatrix mentioned that Voldemort's plan isn't military, it's ritualistic. She left a memory behind, something she wanted us to find. I need you to tell me everything you know about the ritual. Draco's expression sobered. He looked between Harry and Hermione, the boy who'd opened the gate for him and the girl he'd tormented for 7 years, and Harry watched him make a decision. Not a grand, dramatic decision, but the quiet, exhausted kind, the decision to stop holding back. The Dark Lord found something, Draco said. Beneath a ley line convergence in England, a chamber, ancient, pre-Roman, filled with carvings in a language that nobody could identify. He brought in scholars, curse-breakers, even a team of Muggle archaeologists who were memory-charmed afterward. They couldn't crack it. But the Dark Lord himself, he spent weeks down there alone, and when he came back up, he was different. Different how? Certain. Before the chamber, he was rebuilding, gathering followers, consolidating power, the usual Dark Lord curriculum. After the chamber, he stopped building an army and started building a ritual. He reassigned resources, pulled Death Eaters off operations, began collecting specific artifacts and ingredients. He said, Draco's voice dropped, he said he'd found the original source. The place where magic was born. And that the entity that created magic could be compelled to serve him. Harry felt a cold recognition settle in his chest. The breathing beneath the school. The wards pulsing. The psychic disturbance Bianca had detected. The Deathless, he said. Draco looked blank. The what? Something beneath Nevermore. Something old. Something that's been sleeping, and waking up. Harry looked at Hermione. Bellatrix's planted memory. She didn't just tell us about the ritual. She told us where. The ritual site isn't in England. It's here. It's always been here. 2 convergence points. Hermione's mind was racing visibly, her eyes unfocused as she processed. 2 locations where the same entity can be accessed. That would explain why Voldemort sent Bellatrix here specifically, not just for Harry, but to confirm the secondary site. If Nevermore was built on top of a sealed gateway, Harry said. The school isn't just a school. It's a prison. A containment system. And whatever is inside it is waking up because the convergence of my magic, the Horcrux's dark energy, and 17 years of Addams' influence has been feeding it like a slow-burning fire. The medical wing felt smaller. The healing charms hummed. Draco's hand trembled on the blanket. Voldemort doesn't want to fight a war, Draco whispered. He wants to become a god. And the key is under this school, and the sacrifice required is, me, Harry said. My scar. The Horcrux fragment. The piece of his soul that's been starving in my head for 17 years. Not just starving, Draco said. Transforming. The fragment has been exposed to your magic, to Wednesday's techniques, to the Addams family's ancestral energy for your entire life. It's not just a soul fragment anymore. It's a hybrid. Part Voldemort, part you, part something older. And if the Dark Lord can reclaim it and feed it to the entity beneath this school, he completes a circuit between mortal magic and whatever created magic in the first place. And he becomes something that has never existed before. Not a Dark Lord. Not a god. Something new. Something that can't be killed, can't be contained, can't be stopped by any magic in existence. Draco looked at Harry with the naked terror of someone who understood exactly what was at stake. That's why I ran, Potter. Not because I grew a conscience. Because I looked at what the Dark Lord was building and I realized that if he succeeds, there won't be a world left to have a conscience in. The weight of it settled over the room like a physical thing. Harry sat in a chair beside the bed and felt the scar on his forehead pulse, that faint, irregular rhythm, like a heartbeat, like breathing, like something stirring in its sleep beneath the skin. Far below the school, in the old crypt that should have been empty and wasn't, the ancient wards flared to life for 3 seconds, a brilliant, blinding blue-white light that carved shadows into stone and made the mountain itself shiver. Then darkness. Then silence. Then, faintly, from somewhere deep in the granite bones of the earth, a sound that was not breathing, not heartbeat, not any human rhythm, but something else entirely. Something that was beginning to dream. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Heir of Nothing. Neville Longbottom arrived at Nevermore Academy on a Tuesday morning, and he arrived the way a soldier arrives at a place that isn't home but might be the closest thing left, with his shoulders squared, his jaw set, and his eyes carrying the particular flatness of someone who'd been running on duty for so long that he'd forgotten what it felt like to stop. Harry saw him from the second-floor corridor window. A tall, broad-shouldered young man stepping out of a hired car at the main gate, wearing Muggle clothes that fit him the way civilian clothes fit military personnel, correctly but uncomfortably, as if the body inside them had been shaped by a different kind of uniform. He carried a single bag and a wand that he didn't bother to conceal, which told Harry 2 things: Neville Longbottom didn't expect trouble, and Neville Longbottom was ready for it anyway. Hermione was already at the gate. Harry watched from the window as she embraced Neville, a real embrace, not the performative kind, but the desperate, full-body grip of someone reuniting with a person they'd been afraid for. Neville held her tight for 3 seconds, then 4, then 5, and Harry saw his shoulders drop for the first time since he'd stepped out of the car. Whatever Neville Longbottom had been carrying, he'd just set part of it down. Harry went downstairs. They met in the entrance hall, the wide, stone-floored space where Nevermore greeted its visitors with stained glass, gargoyle sconces, and the faint but persistent scent of old wood and older secrets. Hermione made the introduction with the careful neutrality of someone who understood that the two young men in front of her represented the two halves of a prophecy that had shaped both their lives, and that the first 30 seconds of their meeting would determine the rest of the story. "Harry, this is Neville Longbottom." "Neville, Harrison Addams." "Harry." Neville looked at him. Harry looked back. The assessment was mutual and instantaneous, two people trained in different traditions but both conditioned to read a room the moment they entered it. Harry catalogued Neville in the rapid, layered way Wednesday had taught him: physical condition, strong, fit, but carrying fatigue in the deep muscles that came from chronic stress rather than physical exertion; posture, military straight, load-bearing, the spine of someone who'd been standing at attention for years even when no one was watching; hands, calloused from wand use. The right index finger slightly thickened from years of precise spell work, a thin scar across the left palm that looked self-inflicted, a cutting curse, probably, practiced on himself during training; and eyes. The eyes were the thing. Neville Longbottom's eyes were brown, steady, and old. Not old in years, he was Harry's age, maybe a month or two ahead, but old in the way that certain kinds of pressure aged a person from the inside out. They were the eyes of someone who'd been told at 11 that the fate of the wizarding world rested on his shoulders, and who had spent every day since then trying to deserve a burden he'd never asked for and privately feared he couldn't bear. Harry recognized those eyes. He'd seen them in the mirror on the mornings when the scar was active and the nightmares were bad, and the weight of being Harrison Addams, everything that name entailed, everything Wednesday had built it to contain, felt like more than one person should carry alone. "You're shorter than I expected," Neville said. Harry blinked. Then, before he could stop it, he laughed. A genuine laugh, the short, surprised kind that bypassed all his defenses because he hadn't seen it coming. "And you're broader," Harry said. "The files described you as slight of build. The files are 10 years old. A lot of dark wizard fighting since then." Neville extended his hand. It's strange, meeting you. I've been thinking about you for years." "The other boy. The one the prophecy might have meant instead." Harry took his hand. The grip was firm, honest, without the competitive squeeze that insecure men used as a substitute for confidence. "And now that you've met me, I'm reserving judgment. But Hermione says you took apart a ranked aura in 4 seconds without a wand, so I'm cautiously impressed." "She exaggerates." "She never exaggerates. That's the terrifying thing about Hermione, every claim comes with footnotes." Hermione rolled her eyes, but she was smiling, and the smile held something that Harry hadn't seen from her before: relief. Deep, bone-level relief, the kind that came from seeing someone you loved in one piece and being able, for the first time in a long time, to stop worrying about them. "Come on," she said. "Wednesday's waiting." And she made coffee, which is her way of saying she's decided not to kill you immediately. "Comforting," Neville said, and followed them inside. Wednesday's briefing was conducted with the efficiency of a military operation and the warmth of a blizzard. She laid out the situation: Voldemort's plan, the Horcrux, the ritual site beneath Nevermore, Bellatrix's incursion, the Reclamation Bureau's legal assault, in flat, precise sentences that left no room for emotional response. Neville listened with the focused stillness of someone accustomed to briefings, his hands folded on the table, his expression neutral. When she finished, the room was quiet for a long moment. Then Neville said, "The prophecy. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. If Harry is the true subject, if it was always Harry, then the last 17 years of your life were a mistake," Wednesday said, without inflection. "Not your mistake. Dumbledore's. The Order's. Every adult who looked at a child and decided to make him a symbol instead of protecting him." Neville flinched. It was small, a contraction of the muscles around his eyes, a slight tightening of his jaw, but Harry caught it, and what he read in that flinch wasn't anger or self-pity but something more complex: the vertigo of having the ground shift beneath you after 17 years of believing it was solid. They did their best, Neville said. His voice was steady, but the steadiness was effortful. Dumbledore, McGonagall, the Order, they did what they thought was right with the information they had. Their best wasn't good enough. Wednesday's voice carried no cruelty, but it carried no comfort either. She stated facts the way a surgeon described pathology, without sentiment, because sentiment obscured the diagnosis. They took a child and made him a weapon. They poured resources into training you for a destiny that might not have been yours while the actual subject of the prophecy was growing up in Vermont with a spider named after his dead mother. Wednesday, Harry started. I'm not saying this to be cruel, Harrison. I'm saying it because Neville deserves the truth. He's been carrying a weight that was placed on him by adults who should have known better, and every year that weight has gotten heavier, and every year the possibility that it was the wrong weight has been quietly eating him alive. She looked at Neville. Am I wrong? Neville's jaw worked. For a long moment, Harry thought he wasn't going to answer, that the question was too close, too sharp, too precisely aimed at the place where Neville's armor was thinnest. No, Neville said quietly. You're not wrong. The room absorbed this. The prophecy could refer to either of us, Harry said. He'd been thinking about this since Hermione had first told him the full text, turning it over the way he turned over a tactical problem, examining it from every angle, testing the joints, looking for the place where the logic held and the place where it gave. The language is ambiguous. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. That's both of us. The prophecy doesn't name one boy. It names a condition that two boys meet. Dumbledore believed it was you, Hermione said. Based on Voldemort's choice, he chose to attack the Potters, not the Longbottoms, which Dumbledore interpreted as Voldemort marking his equal. But Voldemort chose wrong, Neville said. He went after Harry, and Harry survived, and then Harry disappeared. And the prophecy was still active, the magic was still in play. So it fell to me. The backup plan. The word backup landed in the room like a stone in still water. Neville said it without bitterness, but the absence of bitterness was itself a kind of statement. It took effort to drain that word of its sting, and the effort was visible. You're not a backup, Harry said. Neville looked at him sharply. The prophecy doesn't describe a primary and a secondary. It describes a condition. Two boys meet that condition. The magic doesn't care which one acts, it cares that the condition is fulfilled. You've spent 17 years fighting Voldemort's influence, training, bleeding, standing up when it would have been easier to break. That's not a backup. That's a partner. The word hung in the air. Partner. Not rival. Not replacement. Not the other boy. Partner. Neville's expression shifted, the careful, controlled mask cracking just enough to show something underneath that was raw and tired and desperately grateful. Not for the validation itself, but for the simple, extraordinary experience of having someone look at him and see a person instead of a prophecy. I want to help, Neville said. With the Horcrux, with the ritual, with whatever's coming. I didn't come here to hand off the prophecy and walk away. I came because for the first time in 17 years, I don't have to carry it alone. Harry extended his hand again. This time the handshake was different, slower, firmer, weighted with meaning that neither of them needed to articulate. Then let's carry it together. They spent the morning training. It was Neville's idea, and it was the right one. Trust between fighters was built in the body, not in conversation. You understood someone's capabilities, their instincts, their limitations, not by talking about them but by watching them move under pressure. Wednesday had taught Harry that. The Auror Corps had apparently taught Neville the same thing. They used the east courtyard, a wide, stone-paved space enclosed by the school's walls on 3 sides and the mountain on the 4th, traditionally used for outdoor training by Nevermore's more physically inclined students. Bianca warded the perimeter against accidental damage, and, Harry suspected, against accidental observation, the spectacle of two prophesied warriors sparring was exactly the kind of thing that would draw a crowd and complicate matters. Hermione sat on a stone bench at the courtyard's edge, her notebook open, her wand across her knees. Draco had hobbled out of the medical wing against Dr. Vasquez's explicit and loudly stated objections, and was sitting beside Hermione with a blanket over his shoulders and his left hand trembling against his knee. He watched the courtyard with the sharp, evaluative gaze of someone who'd grown up around combat. The Malfoy family, whatever their moral failings, had produced several generations of accomplished duelists. 10 galleons on Longbottom, Draco murmured to Hermione. You don't have 10 galleons. You're a fugitive. Then I'll owe you. Call it character development. Neville fought the way Harry had expected, technically excellent, methodically disciplined, with the structured precision of someone who'd been trained by the best instructors the Order of the Phoenix could provide. His spell work was clean, his footwork was sound, and his magical power was considerable. Harry could feel it even from across the courtyard, a steady, deep-rooted energy that reminded him of old trees and mountain stone. There was something almost geological about the way Neville's magic expressed itself, not flashy, not quick, but immense and immovable, the kind of force that didn't need to be fast because nothing could push it back. They started slow. Testing spells, probing defenses. Neville cast with textbook accuracy, shield charms, disarmament hexes, binding curses, and Harry dodged, deflected, and closed distance the way he always did, working inside the casting range, forcing Neville to adapt. Neville adapted. That was the first surprise. He'd expected Neville to struggle with Harry's unorthodox close-quarters style. Most wand users did, because their training assumed a certain minimum distance between caster and target. But Neville transitioned from range to close combat with a fluidity that spoke of experience rather than training. He'd fought in real engagements, real battles, situations where the textbook went out the window and survival depended on improvisation. Harry feinted left, dropped low, and swept at Neville's legs, a standard Addams takedown that worked on most opponents because most opponents expected magical attacks and didn't defend against physical ones. Neville jumped the sweep, landed solidly, and countered with a stick-fast hex aimed at Harry's feet that would have rooted him to the stone if he hadn't rolled clear. You fought close range before, Harry said, resetting his stance. Death Eaters don't always give you the luxury of distance. Dolohov liked to fight at arm's length, he was a brawler under the spellwork. And Fenrir Greyback. Neville's expression darkened. Greyback doesn't use a wand at all. The mention of the werewolf raider, a name that Harry knew from Wednesday's intelligence files as one of Voldemort's most brutal enforcers, added context to the scars Harry had noticed on Neville's forearms. Not cursed scars. Claw marks. Old and white and deliberately left unhealed, the way soldiers sometimes kept their wounds as markers of what they'd survived. The second surprise was Neville's raw power. When Harry got inside his guard and reached for the nerve disruption technique, Neville didn't just block it, he repelled it. A burst of wandless magical force, instinctive and unrefined, that pushed Harry back 3 feet and left his fingers tingling. Neville looked as startled by it as Harry was. What was that? Neville asked. Reactive magical defense. Your core responded to the threat independently of your conscious spellwork. Harry shook out his hand. You've been casting wandlessly. How long? Since 5th year. It's inconsistent. It comes and goes. The aura trainers tried to formalize it, but every time they put structure around it, it stopped working. Because it's not spell-based. It's instinctive. Structural magic responds to willpower and discipline. Instinctive magic responds to emotion and need. Harry smiled. Wednesday would call that a liability. I call it an asset that hasn't been properly channeled. You sound like a teacher. I am a teacher. Part-time, at least. And I'm telling you, the instinctive magic is your edge. The formal stuff is your foundation. The two aren't in conflict, they're complementary. You just haven't been taught by anyone who understood that. Something shifted in Neville's expression, a loosening, a release of tension he'd probably been carrying for years without realizing it. The British magical establishment, from what Harry understood, treated instinctive magic the way it treated everything outside its carefully ordered taxonomy, with suspicion and the urgent desire to force it into an existing category. Neville's wandless bursts had probably been treated as a problem to be solved rather than a gift to be developed. They went again. Faster this time. Harder. Harry pushed Neville's defenses, probing for the patterns in his movement, the predictable sequences that formal training always produced. And Neville pushed back, not just with spells but with a stubborn, grinding pressure that wasn't flashy but was relentless. Every time Harry knocked him off balance, Neville recovered. Every time Harry found a gap in his defense, Neville filled it on the next exchange. The third surprise was the thing that changed Harry's understanding of the boy the prophecy had chosen. Neville lost. It wasn't close. Harry's close-quarters style, enhanced by wandless nerve magic, was something Neville hadn't encountered and couldn't fully counter. After 20 minutes of escalating intensity, Harry had him on the ground with a nerve lock on his right wrist and his own wand pressed against his throat. And Neville looked up at him and said, again. Not angry. Not humiliated. Not making excuses. Just, again. The simple, implacable stubbornness of someone who'd been knocked down 1,000 times and had gotten up 1,001 times, not because he was too proud to stay down but because he'd decided, somewhere deep in the bedrock of his character, that getting up was who he was. They went again. And again. For rounds, each one longer than the last, each one showing Harry something new about how Neville fought and how Neville thought. By the fourth round, Neville had adapted enough to survive Harry's nerve strikes by flooding his own meridian points with magic, an improvised defense that was raw and inefficient but effective enough to neutralize Harry's primary advantage. By the fifth round, they were evenly matched. Your structured magic is a framework, Harry said, helping Neville to his feet. Both of them were bruised, breathing hard, and grinning in the particular way that fighters grinned after a good bout, the camaraderie that only came from genuinely trying to beat someone and finding them equal to the challenge. My instinctive magic fills gaps. Together we don't have gaps, Neville finished. Structured covers what instinctive can't predict. Instinctive covers what structured can't improvise. The prophecy might not have been wrong, Harry said. It might have always meant both of us. Neville looked at him for a long time. Then he laughed, a real laugh, open and warm and carrying the weight of 17 years of loneliness being finally, blessedly, shared. You know, he said, when Hermione told me about you, the Addams family, the torture training, the wandless magic, I expected someone terrifying. And? You're terrifying. But you're kind. Underneath all the precision and the control and the razor-blade philosophy, you're actually kind. And I think that's the part your mother doesn't take credit for. Harry glanced at the bench where Hermione had been sitting. She'd stopped writing. She was watching them with an expression that Harry could only describe as hope, not the fragile, desperate hope of someone clutching at straws, but the solid, structural hope of someone who was watching a foundation being laid. She takes credit for everything, Harry said. But she's right, the kindness was Enid's department. The Reclamation Bureau's delegation arrived at 2 p.m., which was either impeccably professional timing or a deliberate choice to interrupt the lunch period and catch the school at its most chaotic. Harry suspected the latter, because the woman who led the delegation was Dolores Umbridge, and everything he'd learned about Dolores Umbridge suggested a person who treated inconvenience as a weapon. She was shorter than Harry expected. The files had described her as diminutive, which was accurate but insufficient. She was short in the way that certain poisonous animals were small, in a way that invited underestimation and punished it. She wore pink. Head to toe, aggressive, unrepentant pink, a pink tweed suit, pink kitten heel shoes, a pink headband in her gray-brown hair. The effect was aggressively feminine in a way that was clearly calculated. I am soft. I am harmless. I am here for the children. Behind her came 6 Aurors in formal robes. Behind them came a woman with a briefcase who Harry identified as a legal adjutant. Behind her came a tall, thin man carrying a camera and notepad, a journalist, ministry-affiliated, brought along to document the operation and ensure that whatever happened was recorded in the way the Bureau wanted it recorded. They assembled in the main courtyard as if they owned it. Harry watched from the second-floor window with Wednesday, Hermione, and Neville. Bianca was downstairs, managing the student body, shepherding them away from the courtyard with a combination of siren suggestion and old-fashioned authority. Draco was in the medical wing, hidden, his presence at Nevermore unknown to the delegation. "She brought press," Hermione said, her voice flat with disgust. "She's not just here to execute the order. She's here to put on a show." "The show is for the ICW committee," Wednesday said. "If the hearing goes badly for the Bureau, Umbridge wants visual evidence of her operatives being obstructed by a dangerous institution. She'll frame whatever happens as justification for escalation." "Then we don't give her a confrontation," Harry said. Wednesday looked at him. "Explain." "She expects resistance. She's built her entire strategy around the assumption that Nevermore will fight back, physically, magically, dramatically. Her press coverage depends on it. If we resist, she wins the narrative. If we escalate, she wins it bigger. The only play that denies her the story she wants is radical, aggressive compliance." Hermione frowned. "Compliance?" "Harry, she has an interim protective order, which she can only execute if the subject, me, is physically present and unwilling to cooperate with a welfare assessment. If I cooperate with the assessment, the order has no trigger condition. She can't extract me if I'm voluntarily submitting to her process. She'll find reasons to escalate regardless, let her try. Wednesday's legal team is standing by. Every word spoken in that courtyard is being recorded by the school surveillance system." "And," Harry looked at Wednesday, "you said you had leverage on half the ICW committee." "Not leverage. Information. Leverage implies intent to coerce. I merely possess information that certain individuals would prefer I not share." "Right. Information." Harry turned back to the window. "Let me go down there. Let me talk to her." "Wednesday, you stay invisible. Umbridge wants the confrontation with you more than she wants me. If you're not in the picture, she loses her primary villain." "I don't like it," Wednesday said. "You don't like it because you can't control it. But this isn't a situation that responds to control. It responds to performance." He paused. "You raised me to be precise, Mom. Let me be precise." Wednesday studied him for 5 seconds that felt like 5 minutes. Then she nodded once. "Neville," she said. "Go with him. If the Aurors draw wands, you're his cover. And if Umbridge tries to physically remove Harry, then I stop being invisible." Wednesday's expression was the one that Enid called the face that launched 1,000 restraining orders. "But we won't get to that point. Harry's right. The best weapon against a bureaucrat is better bureaucracy." Harry walked into the courtyard at 2:15 p.m. with Neville at his side and his hands in his pockets and his expression set to what Bianca called his charming sociopath face, pleasant, open, attentive, the kind of face that made people feel comfortable while simultaneously making them wonder what was behind it. "Ms. Umbridge," he said, approaching the delegation with the unhurried confidence of a host greeting unexpected guests. "Welcome to Nevermore Academy. I'm Harrison Addams. I understand you have some questions about my welfare." Umbridge's smile was a piece of work, a confection of pink lipstick and practiced warmth that concealed something cold and mechanical beneath it. She extended her hand, and Harry took it. The handshake was soft, deliberate, the kind of handshake that powerful people used when they wanted to appear non-threatening. "Mr. Addams. What a pleasure. I'm Undersecretary Umbridge, well, Senior Undersecretary, technically, but we needn't stand on formality." She giggled. The giggle was a weapon, it was disarming, infantilizing, and completely impossible to respond to without seeming either charmed or aggressive. I'm here because we at the Ministry, and the broader international magical community, are concerned about your well-being. As you may know, we've been conducting a review of my living conditions, educational status, and social environment under ICW Resolution 47B, yes. I've read the petition. I've also read the resolution itself, the committee's interpretive guidelines, and the 14 precedent cases that the Bureau has cited in support of its claim. Harry smiled. I'm a thorough reader. Something flickered behind Umbridge's smile, the micro-expression of a person encountering a variable that didn't match the model. She'd expected resistance or ignorance. She'd gotten neither. Well. How wonderful. Then you'll understand that we simply need to conduct a standard welfare assessment, a few questions, a brief tour of your living quarters, an evaluation of your educational program. All very routine. Of course. I'm happy to cooperate fully. Harry gestured toward the main entrance. I can show you the school, introduce you to the faculty, provide documentation of my educational history. I believe Dr. Vasquez has my medical records on file as well, if you'd like to review those. Umbridge's smile tightened. This wasn't the script. The script called for an obstructionist school, an absent or hostile guardian, and a young man who either cowered or raged, either of which would justify the Bureau's intervention. A cooperative, articulate, well-adjusted young man offering full access was a problem she hadn't prepared for. That's very accommodating, Mr. Addams. But I should mention, the assessment team will need to conduct parts of the evaluation privately. Without, shall we say, institutional oversight. You mean without Wednesday Addams present? Your guardian's presence could influence, my guardian isn't present. She's in a meeting. But I'm 17, Ms. Umbridge. Under both American and ICW law, I'm entitled to participate in welfare proceedings with or without a guardian's direct supervision. I'm also entitled to legal representation, which I've arranged. My attorney is available by phone if needed. The courtyard was quiet. The aurors behind Umbridge shifted their weight, the subtle, trained adjustment of people who were recalculating a tactical situation. The journalist was writing furiously. Umbridge's smile didn't waver. But her eyes, small, dark, sharp, were doing a different kind of calculation. Harry watched her process the situation the way he watched everyone process difficult information, by tracking the micro-expressions that revealed the thinking underneath the performance. She was recalibrating. Discarding Plan A, confrontation, forced extraction, assessing Plan B, cooperative assessment, find something to justify escalation, and beginning to construct Plan C, something Harry couldn't predict yet, which made it the most dangerous option. Then let's proceed, she said brightly. Shall we start with the tour? Harry led them through the school. He showed them the classrooms, the library, the dining hall. He introduced faculty, those who'd been briefed to be present and professional, which was most of them. He answered questions about his education, comprehensive, if unconventional, his social life, active, if unusual, and his daily routine, structured, if not what the Ministry would consider standard. Neville walked beside him, silent and solid, his wan hand relaxed but ready. His presence was its own kind of statement, the boy who lived, the Ministry's own chosen one, standing voluntarily at Harry's side. If the Bureau tried to argue that Harry's environment was dangerous, they'd have to explain why their own prophesied hero was comfortable there. Umbridge asked questions. Lots of questions. They were framed with the gentle, concerned inflection of a social worker, but their structure was that of an interrogation, leading, layered, designed to elicit responses that could be reframed in a report. Harry recognized the technique because he'd been trained in it, and he answered each question with the precise, cooperative, absolutely unhelpful responses that Wednesday had taught him to deploy against institutional inquiry. Tell me about your magical education, Mr. Addams. I've received instruction in defensive magic, psychic resistance, and practical spell application from Professor Bianca Barkley, who holds certifications from 3 international magical institutions. I can provide her credentials if you'd like. And your guardians, specialized training? Wednesday has taught me a wide range of practical life skills, including self-defense, first aid, critical thinking, and an awareness of interpersonal dynamics that I've found invaluable in both academic and social contexts. She teaches you to hurt people. She teaches me to understand people. The applications of that understanding are a matter of choice. Umbridge's smile was beginning to look strained. The tour had been thorough, the cooperation impeccable, and every attempt to find a crack in Harry's presentation had been met with a response that was polite, complete, and utterly resistant to manipulation. She was losing, and she knew it, and the journalist behind her was recording every moment of her losing. They reached the East Wing atrium, the same space where Harry had dismantled Marcus Vane 4 days ago, now clear of any evidence of that encounter. Umbridge stopped. Her entourage stopped behind her. She turned to Harry with a smile that had finally dropped the pretense of warmth and settled into something more honest, the cold, mechanical expression of a person who was about to deploy their contingency plan. Mr. Addams. I've been very patient, and I've appreciated your cooperation. But I'm afraid the assessment has raised some concerns. What concerns? The school's lack of ICW accreditation. The absence of standardized magical curriculum. Your guardian's documented history of, she paused delicately, unorthodox practices. And, most importantly, the fact that your magical development has occurred entirely outside any recognized framework, which places you at significant risk of magical instability. My magic is perfectly stable. That's a determination that qualified professionals need to make. Which is why I'm invoking Section 12 of the Interim Protective Order, a mandatory magical assessment, to be conducted by ministry-certified evaluators, at a ministry facility. She produced a document from her briefcase. Harry didn't need to read it, he already knew what it was. A compliance collar order. The same device Hermione had warned him about, a magical restraint disguised as a diagnostic tool, designed to suppress the subject's magic during assessment, and to be activated remotely by the issuing authority. This is a formality, Umbridge said, holding out a small pink box. Inside, on a bed of velvet, was a thin silver collar with runic inscriptions along its surface. Simply a precautionary measure during transport. Standard procedure for magical minors in protective custody. Harry looked at the collar. He looked at Umbridge. He looked at the 6 Aurors behind her, their hands drifting toward their wands in the slow, practiced way that told him the order had already been given, take him if he resists. That's a slave device, Harry said. His voice was quiet and level. It suppresses magical ability, transmits location data, and can be activated remotely to deliver incapacitating pain. The ministry called it a protective compliance monitor, until 3 years ago, when the ICW's Ethics Committee classified it as an instrument of torture and banned its use on adults. The ban specifically exempted minors in protective custody because Umbridge's bureau lobbied for the exemption. He paused. I know this because Wednesday Addams keeps very thorough files. The atrium went very still. Umbridge's expression hardened. The pink softness contracted like a fist closing, and what was underneath was something that Harry recognized with the cold clarity of his training, a person who genuinely believed they were righteous, who had constructed an entire moral universe in which their cruelty was kindness and their control was care, and who would do anything, to maintain the fiction. Mr. Addams, I'm going to ask you one more time to cooperate. I've been cooperating for an hour. What you're asking me to do now isn't cooperate. It's submit. Umbridge looked at her Aurors. The look was small, precise, and unmistakable. They drew their wands. Neville drew his at the same instant, a blur of practiced motion that put his wand up and active before the nearest Auror had fully cleared the holster. He didn't cast anything. He just stood there, wand ready, his body positioned between Harry and the 6 armed wizards, and the message was clear, to get to him, you go through me. And I'm the boy who lived, which means if you hex me, you explain it to the entire wizarding world. Auror Dawlish, Umbridge said to the lead Auror, please secure the subject. Dawlish hesitated. He was a big man, competent-looking, and his hesitation wasn't fear, it was calculation. He was looking at Neville Longbottom, the hero of half a dozen battles, the public face of the resistance, and he was doing the math on what happened to his career if he fired on that person. Ma'am, now, Dawlish. Dawlish raised his wand. The other 5 followed. And Harry moved. Not toward them. Not away. He stepped forward, past Neville, and placed himself between the wands and everyone else. Open hands. No weapon. No combat stance. Just a 17-year-old boy standing in a stone corridor, facing 6 armed adults who'd been ordered to restrain him by a woman in pink who'd brought a slave collar to a school. If you fire, Harry said, you do it on camera. Wednesday's surveillance system has been recording since you arrived. The footage is being mirrored to an off-site server in real time. Whatever happens in the next 30 seconds will be reviewed by the ICW Ethics Committee, the American Secretary of Magic, and the editorial staff of the Wizarding World Herald, all of whom have been notified that this delegation is on campus. He let that land. Additionally, the legal team retained by the Addams family has filed an emergency injunction with the ICW's Judicial Review Board as of, he checked his watch, 14 minutes ago, which places a freeze on all Reclamation Bureau extraction operations pending review. That injunction was signed by Justice Yusef Marwan, who, as I'm sure you're aware, is the ICW's leading authority on magical child welfare law and who has publicly criticized Section 12 of the Bureau's operating protocol as an unconscionable instrument of state-sanctioned abuse. Umbridge's face went through several colors, none of them pink. You're bluffing, she said. Wednesday Addams doesn't bluff. She prepares. Harry's voice was steady, measured, carrying the calm authority that came not from anger but from absolute certainty. Here's what happens next. Your Aurors lower their wands. You retract the compliance collar order. You accept the voluntary assessment results, which will show that I am healthy, educated, socially adjusted, and in no danger whatsoever. You leave Nevermore Academy. And you do not come back. Or the footage of you attempting to collar a minor in front of 6 armed Aurors is front-page news by morning. The injunction blocks your extraction authority. The legal challenge drags through the ICW courts for years. And my mother, who has been watching this entire exchange from her office, begins the process of systematically disassembling the Reclamation Bureau using every piece of information she's gathered on your operations over the past decade. He paused. Let the silence work. She has a lot of information, Ms. Umbridge. About the 11 children you've taken. About where they are now. About what happened to their families. About the funding irregularities in your discretionary budget, the falsified assessment reports, and the 3 cases where children in bureau custody were placed with families who had documented histories of abuse. Umbridge's face was white now. Not the political pale of embarrassment, the bone white of someone who had just realized that the ground beneath their feet was mined, and that every step in every direction led to an explosion. Those allegations are documented, corroborated, filed with 4 separate international legal bodies and held in escrow by attorneys who will release them automatically if anything happens to me, to Wednesday, or to this school. Harry's expression didn't change. I'm not threatening you, Ms. Umbridge. I'm informing you. There's a difference. Wednesday taught me that one, too. The atrium was dead silent. The Aurors wands were still raised, but the conviction had drained from their grips. You could see it in the way the wand tips wavered, the way eyes flicked toward Umbridge for guidance and found nothing. Dawlish lowered his wand first. The others followed in a ragged cascade. Umbridge stood in the center of her collapsed formation, her pink suit suddenly less commanding and more absurd, like a flag planted on a hill that had just been surrendered. She looked at Harry with an expression that was pure, concentrated hatred, the kind of hatred that came from being beaten at your own game by someone who wasn't supposed to be a player. This isn't over, she said. I know, Harry replied. But the next round is played in court, not in my school. And I like my chances. Umbridge turned on her pink heel and walked toward the exit. Her delegation followed, the Auror sheepish, the legal adjutant ashen, the journalist scribbling with barely concealed glee. They passed through the main gate without looking back, and the gate closed behind them with a sound that felt, in the aftermath, like punctuation. Harry stood in the courtyard and breathed. The adrenaline he'd been suppressing throughout the entire encounter was making its presence known now, a fine tremor in his hands, a tightness in his chest, the body's delayed acknowledgement that what he'd just done was not, in fact, as effortless as he'd made it look. Neville appeared beside him. The older boy, the other chosen one, the one who'd been willing to stand between Harry and 6 Aurors without hesitation, put a hand on Harry's shoulder. That, Neville said, was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. And I've fought Voldemort. Which time? Every time. None of them were as scary as watching you smile at Dolores Umbridge while dismantling her career. Harry looked at him. Despite the tremor in his hands and the residual adrenaline and the terrible knowledge that Umbridge would be back, in a different form, with a different angle, because people like Umbridge were never truly defeated, only delayed, he felt something unfamiliar settle in his chest. Something warm and sturdy and entirely new. Partnership. The feeling of not being alone. Come on, Harry said. Wednesday's going to want a debrief. And I think Hermione's been stress-eating her way through the library snack bar since we went down there. They walked inside together. Behind them, the gargoyles on the roof settled back into their stone stillness, their vigilance temporarily unnecessary. Above them, from a window on the top floor, Wednesday Addams watched her son walk into the building beside the boy who'd been carrying his destiny, and she allowed herself, briefly, privately, with no witnesses except the taxidermied raven on the mantelpiece, to smile. The debrief lasted an hour. Wednesday dissected the encounter the way she dissected everything, systematically, mercilessly, and with a particular satisfaction at how thoroughly Umbridge had been outmaneuvered. The injunction buys us time, she said. Weeks, possibly months, depending on how aggressively the Bureau contests it. But Umbridge won't stop. She'll shift tactics, back-channel pressure, media campaigns, possibly direct appeals to the American magical government to revoke Nevermore's operating license. Can she do that? Neville asked. She can try. The American Secretary of Magic and I have an understanding. But political alliances are transactional, and if Umbridge applies enough pressure from enough angles, even sympathetic officials will start calculating the cost of supporting us. Then we need to resolve the larger problem before Umbridge can regroup, Harry said. The Horcrux. The Sleeper. Voldemort. If we can neutralize the existential threats, the political ones become manageable. Agreed, Wednesday said. Which brings us to the evening's agenda. But the evening's agenda was interrupted before it began. Harry was crossing the main corridor toward Wednesday's office when his scar detonated. Not activated. Not pulsed. Detonated. The pain was unlike anything he'd experienced, not the distant warmth of the previous stirrings, not the uncomfortable pulse during the Bellatrix fight, but a white-hot lance that drove through his forehead and into the center of his brain like a railroad spike made of lightning. He went to his knees. The corridor blurred. His hands hit stone, and he felt his magic, that raw, instinctive, biological power that lived in his hands, surge outward in a defensive burst that cracked the floor tiles in a 3-foot radius around him. And then the voice came. Not from outside. Not from a speaker or a spell or a person standing nearby. From inside, from the scar, from the fragment, from the thing that had been sleeping behind Wednesday's carefully constructed walls for 17 years and was now, for the first time, fully, horrifyingly awake. I've been watching you grow through our connection, Harry. The voice was cold. Precise. Cultured in the way of someone who had spent decades crafting their persona. It carried no anger, no malice, only a terrible, patient interest, the way a scientist might observe a particularly fascinating specimen. She made you magnificent. But you're still mine. You've always been mine. Harry's hands were shaking. His nose was bleeding, a thin, steady stream of bright red that dripped onto the cracked tiles. He pressed his palms flat against the floor and pushed back with everything Wednesday had built, every layer of mental architecture, every wall, every fortification, the entire fortress of discipline and control and pain-refined willpower that 17 years of Addams training had constructed. The voice didn't stop. It got closer. I can feel what you've done to my fragment. Starved it. Caged it. Remarkable, really, no one has ever managed to contain a piece of me so thoroughly. Your mother deserves credit. She built a prison worthy of her reputation. Harry's vision was swimming. Through the pain and the blood and the voice in his skull, he could feel the Horcrux, actually feel it, for the first time, as a distinct presence in his consciousness. It was small, shrunken, weakened by years of Wednesday's starvation, but it was awake now, and its awareness was a channel through which Voldemort's full consciousness was pouring like water through a cracked dam. But prisons crack, Harry. They always crack. And when yours does, when I finally reach the piece of myself that you've been keeping warm for me, I'm going to show you what I've learned. About magic. About death. About the thing sleeping beneath your school that dreams of me the way a child dreams of its father. The lights in the corridor flickered. Not the blue flame sconces, the actual electrical lights, the modern ones that the school had installed in the 1990s. They flickered, strobed, and then went out entirely, plunging the corridor into a darkness that was thicker than absence of light, a darkness that felt inhabited. And from below, from the crypt, from the bedrock, from the place where the sleeper dreamed, something answered. Not a voice. Not a sound. A vibration, felt in the bones rather than heard with the ears, that rose through the stone floor and the foundations and the old wards and resonated with the Horcrux in Harry's scar like a tuning fork struck by a hammer. The fragment sang. For 2 terrible seconds, the piece of Voldemort's soul in Harry's forehead harmonized with the entity beneath the school, and in those 2 seconds Harry saw something that he would never be able to fully describe, a darkness older than the earth. A consciousness that existed before matter, before energy, before the concepts that humans called physics and reality had solidified from the primordial potential. Something that had chosen to create the force that humans called magic, the way a sculptor chooses to create a statue, not from necessity but from curiosity, from the desire to see what would happen if the inert was given the capacity to be alive. Then Hermione's hands were on his face, and Neville's shield charm was wrapping around him like a blanket of white light, and the connection shattered. Harry gasped. The bleeding stopped. The lights came back. The vibration from below faded into the stone like a retreating tide. Harry, Hermione's voice was sharp with controlled terror. Harry, look at me. Stay here. Stay with me. He focused on her face. Brown eyes. Warm. Real. Present. I'm here, he whispered. I'm here. What happened? Voldemort. He spoke to me. Through the Horcrux. He's stronger than we thought. And the sleeper, Harry's voice cracked. The sleeper heard him. They're connected, Hermione. Voldemort and the entity. They've been communicating. That's not possible, Neville said. The containment isn't designed for this. The containment holds the sleeper. It doesn't account for an inside man, a fragment of Voldemort's soul, embedded in a student, broadcasting a signal from inside the walls. Harry pressed his hand to his scar. It was hot. Hotter than it had ever been. I'm a Trojan horse. I've been a Trojan horse for 17 years. The Horcrux isn't just feeding the sleeper, it's been communicating with it. Building a relationship. And Voldemort's been on the other end of the line, whispering through our connection. The implications crashed through the room like falling masonry. Wednesday appeared in the corridor, drawn by the surveillance alerts, by the power surge, by whatever instinct had kept her son alive for 17 years, and she took one look at Harry's bloody face and the cracked tiles and the expression on Hermione's face, and her own expression went completely, terrifyingly blank. "How long?" she asked. "Seconds. 5, maybe 6. "And the entity?" responded. "They're synchronized, Mom. The Horcrux and the sleeper. It's been happening beneath our defenses for years." Wednesday stood very still. Then she said, in a voice that carried no emotion whatsoever, "We move the timeline up. The extraction happens this week. Whatever preparation we need, we do it now." Nobody argued. The evening was spent on the Horcrux. Hermione had received a delivery from the Order, a courier owl carrying a shrunken trunk that, when expanded, contained the entirety of Albus Dumbledore's personal research on Voldemort's soul fragments. It was extensive, meticulous, and, as Wednesday immediately noted, incomplete. He was holding back, she said, turning pages with the rapid precision of someone who could read at 3 times normal speed and retain everything. These notes are comprehensive on the mechanical aspects, how Horcruxes are created, how they're destroyed, the specific artifacts Voldemort used. But the theoretical framework is deliberately vague. He's avoiding a subject. What subject? Hermione asked. The origin. Wednesday held up a page covered in Dumbledore's flowing script. He asks the question, what is the source of the soul's magical properties, and how does the Horcrux ritual exploit that source? But he never answers it. Every time he approaches an answer, the notes diverge into speculation about Voldemort's psychology or the specific history of the artifacts. He's deflecting. Dumbledore was known for revealing information in stages, Neville said. He believed in giving people what they needed when they needed it, not before. He was known for being a manipulative old man who treated critical intelligence as a personal fiefdom, Wednesday corrected. And his habit of withholding information got him killed and left you carrying a weight you should never have had to carry alone. The silence that followed was the kind that nobody wanted to fill. Harry broke it. The origin matters because of the deathless. If Dumbledore understood that the Horcrux ritual connects to something older, something pre-magical, something that created magical energy, then his avoidance makes sense. He was afraid. Dumbledore was afraid of very few things, Hermione said. He was afraid of power. His entire life was shaped by the fear of his own potential, Grindelwald, the Elder Wand, the choices he made as a young man. If he found evidence that the source of magic was an entity that could be accessed and controlled, he would have buried it. Not to protect Voldemort. To protect the world from the possibility that anyone could find it. Wednesday set down the notes. The Deathless. She said the name like she was testing a blade's edge. Harrison, what exactly do you know about the entity beneath this school? What Bianca has sensed psychically? What the Addams family texts reference? And what Draco described, an entity that Voldemort believes created magic and that can be compelled to serve him. The Addams texts are more specific than I've shared. Wednesday went to her filing cabinet, the blood-locked one, and withdrew a folder that Harry had never seen before. She opened it on the desk, revealing pages that were clearly much older than the folder itself, handwritten sheets in several different hands, some in English, some in Latin, some in a script that Harry didn't recognize at all. These are from the family archive. Written by Addams' ancestors who lived on or near this land going back to the early 1700s. Wednesday selected a page. This one is from Constance Addams, dated 1743. She describes a presence beneath the land, something she calls the sleeper. She writes, "It does not think as we think, nor dream as we dream. It exists at the threshold between what lives and what does not, and its breathing is the beating of the world's oldest heart." The sleeper, Hermione murmured. Constance was the one who convinced the founders to build Nevermore on this site. Not despite the entity, because of it. The school was designed as a containment system. The wards, the architecture, the specific geometric layout of the buildings, all of it was calibrated to keep the sleeper dormant. And the students, the outcasts, the werewolves, the sirens, the psychics, their combined magical signatures act as a dampening field. The more magical activity occurs in the school, the deeper the entity sleeps. Harry felt something click into place, the heavy, resonant sensation of a key turning in a lock he hadn't known existed. That's why the school was founded, he said. Not as a sanctuary. As a prison. The outcasts aren't students. They're wardens. They're both, Wednesday said. Constance Addams understood that the most effective containment system is one that serves the containers as well as the contained. The students benefit from the school. The school benefits from the students. And the sleeper sleeps because the ambient magical energy of 100 supernatural teenagers is the equivalent of a constant, low-level sedative. But the balance is shifting, Bianca said from the doorway. She'd arrived silently, her siren heritage made her nearly inaudible when she wanted to be, and she was carrying a tablet displaying a graph that Harry didn't need explained. I've been monitoring the psychic field beneath the school for the past week. The sleeper's activity is increasing. Not dramatically, we're talking fractions of a % per day, but the trend is consistent and accelerating. Because of me, Harry said. The Horcrux. The fragment is dark magic, Voldemort's magic, death magic, and it's been in proximity to the sleeper for 17 years. It's been feeding the entity. Slowly, incrementally, like a dripping faucet filling a bathtub. And the recent confrontations have accelerated the drip, Wednesday finished. Bellatrix's attack. The feedback through the scar. The fragment stirring. Each time the Horcrux activates, even briefly, it sends a pulse of death magic energy into the entity's containment field. We're waking it up, Hermione said. Every time someone attacks Harry, we're waking it up. The room absorbed this. 5 people, Wednesday, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Bianca, standing in a cramped office, surrounded by centuries-old documents and cutting-edge magical research, looking at a problem that was bigger than any of them had imagined. We need the Horcrux out of Harry, Neville said. That's the immediate objective. Remove the fragment, seal the containment, deal with Voldemort afterward. Removing a Horcrux from a living host has never been done, Hermione said. Dumbledore's notes suggest it's theoretically possible, but every method he explored ended with the same conclusion: the host dies. Every method he explored involved destroying the fragment, Harry said. What if we don't destroy it? What if we extract it? Extract it how? The sleeper exists on the boundary between life and death. The Horcrux is a piece of soul, it exists on the same boundary. If the sleeper's energy can be channeled, carefully, precisely, under controlled conditions, it might be possible to use the entity's boundary-dissolving nature to separate the fragment from my living tissue without killing either. The idea hung in the air like a held breath. It was insane. It was theoretically elegant. It was exactly the kind of solution that came from a mind trained by Wednesday Addams to see every system as a tool and every tool as a potential solution. That would mean going into the containment area, Bianca said. Into the old crypt. Into the sleeper's direct presence. Yes. That's dangerous. Untested. Potentially fatal. Harry looked at each of them in turn. But the alternative is waiting for the cage to crack and the sleeper to wake up and Voldemort to show up for his ritual, and dealing with all three simultaneously. Wednesday was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice carried the tone she reserved for the moments that mattered most, the decisions that would shape everything that came after. We'll need to research this thoroughly before any attempt is made. Hermione, continue with Dumbledore's notes. Look for anything he avoided, anything he deflected around, anything that might connect to the entity beneath the school. Bianca, maintain monitoring. If the sleeper's activity increases beyond the current trend line, I need to know immediately. Neville, you're on security. If Voldemort's people come back, you're the first line of defense. And Harrison, she looked at her son. In the lamplight of the office, surrounded by the weapons and files and intelligence networks she'd spent 17 years building, Wednesday Addams looked at the boy she'd found at the gate and saw, perhaps for the first time, not the child she'd raised but the man he was becoming. "Harrison, get some sleep. You're going to need it." He left the office with Hermione. In the corridor, in the quiet dark of Nevermore after midnight, she leaned against the wall and closed her eyes and let out a breath that seemed to carry the weight of the entire day. "Hey," Harry said. She opened her eyes. "You were right," he said. "What you told Wednesday at dinner. About why you fight. Because the alternative is accepting that the people who hate you might be right. I remember. I think that's why the Addams family survives. Every generation, the world tries to tell them they're wrong, wrong for being dark, wrong for being strange, wrong for loving pain and shadows and the things that other people fear. And every generation, they refuse to accept it. They don't fight the world. They just keep being themselves, louder and more completely, until the world has to accommodate them." Hermione looked at him. In the dim corridor, her expression was layered with exhaustion and tenderness and the particular kind of courage that comes not from the absence of fear but from the decision to be soft in a world that rewards hardness. "You're becoming someone," she said. "Not the person Wednesday built. Not the person the prophecy demands. Someone new. Is that okay?" She reached up and touched his face. Her hand was warm against his jaw, and the touch was so gentle, so completely at odds with everything else in his life, the combat, the interrogation, the constant, exhausting vigilance, that it made something behind his ribs ache in a way that wasn't pain but felt equally intense. "It's more than okay," she said. He leaned into her hand. She rose on her toes and kissed him, softly, carefully, the way you touched something you'd been afraid to break. And Harry kissed her back, and the world contracted to the warmth of her mouth and the pressure of her fingers against his jaw and the simple, staggering reality that after 17 years of being trained to withstand anything, the thing that finally broke through every defense he had was this: a woman who fought because she refused to be diminished, who processed the world and systems and structures the way he did, who had watched him interrogate and fight and disassemble a government. Official's career and had chosen to kiss him anyway. When they pulled apart, he kept his forehead pressed against hers. Her breath was warm on his lips. His heart was doing something that Wednesday's monitoring protocols would have flagged as anomalous, rapid, irregular, completely out of his conscious control. "That was," he started. "Don't analyze it." "I wasn't going to analyze it." "You were absolutely going to analyze it." I could see the wheels turning. The wheels always turn. Wednesday hardwired them. Hermione laughed, quiet, breathless, the kind of laugh that lived in the space between joy and disbelief. "Then let me save you the trouble. Assessment, positive. Tactical outcome, favorable. Recommendation, repeat at earliest opportunity." "You're mocking my vocabulary." "I'm speaking your vocabulary. There's a difference." She pulled back enough to look at him, and her expression was the most open he'd ever seen it, no analytical filter, no professional distance, no strategic calculation. Just Hermione. Just a woman who had walked into a school full of monsters and found the one person who made her feel like she didn't have to be brave every single second. "Harry. I know the timing is terrible. I know there's a dark wizard trying to become a god and an ancient entity waking up beneath our feet and your scar is essentially a ticking bomb. But I need you to know, this isn't strategy. This isn't alliance building. This is me choosing you. Just you." Harry looked at her. In 17 years of Wednesday's training, he had learned to read every micro-expression, every body language tell, every subtle indicator of deception and sincerity that the human body could produce. And everything he could see, every signal, every marker, every invisible data point, said the same thing. She meant it. Completely. Without reservation. "Wednesday is going to have opinions about this," Hermione said, a smile tugging at her lips. "Wednesday has opinions about everything. Will she approve?" Harry smiled. The real smile. The one that Enid said proved he was human. She already told me to choose. And Addams don't second-guess their choices. They stood in the corridor for another moment, hands intertwined, letting the silence hold them. Then, because they were who they were, a soldier and an operative, a scholar and an interrogator, two people whose instinct for duty ran bone deep even in the middle of something personal, they separated. Not reluctantly, but practically. There was work to do. There was always work to do. Get some sleep, Hermione said, echoing Wednesday's instruction from earlier, and the echo made Harry smile again because Hermione was, in ways she probably didn't fully recognize yet, already becoming part of the family. You too. I will. After I finish cross-referencing Dumbledore's notes on soul vessel theory with the Addams archive entries on the sleeper. That's not sleep. It's Hermione sleep. It involves books. He watched her walk down the corridor toward the library, her notebook already open, her mind already shifting back to the problem, but she glanced back once, at the corner, and the look she gave him was warm enough to last. In the crypt far below them, the sleeper dreamed. Its dreams were not human dreams, they were vast, slow, geological, the dreams of something that had existed since before the first cell divided and the first spark of consciousness flickered in the primordial dark. It dreamed of boundaries, the boundary between living and dead, between magic and matter, between what was and what could be. It dreamed of the voice that had been whispering to it through the walls, the cold, precise voice of a man who wanted to be a god. And it dreamed of the boy above it, the boy with death in his scar and love in his bones and the magic of two worlds running through his veins, and it recognized him. Not as a threat. Not as a tool. As something it had been waiting for. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Art of War. They came at dawn. Harry felt them before he saw them, a shift in the ambient magical field that woke him from a shallow, restless sleep at 4:47 a.m. Not the scar this time. Something larger, wider, more diffuse. Like the air itself changing composition, the way it changed before a thunderstorm, that heaviness, that electric anticipation, the world holding its breath before something broke. He was dressed and armed in under 2 minutes. Armed, for Harry, didn't mean weapons in the conventional sense, it meant shoes that allowed maximum traction on stone, clothes that wouldn't restrict his range of motion, and the mental state that Wednesday called operational baseline, every sense extended, every analytical framework active, the body and mind synchronized into a single instrument of response. Wednesday's text came as he was lacing his boots. Multiple signatures approaching from the south and east. Estimate 30 to 40 hostiles. Mixed composition, human magical, infery, at least 2 unidentified. Formation suggests coordinated assault rather than infiltration. Harry typed back, Voldemort. Not in the initial wave. He'll come after. This is the overture. I have a plan. A pause. Then, I know. I reviewed the defense modifications you made to the East Wing perimeter last Tuesday at 3 a.m. when you thought I was asleep. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Then the first ward alarm shrieked through the school like a wounded animal, and the smile died before it reached his mouth. The defense of Nevermore Academy had been planned in layers. The outermost layer was the forest. Vermont mountain forest, dense and dark and, thanks to 17 years of Wednesday's modifications, thoroughly hostile to uninvited guests. The trees along the primary approach routes had been fitted with runic triggers that activated when they detected hostile magical signatures, not explosive, but disorienting. Fog generators that created pockets of thick, cloying mist laced with a mild hallucinogenic compound derived from a mushroom species that grew only in the Addams family's private greenhouse. Directional wards that subtly bent the spatial geometry of the paths, turning a straight approach into a gentle curve that looped back on itself. The modifications weren't designed to stop an army. They were designed to slow one down, fragment it, and ensure that whatever reached the school's perimeter arrived confused, separated, and several people lighter than when it had started. The second layer was the grounds. Harry had spent the past 3 days, since the Voldemort contact, since Wednesday had accelerated the timeline, redesigning the campus's defensive architecture. The hedge maze had been converted from a pleasant garden feature into a kill zone, its paths reconfigured to channel intruders into dead ends where Pugsley's remotely activated concussive charges waited. The courtyard fountains had been linked to the school's water supply and enchanted by Bianca to project siren-frequency sound waves that caused disorientation and nausea in anyone not wearing the countercharm earpieces Harry had distributed to the school's defenders. The gargoyles, always more than decorative, had been activated to their full combat protocol, which transformed them from stone watchers into stone interceptors capable of 20-mile-per-hour dives and impacts that could shatter a shield charm. The third layer was the building itself. Wednesday had designed Nevermore's internal security with the Addams family's traditional philosophy: make the house more dangerous than whatever was trying to get into it. Corridors that sealed behind intruders, trapping them in stone-walled segments with no exit. Staircases that retracted. Portraits that deployed alchemical smoke screens. And, in the East Wing basement, a network of rooms that Harry had personally converted into what Enid called the Hospitality Suite, a series of interconnected spaces designed to funnel, separate, and neutralize anyone who made it past the outer defenses. The fourth layer was the people. Bianca commanded the psychic defense, a network of siren students and faculty who could project confusion, false memories, and emotional disruption at range. She was positioned in the North Tower, the highest point on campus, where her abilities had maximum coverage. Neville led the direct combat team, a squad of Nevermore's most capable fighters, including Cal the Werewolf, Petra the Gorgon, and 6 other students who had volunteered when Wednesday had addressed the school the previous evening and explained, in her characteristically unflinching way, that a very bad man was coming to do very bad things and that anyone who wished to help stop him was welcome but not required. 14 students had volunteered. Wednesday had accepted 8, the ones she assessed as genuinely capable rather than merely brave. Bravery without competence is just dying with enthusiasm, she told Harry afterward. I prefer my defenders alive. Hermione coordinated the magical defenses, the wards, the shield networks, the emergency port key system that could evacuate non-combatant students to a safe house in Connecticut that Wednesday had established 6 years ago for exactly this scenario. She worked from Wednesday's command center, surrounded by monitoring displays and communication crystals, her wand in one hand and her notebook in the other. Draco, still recovering, still trembling, still carrying the cruciatus damage that might never fully heal, had been assigned to the medical wing with Dr. Vasquez. Not as a patient. As a defender. Whatever Draco Malfoy's sins, he knew Death Eater tactics, knew their formations, knew their weaknesses, and his knowledge had been integrated into the defense plan with the clinical efficiency that Wednesday applied to every asset. And Wednesday herself was everywhere and nowhere. She moved through the school like a current through water, checking defenses, adjusting positions, communicating through a network of enchanted mirrors that allowed her to coordinate the entire operation from wherever she happened to be standing. She carried 3 knives, a collapsible crossbow that Pugsley had designed specifically for her. Happy birthday, sis, it fires bolts that can pierce magical shields, don't ask how, and the same cold, absolute composure that had made her the most feared person in Jericho, Vermont, for the better part of 2 decades. Harry stood at the center of it all. Not because he'd claimed the position, but because it was where the plan placed him, at the convergence point, the place where all the defensive layers funneled, the eye of the hurricane. If the outer defenses held, the enemy would never reach him. If they didn't, he would be the last line. He was standing in the main courtyard when the first explosion hit. The Death Eaters emerged from the forest at 5:23 a.m., and Harry could tell immediately that this was not a standard assault. Voldemort had sent his best, not the rank-and-file thugs who made up the bulk of his forces, but the inner circle. The elite. The ones who had survived 2 wars and emerged meaner, smarter, and more dangerous than the generation before them. They hit the forest wards and barely slowed. Whoever had planned the approach, and Harry suspected Bellatrix, had accounted for the disorienting modifications. The Death Eaters moved in tight pairs, each pair anchored to the next by a linking charm that prevented them from being separated by the spatial distortion. They carried ward breakers, specialized artifacts that could punch through defensive enchantments like bullets through glass, and they used them with practiced efficiency, clearing a corridor through Wednesday's fog generators and runic triggers in under 3 minutes. The Inferi came behind them. Harry had read about Inferi in Wednesday's library, reanimated corpses, mindless, driven by the dark magic that had raised them. The descriptions had been clinical, academic. The reality was something else entirely. 30 or 40 of them, emerging from the tree lean in a shambling wave, their eyes empty, their movements jerky and wrong, the unnatural locomotion of bodies being driven by a force that didn't understand how living things were supposed to move. They were a blunt instrument, no finesse, no strategy, but blunt instruments were effective when you had enough of them. And behind the Inferi, barely visible in the pre-dawn gray, 2 shapes that were neither human nor undead. Large. Moving with a fluid, predatory grace that Harry's trained eye flagged as extremely dangerous, before his analytical mind had time to classify them. Trolls, maybe. Or something worse. First wave incoming, Hermione's voice came through the communication crystal in Harry's ear. 37 hostile signatures. 18 human, 19 Inferi. 2 unidentified, I'm getting anomalous readings, possibly enhanced creatures. They've breached the forest perimeter and are approaching the grounds. Copy, Harry said. Activate the grounds defense. The hedge maze came alive. Not metaphorically. The enchanted hedges, which had been growing on Nevermore's grounds for over a century and had absorbed enough ambient magic to qualify as semi-sentient, responded to the activation command by moving. Walls of dense, thorny hedge surged outward, reshaping the landscape between the forest edge and the school buildings into a labyrinth that hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. The Death Eater pairs, for all their ward breakers, hadn't planned for a battlefield that rearranged itself. Harry watched from the courtyard as the first pair of Death Eaters entered the maze. They made it 40 feet before the path curved, separated them from their linking charm anchor, and deposited one of them in a dead end where a concussive charge was buried under 6 inches of gravel. The explosion was sharp and contained, Pugsley's work was always precise, and the Death Eater was thrown 15 feet into a hedge wall that grabbed him with thorny tendrils and held him, stunned and bleeding, while the maze reshuffled around him. 1 down, Harry murmured. 36 to go. The Inferi, however, didn't care about mazes. They walked through the hedges. Not around them. Through them. The enchanted plants grabbed and tore and slowed, but the Inferi didn't feel pain, didn't respond to physical damage, and didn't stop. They emerged from the hedge maze in ragged, broken clusters, missing limbs, trailing vegetation, their dead faces scratched and torn, but they kept coming. Inferi clearing the maze, Hermione reported. Neville, they're heading for the east wing. On it. Neville's voice was steady, grounded, carrying the matter-of-fact calm of someone who'd faced worse and survived. Cal, Petra, with me. Everyone else, hold the perimeter. Harry felt the magic before he saw it. A surge of structured power, disciplined, enormous, the magical equivalent of a river being channeled through a dam, as Neville cast a fire containment spell that he'd adapted from standard Auror combat doctrine. A wall of flame erupted across the east wing approach, 12 feet high and 20 feet wide, burning with a controlled intensity that reduced the first rank of Inferi to ash in seconds. The dead things didn't scream. That was almost worse. They walked into the fire silently, their bodies crumbling, their dark animation dissolving as the flames consumed the magic that moved them. But there were more behind them. Always more. Neville's handling the Inferi, Harry told Hermione through the crystal. What about the 2 unidentified? They're, oh. A pause. Harry, they're not trolls. They're chimeras. Someone has bred magical chimeras and sent them at a school. Chimeras. Lion body, goat head, serpent tail. Resistant to most combat magic. Fast, savage, and driven by a predatory intelligence that made them far more dangerous than the mindless inferi. Harry processed this in the fraction of a second it took the information to travel from his ear to his tactical center. "Bianca," he said into the crystal. "The chimeras. Can you reach them? Their minds are strange." Bianca's voice was strained. She'd been running the psychic defense network at full capacity since the alarm, and the effort was visible even through audio. Animal instinct layered with magical compulsion. "I can't control them, but I can confuse them. Buy you time. Do it." The chimeras had cleared the maze. They were too big to be caught by the hedges and too smart to be funneled by the paths. They loped across the open ground between the maze and the school with a terrifying, fluid speed, their lion bodies eating up the distance in long, powerful strides. Bianca hit them with a psychic disruption pulse that made both chimeras stumble. One veered left, slamming into the courtyard fountain and shattering it. The other shook its heads, all three of them, and kept coming, heading straight for the main entrance. Harry stepped forward. The chimera saw him. All three heads oriented on him simultaneously, the lion's golden eyes, the goat's horizontal pupils, the serpent's slitted gaze, and the combined predatory focus of three apex animals in one body locked onto a 17-year-old boy standing alone in a stone courtyard. Harry waited. The chimera charged. 20 feet. 15. 10. He reached out with both hands and pushed his magic into the air between them, not as a spell, not as a shield, but as a raw, biological command that spoke directly to the chimera's nervous system in the language of nerve impulses and electrochemical signals. Sleep. The chimera's front legs buckled. Its momentum carried it forward in a sliding, tumbling avalanche of fur and scale and horn that came to rest 4 feet from where Harry stood, unconscious, its three heads lolling at odd angles, its massive body rising and falling with the slow breath of deep, magical sleep. The second chimera, disoriented by Bianca's pulse, crashed into the hedge maze and was immediately set upon by the enchanted plants, which wrapped around it with the enthusiastic vigor of vegetation that had been waiting 2 centuries for something interesting to happen. "Chimeras neutralized," Harry said into the crystal. "How are we looking overall?" 12 Death Eaters down, 6 still active in the maze, Hermione reported. "Inferi reduced by approximately 60%, Neville's firewall is holding." "But Harry, the 6 remaining Death Eaters aren't trying to get through the maze anymore. They're regrouping at the tree line." "Regrouping for what?" Before Hermione could answer, a new sound cut through the morning air, not an explosion, not a spell, but the deep, throaty rumble of an engine that had no business existing within 50 miles of a magical battle. Harry turned toward the main gate in time to see a car crash through it. Not just any car. A 1933 Packard V12, black as midnight and roughly the size of a small whale, its chrome grille throwing back the gray dawn light like bared teeth. It hit the gate at approximately 60 miles per hour, tore the wrought iron from its hinges with a shriek of tortured metal, and fishtailed across the gravel drive before coming to a smoking, magnificent halt in the center of the main courtyard. The driver's door opened, and Addams stepped out. He was grinning. Of course he was grinning. Addams grinned the way other people breathed, as an involuntary expression of a baseline emotional state that existed somewhere between ecstatic joy and barely contained mania. He was wearing a pinstriped suit that probably cost more than the car, and he was carrying a cavalry saber in each hand. "Harrison!" he shouted, his voice carrying the booming warmth of a man who genuinely loved every moment of his existence, including and especially the dangerous ones. "Your mother called. She said there was a party." The passenger door opened. Morticia Addams emerged with the fluid grace of a woman who could make getting out of a car look like a coronation. She was wearing a black dress that moved like it was alive, her dark hair perfectly arranged despite the 60-mile-per-hour drive, and she was carrying what appeared to be a small ornamental box that Harry recognized with a jolt of recognition, a portable ward generator, custom-built by the Addams family's personal enchanter, capable of projecting a defensive field strong enough to stop a small army. The rear doors opened simultaneously. From the left, Pugsley Addams, built like a refrigerator and carrying a duffel bag that clanked with the unmistakable sound of improvised ordnance. From the right, Uncle Fester, bald and beaming, wearing a trench coat that was either singed from a recent electrical experiment or from the drive itself, and crackling with the residual static charge that was Fester's permanent accessory. And from the trunk, which opened with a dignified click that belied its previous use as an ammunition storage unit, emerged Thing. The disembodied hand scuttled across the Packard's roof, paused to straighten the side mirror, and then leaped to the ground with the practiced athleticism of a limb that had been operating independently for longer than most of the people present had been alive. "The cavalry has arrived," Gomez declared, twirling both sabers in a figure-8 pattern that would have been showing off if Gomez Addams had possessed the capacity for restraint, which he emphatically did not. "Now, where are the villains?" "In the maze," Harry said, and despite everything, the battle, the fear, the ancient entity stirring beneath his feet, he felt something loosen in his chest at the sight of his family. 6 remaining hostiles, regrouping at the tree-line. Inferi being handled by Neville on the east wing approach. Inferi. Gomez's eyes lit up with the particular delight he reserved for things that were simultaneously horrible and interesting. "Morticia, darling, did you hear? Inferi. We haven't seen Inferi since that business in Corsica." "The business in Corsica was a holiday, Gomez. This is a war." "What's the difference?" "The catering." Morticia activated the portable ward generator with a gesture that was half magical command and half the languid wave of a woman who expected reality to accommodate her preferences. A shimmering dome of protective energy expanded outward from the device, covering the main entrance and the courtyard in a defensive field that hummed with a deep, resonant power. "Pugsley," Morticia said, "the east wing. On it." Pugsley slung his duffel bag over one massive shoulder and headed toward the sound of Neville's fire wall with the cheerful purposefulness of a man who had found his calling in life, and his calling was making things explode. Harry heard the first detonation 30 seconds later, followed by a second, a third, and then a chain of controlled blasts that suggested Pugsley had decided the Inferi problem could be solved with sufficient application of force. He was right. The explosions were followed by silence, and then Neville's voice came through the crystal. "Harry, did someone just blow up the entire east approach?" "Because someone just blew up the entire east approach. That's my uncle. He's very thorough. It's a family trait." Fester, meanwhile, had wandered toward the tree-line with the aimless gait of a tourist exploring a new city. He reached the edge of the forest, paused, and then released a bolt of electrical energy from his outstretched hands that arced between the trees like chain lightning, illuminating the forest in a strobing blue-white glare. The remaining Death Eaters who had been regrouping in the cover of the trees suddenly found their cover electrified, and the sounds of apparition cracks, the desperate, uncontrolled kind that came from people trying to escape a situation they hadn't prepared for, echoed through the dawn. "Fester," Morticia said mildly, "try not to start a forest fire." "Sorry, Morticia." Gomez was dueling. Somehow, in the 30 seconds since the family's arrival, he had found a Death Eater who'd been lurking behind the ruins of the courtyard fountain and engaged him in single combat with a joy that bordered on the spiritual. Gomez Addams fought the way he did everything, with total, ecstatic commitment, his twin sabers weaving patterns in the air that were part fencing, part dance, and part some improvised martial art that existed only in Gomez's imagination and was somehow devastatingly effective. The Death Eater lasted about 20 seconds before Gomez disarmed him, literally, sending his wand spinning through the air, and pressed both saber tips to the man's throat with a grin that was all teeth and no mercy. "Yield?" Gomez asked brightly. The Death Eater yielded. "Wonderful." Gomez stepped back, sheathed one saber, and offered the man a hand up. "Now then, you wouldn't happen to know if there are more of you? My wife has prepared refreshments and it would be terribly impolite to have leftovers." Harry watched his family work and felt, for the first time since the alarms had started screaming, a stability settle into his chest. This was what the Addams family was, not just dark, not just strange, not just terrifying, but together. A unit that moved with the synchronized efficiency of people who had been protecting each other for generations, who understood that family wasn't just love, it was strategy, it was infrastructure, it was the fundamental organizational principle around which everything else was built. Harry. Hermione's voice in the crystal had shifted, no longer coordinating the defense, but something more urgent, more personal. Something's happening with the perimeter wards. The remaining Death Eaters, they're not just regrouping. They're organizing. Into a formation I recognize from the First War intelligence files. It's a summoning pattern. Summoning what? Not what. Who? And then Enid transformed. Harry heard it before he saw it, the sound of a werewolf transformation, which was nothing like the movie suggested. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't cinematic. It was violent, a raw, wet, fundamental restructuring of bone and muscle and sinew that sounded like the earth itself tearing open. Enid's scream became a howl, and the howl became a roar, and what emerged from the North Wing entrance was not the bubbly, pastel-wearing woman who had taught Harry about birthday cakes and the radical importance of being kind. What emerged was a 9-foot-tall wolf of gold and white, with eyes that burned amber and claws that left gouges in the stone courtyard as she moved. She was magnificent. She was terrible. She was Enid Sinclair, who had chosen joy as her armor and warmth as her weapon, and who was now deploying both in their most primal form, the unconditional, savage, bone-deep protectiveness of a werewolf defending her pack. She hit the tree line like a wrecking ball. The remaining Death Eaters, who had been forming their summoning pattern in the relative safety of the forest's edge, found themselves suddenly and catastrophically unable to maintain concentration when a creature the size of a grizzly bear was moving through them at 30 miles per hour, scattering their formation, breaking their focus, and, in what Harry suspected was Enid's particular contribution to the family tradition of measured response, not killing any of them, but making each one profoundly, permanently regret their career choices. The summoning pattern collapsed. The remaining Death Eaters, those who could still walk, disapparated in a cascade of desperate cracks. The grounds fell silent. For a moment, just a moment, it was over. The first wave was broken. The Inferi were ash. The Chimeras were sleeping. The Death Eaters were scattered or fled or unconscious in the hedge maze. Nevermore Academy stood, battered but standing, its defenders bloodied but alive. Then Hermione's voice came through the crystal, and it was the quietest, most frightened Harry had ever heard it. The 6 remaining Death Eaters, they weren't trying to get through the maze anymore. They're regrouping at the tree line. Regrouping for what? I don't, wait. A sharp intake of breath. New signature. Single individual. Very powerful. Approaching from the south. Harry didn't need to ask who it was. Bellatrix Lestrange walked out of the forest like she was walking onto a stage. The pre-dawn had given way to a gray, overcast morning, and in that flat, diffuse light she looked like something from a painting, dramatic, vivid, wrong. She wore black robes that moved with her like smoke, her dark hair loose and wild, her wand in her hand like an extension of her body. She walked past the regrouping Death Eaters without looking at them. She walked past the remains of the Inferi, past the sleeping Chimera, past the ruins of the fountain. She walked with the unhurried certainty of someone who believed, with absolute conviction, that the world existed to accommodate her. She stopped 20 feet from Harry. The courtyard between them was littered with debris, stone fragments, scorched earth, trampled hedge, the detritus of a battle that had lasted less than 30 minutes but had transformed the school's grounds into a war zone. "Good morning, Harrison," she said. "I see you've been redecorating." Bellatrix. Harry's hands were at his sides. His heartbeat was 62. Controlled. "You came back. Did you think I wouldn't? I told you we'd meet again." She surveyed the damage with the appreciative eye of a connoisseur. "Impressive defenses. The hedge maze is inspired, your mother's work." "Mine, actually." "Of course. The student surpasses the teacher. It's the oldest story." She tilted her head. Where is Wednesday? Around. I'm sure she is. But this conversation is between us, Harrison. Not me and your mother. Not me and your little army. You and me. She raised her wand, not an attack but an invitation, the duelist salute, the formal acknowledgement between combatants that what came next was personal. The Dark Lord is coming. He'll be here within the hour. When he arrives, he'll go directly to the ritual site beneath the school. He doesn't need the battle is a distraction, a way to keep your defenders occupied while he accesses the crypt. I know. Then you know this is your last chance. Come with me now, voluntarily, and I can broker terms. The Dark Lord will take the Horcrux and leave the school standing. Your mother, your friends, your students, they all survive. That's a better outcome than what happens if you fight. Is it? Harrison. For the first time, Bellatrix's voice carried something that wasn't performance or manipulation. It was fatigue, the bone-deep exhaustion of someone who had been serving a master for so long that the line between devotion and imprisonment had dissolved. I'm offering you a way out. Not because I've changed, I haven't. But because what the Dark Lord is trying to do, the ritual, the entity, the apotheosis, scares even me. And I am not a woman who scares easily. Harry studied her. The micro-expressions were complex, layered, harder to read than any he'd encountered. But beneath the layers, beneath the performance and the fatigue and the genuine menace, he found something unexpected. She meant it. She was scared. Not of Harry, not of the battle, but of what Voldemort was becoming and what he intended to do with the power he was reaching for. Bellatrix Lestrange, the most loyal of the loyal, the truest of the true believers, was standing in a ruined courtyard offering terms because for the first time in 30 years, her faith had cracked. You could come in, Harry said. Bellatrix blinked. Walk through the front door. Lay down your wand. Help us stop him. He held her gaze. You're scared because you know what he's becoming. I'm the only person in the world who might be able to prevent it. If you genuinely believe the ritual needs to be stopped, then stop helping the man who's performing it. The silence between them was enormous. It held the weight of 30 years of dark service, of choices made and lives destroyed, of a woman who had defined herself by her devotion to a cause that was now terrifying her. Bellatrix's wand hand trembled. Just for a second. Just enough. Then her expression closed like a door slamming. The vulnerability vanished. The mask reformed, harder, colder, more brittle than before, the mask of someone who had been offered a chance at redemption and found, at the critical moment, that she couldn't take it. I can't, she said. I'm too far gone for doors, Harrison. Even yours. Then I'm sorry for what happens next. Don't be. The manic light was back in her eyes, but it was different now, sharper, more desperate, the light of someone burning their bridges and using the fire to illuminate their last stand. Make it count. She attacked. This fight was nothing like the greenhouse. The greenhouse had been a skirmish, probing, testing, two opponents mapping each other's capabilities. This was war. Bellatrix fought with the full, unleashed fury of someone who had nothing left to lose and nothing left to protect, and her magic was staggering, torrents of cursed fire, chains of dark energy that whipped and cracked and tore, spells that Harry didn't recognize and couldn't classify that bent the air and cracked the stone and turned the courtyard into a hellscape of destructive force. Harry fought back with everything he had. The nerve magic, the biological interface, the raw wandless power that had been growing stronger with every confrontation, every training session, every midnight hour spent pushing the boundaries of what his body and his magic could do together. He closed distance, traded blows, used the environment, grabbing a loose stone from the ruined fountain and hurling it with magically enhanced force, ducking behind the sleeping chimera's bulk to block a killing curse, channeling his power through the stone floor itself to create a shockwave that knocked Bellatrix off her feet. She recovered mid-fall. Twisted in the air, fired 3 spells before she hit the ground, rolled, and was up again in a motion so fluid that it looked choreographed. Her wand was everywhere, tracing arcs of dark fire in the air, throwing curses that left trails of black light, creating constructs of pure magical force that snapped at Harry like living things. He got inside her guard. She was ready, the heat aura from the greenhouse was back, scorching the air around her body, but this time Harry pushed through it. His magic reached into the heat, understood its structure, and inverted it. The temperature around Bellatrix plummeted, the superheated air becoming a cage of bitter cold that froze the moisture in her breath and crackled frost across her robes. She snarled, a genuine, animal sound, and shattered the cold cage with a burst of raw power that sent ice fragments scything through the air. One caught Harry's cheek, opening a thin line of blood. He ignored it. Closed the last 2 feet between them. Got his hand on her wand arm. The nerve magic surged through the contact point. This time, instead of attempting the disruption she'd countered in the greenhouse, Harry did something new, something he'd spent the past 3 days developing specifically for this rematch. He didn't try to shut down her nervous system. He tried to understand it. His magic flooded into Bellatrix's body and mapped it like a cartographer mapping terrain, every nerve, every pathway, every connection between brain and body that made Bellatrix Lestrange the most dangerous woman in Britain. And in that map, he found what he was looking for. The damage. Years of it. Decades. The Cruciatus curse, when cast long enough, didn't just damage the victim, it damaged the caster. Each use eroded the neural pathways that processed empathy, pleasure, and connection, replacing them with reinforced pain receptors that made the caster progressively more dependent on the infliction of suffering to feel anything at all. Bellatrix's nervous system was a ruin, a devastated landscape of burnt-out pathways and hypertrophied pain circuits that had rewired her brain into something that could only experience the world through the lens of cruelty. She hadn't chosen to be this way. She'd been made this way, spell by spell, curse by curse, over 30 years of service to a master who used the Cruciatus the way other people used handshakes. Harry saw it all in the fraction of a second that his magic was inside her. And in that fraction of a second, he made a choice that would have horrified Bellatrix if she'd understood it. He healed her. Not much. Not enough to undo 30 years of damage. But enough, a single, precise pulse of restorative magic targeted at the neural pathways that processed connection and empathy, the ones that had been burnt to ash by decades of dark magic. He rebuilt a fraction of what had been destroyed, bridged a few of the gaps, restored a whisper of what Bellatrix had been before the Dark Lord had hollowed her out and filled the space with devotion. Bellatrix gasped. Staggered. Her wand arm dropped. For 3 seconds, her eyes cleared. The manic light dimmed, and what was underneath was, for the first time in possibly decades, human. Confused, frightened, aware of herself in a way that the damage had been preventing, looking at Harry with an expression that held something she might not have been able to name but that Harry recognized instantly. She was feeling empathy. For the first time in 30 years, she was feeling someone else's pain as something other than entertainment. "What?" she whispered. "What did you? I showed you what she took from you," Harry said. His voice was gentle. "What the curses took. What the Dark Lord's service burned out of you. The woman you were before you became this." Bellatrix's hand went to her chest. Her eyes were wet, not with the performative tears of manipulation but with the genuine, disoriented tears of someone experiencing an emotion they'd forgotten existed. "It hurts," she said. Her voice was small. "Lost. It hurts. Empathy usually does." She looked at him. The greatest killer of her generation, the Dark Lord's most faithful, the woman who had carved a slur into Hermione's arm and laughed while doing it, and she looked at Harry with the expression of someone who had just woken up from a 30-year nightmare and didn't know where she was. "I can't go back," she said. "After this. After feeling this. I can't go back to what I was." "Then don't. It's too late, Harrison. I've done too much. There's too much blood." Her wand was on the ground between them. She didn't pick it up. But I can do one thing. She turned toward the tree lean, where the remaining Death Eaters were watching the confrontation with the frozen confusion of soldiers whose commanding officer had just stopped fighting. Go, Bellatrix said to them. Her voice had changed, the manic edge was gone, replaced by something raw and commanding and entirely new. Go now. Leave. He's coming, and if you're here when he arrives, you'll be fuel for his ritual. He doesn't care about you. He never cared about any of us. Go. The Death Eaters hesitated. Then, one by one, they disapparated. The sharp cracks of apparition echoed off the mountains like gunshots. Bellatrix turned back to Harry. He'll be here in minutes. I can feel him through the mark. She touched her left forearm. Go to the crypt. Stop the ritual. I'll hold the perimeter. You'll die. Probably. She smiled, and for the first time, the smile reached her eyes, not with madness but with something that looked, impossibly, like peace. But I'll die feeling something. After 30 years of nothing, that's worth more than you know. Harry looked at her for a long moment. Then he did something that surprised them both, he picked up her wand and handed it back to her. Hold the perimeter, he said. That's an Addams move. Arming the enemy. You're not my enemy. Not anymore. She looked at the wand in her hand. Then she looked at Harry with an expression that he would remember for the rest of his life, the expression of someone who had been drowning for 30 years and had just felt their feet touch bottom. For what it's worth, she said quietly, I'm sorry. About Granger's arm. About all of it. The woman who did those things, she's still in here. The healing you did, it didn't erase her. But it let me see her clearly for the first time. And her voice broke, I'm horrified. That's the empathy working. It's awful. Welcome to being human. She laughed. It was a raw, wet sound, nothing like the rich, theatrical laugh she deployed as a weapon. It was the laugh of someone who had just discovered something terrible and beautiful about themselves and didn't know what to do with it. Go, she said. I'll hold as long as I can. And Harrison, when this is over, if I'm still alive, I'd like to talk. Properly. About what you did to my nervous system. Because I think, she paused, and the vulnerability in her expression was so profound that it made her look like a completely different person, I think there might be a version of me that's still salvageable. And I'd like to find out. When this is over, Harry agreed. He turned and ran for the East Wing entrance. Behind him, Bellatrix Lestrange, the most feared witch in Britain, the Dark Lord's most faithful, the woman who had tortured and killed and laughed while doing it, stood alone in the ruined courtyard of Nevermore Academy, holding her wand in a hand that no longer trembled, and waited for the master she was about to betray. The last Death Eaters who had remained loyal to Voldemort's advance guard, 4 of them, emerging from the forest edge in a final push toward the school, found Bellatrix in their path. She fought them with a precision that was new, not the wild, manic violence of her former self, but something cleaner, more controlled, more purposeful. She was fighting not for the joy of destruction but for the first time in 30 years for something she actually believed in. She was fighting for the chance to find out if she was still in there. 2 went down in the first exchange. The 3rd retreated. The 4th, a young Death Eater who couldn't have been more than 20, who looked at Bellatrix with the same devotion she'd once shown Voldemort, hesitated. Run, Bellatrix told him. Go home. Whatever he promised you, it's not worth what it costs. The young Death Eater ran. Bellatrix stood alone in the courtyard, breathing hard, her newly restored empathy aching like a phantom limb, and turned to face the treeline where she could feel her master approaching through the dark mark that burned on her arm like a brand. Come on, then, she whispered. Let's finish this. Neville's voice cut through the crystal, Harry, Voldemort. He's crossing the grounds. Bellatrix is she fighting his advance guard? She switched sides, Harry said, running. Long story. Don't let anyone through the perimeter. Harry, I can hold the surface, but if he gets inside, I know. I'm heading to the crypt. You can't face him alone. I won't be alone. He passed the medical wing on his way through the East Wing corridor and caught a glimpse through the open door, Draco, on his feet despite the tremor in his hand, directing Dr. Vasquez and 2 student volunteers in converting the medical ward into a triage station. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. Draco nodded once, a sharp, military gesture that carried no warmth but absolute solidarity. Whatever Draco Malfoy had been before, in this moment he was something simpler and more honest, a person who had chosen a side and was holding it. In the North Tower, Bianca's psychic defense network was faltering. Harry felt it as a change in the ambient psychic pressure, a thinning, a weakening, like a signal fading on a radio. Bianca had been running at full capacity for nearly an hour, projecting confusion and disruption across the entire campus, and the effort was exacting its price. Through the communication crystal, Harry heard her voice, thinner now, strained, the edges of her siren composure fraying. Harry, I can't maintain full coverage much longer. The psychic field is degrading. I have maybe 20 minutes before I lose coherent projection. Hold what you can, Bianca. Focus on the perimeter. If Voldemort's people try a second wave, there won't be a second wave. Bianca's voice carried a certainty that was more than tactical analysis, it was the deep, instinctive knowledge of someone whose psychic senses were reading the emotional landscape of the entire battlefield. Voldemort doesn't need a second wave. He never needed the first one. The assault was a distraction. The real operation is happening beneath us. I can feel it, the sleeper is fully awake now. The containment wards are failing. Harry, whatever you're going to do it fast. He ran faster. Neville appeared in the corridor ahead of him, bloodied, his robes torn, a burn across his left forearm that he was ignoring with the practiced discipline of someone who'd learned that wounds were processed after the fight, not during. He'd left the perimeter defense to Cal and the student fighters, trusting the Addams family reinforcements and the collapsing Death Eater force to manage the surface while he did what he'd come to Nevermore to do. I'm coming with you, Neville said. Nev, the perimeter, Cal has it. Your uncle just electrocuted the last Death Eater who tried to make a run at the East Wing, and your aunt in wolf form is sitting on the 3 she tackled in the forest. They're not going anywhere. Neville fell into step beside him. The prophecy says either must die at the hand of the other. That's about both of us, Harry. You said it yourself, partner, not backup. I'm not standing up here while you face him down there. Harry looked at him. This boy, this man, who had carried the weight of a prophecy for 17 years and who had never, not once, used that weight as an excuse to break. Who was bruised and burned and bleeding and still running toward the thing that frightened him most, because running toward it was who he chose to be. Together, then, Harry said. Together. They reached the crypt entrance in the East Wing basement. Hermione was already there, she'd left the command center, abandoned the monitoring displays and the strategic overview, and she was standing at the heavy stone door with her wand drawn and her jaw set and her eyes holding the fierce, absolute determination of someone who had decided that no force in the world was going to separate her from the people she'd chosen. Don't even try to tell me to stay behind, she said. I wasn't going to, Harry said. I was, Neville said. But I know that look. My grandmother had that look. You don't argue with that look. Smart man. They descended together. 3 of them now, the boy Wednesday raised, the boy the prophecy chose, and the woman who refused to let either of them carry this alone. The stairs were narrow, carved from living rock, spiraling down into darkness. The air changed as they went deeper, colder, denser, carrying a pressure that Harry felt in his sinuses and his scar and the place behind his sternum where his magic lived. The walls were covered in carvings, not runes, not hieroglyphs, nothing from any human language or tradition. Shapes that suggested meaning without delivering it, patterns that the eye followed and the mind couldn't parse, the visual equivalent of a word on the tip of your tongue that never quite arrived. Neville's wand tip glowed with a steady white light that fought the darkness and lost, not because the magic was insufficient but because the darkness here was not mere absence of light. It was a substance, a medium, the physical manifestation of the deathless presence, and it did not yield to human illumination so much as tolerate it. The carvings, Hermione murmured, her free hand tracing the wall as they descended. They're not decorative. They're functional. Each one is a miniature containment glyph, thousands of them, covering every surface, creating a nested ward structure that reinforces itself recursively. Whoever built this didn't just seal the entity in. They built a cage where every bar was itself a cage, and every bar of that cage was another cage, all the way down. And now the bars are breaking, Harry said. Not breaking. Being dissolved. The Horcrux resonance has been eroding the ward structure from inside, weakening the recursive loops, creating gaps in the containment geometry. It's like acid eating through a lock, one tumbler at a time. Down. And down. And down. The crypt opened into a chamber that shouldn't have existed. It was enormous, a cavern carved from the mountain's granite heart, hundreds of feet across and hundreds of feet high, with walls that curved upward into a dome so distant that it disappeared into shadow. The floor was smooth, polished to a mirror shine by something that wasn't human hands, and the surface reflected the dim, sourceless light that filled the space, not illumination in any human sense, but a luminosity that seemed to emanate from the stone itself, as if the rock remembered what sunlight looked like and was doing its best impression. The air tasted of something Harry had no name for, not mineral, not organic, but liminal. The taste of a threshold. The taste of the space between two states of being, where matter hadn't decided yet whether to be one thing or another. His magic reacted to it instinctively, expanding outward from his body in a protective field that he hadn't consciously deployed. Neville whispered, "This place is old. Older than Hogwarts. Older than anything I've felt." "Older than magic," Hermione corrected, her voice barely audible. "This place is older than the thing it contains, which is older than the force it created. We're standing in a room that was ancient before the concept of ancient was invented." At the cavern's center stood a throne of black stone. The throne was carved from a single piece of basalt so dark that it appeared to absorb the ambient light, creating a silhouette that was not an absence but a presence, a shape defined not by what it was but by what it displaced. The throne was occupied. Not by Voldemort. Not by any human thing. By something that Harry had been feeling beneath his feet for weeks, that Bianca had been sensing at the edges of her perception, that the ancient wards had been struggling to contain. Something that looked like darkness given form, not the absence of light but the presence of something that existed on the other side of light, in the space between what was and what could be. The Deathless. It sat on the throne with the casual stillness of something that had been sitting there since before the concept of sitting had been invented. It had no face, not in the human sense, but it had a presence that was so vast and so alien that Harry's mind could only process it in fragments. A suggestion of eyes. An implication of form. The sense of being observed by something that had been observing since before observation was possible. Harry's training, Wednesday's years of building his analytical frameworks, his pattern recognition systems, his ability to read and categorize and understand, all of it reached for the deathless and found nothing to grip. Like trying to hold water. Like trying to read a book written in silence. This was not something that could be analyzed. It could only be experienced. Neville's wand hand tightened. Hermione stepped closer to Harry, not for protection but for solidarity, two people standing together at the edge of something incomprehensible and deciding, wordlessly, that incomprehensible was not the same as insurmountable. And standing before the throne, his wand raised, his voice carrying an incantation in a language older than any human tongue, was Voldemort. He'd arrived through a different entrance, a secondary access point that the surveillance hadn't covered, that Harry hadn't known existed. A narrow fissure in the cavern wall, barely wide enough for a human body, that opened directly from the mountain's exterior. He'd bypassed the school entirely. The ritual had already begun. The words hung in the air like smoke, and where they touched the deathless, the entity stirred. Tendrils of something that wasn't quite shadow and wasn't quite light drifted from the throne toward Voldemort, tasting the magic in his incantation, examining it with an attention that was felt rather than seen. Harry. Hermione's hand found his in the darkness. He's already started the binding. If he completes the third stanza, the entity bonds with the Horcrux fragment and uses the soul connection as a bridge. How do you know that? Because I spent the last 3 days memorizing every page of Dumbledore's notes and the Addams family archive, including the passages that Wednesday hadn't translated yet because they were in pre-Sumerian ideographic script, which I taught myself to read on Tuesday night because I couldn't sleep and I refused to be underprepared. Despite everything, the ancient entity, the dark wizard, the ritual that could unmake reality, Harry felt something in his chest that was warm and bright and had nothing to do with magic. "I love you," he said. "I should have said it before now. Say it again when we survive this." She squeezed his hand. Her eyes were bright with fear and determination and the fierce, total commitment of someone who had chosen to stand at the edge of the abyss beside the person she loved. "Now go stop him." "What are you going to do?" "Provide theoretical support and improvise aggressively. It's what I'm best at." Harry stepped forward into the cavern. His footsteps echoed on the polished floor, each one amplified by the chamber's acoustics into something larger, more resonant, as if the cavern itself was announcing his arrival. Voldemort turned. The red eyes found Harry across the vast space, and the lipless mouth curved into something that was not a smile. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. He did not stop the incantation, the words continued in a lower register, maintained by whatever partition concentration allowed him to cast and speak simultaneously. "My Horcrux. My anchor. My wayward piece. You've come." "I've come to take it back," Harry said. "The piece of yourself that you put in me. I don't want it. Want is irrelevant. You are mine, Harry. You have been mine since the night I killed your parents and made you the vessel for my immortality. Every breath you've taken, every skill you've learned, every moment of the extraordinary life that Wednesday Addams built for you, all of it exists because I chose you. Because my magic chose you. Because the deepest part of my soul recognized something in you that was worthy of containing it." Harry kept walking forward. Each step brought him closer to Voldemort, closer to the Deathless, closer to the convergence point where two dark magics and one ancient force were weaving together into something that had never existed before. He could feel the energy in the cavern like a physical weight, the pressure of forces beyond human comprehension pressing against each other, straining toward a resolution that would either save the world or unmake it. "You talk about worthiness," Harry said. "About choosing. About destiny. But you know what I think, Tom." He used the name deliberately, the real name, the human name, the name of the orphan boy from Wool's orphanage who had been so afraid of death that he'd torn his own soul into 7 pieces rather than face it. "I think you're lonely. I think you've been lonely your entire life. I think you split your soul because you couldn't bear the idea of being alone in death the way you were alone in life. And I think the reason you chose me, the reason the fragment landed in a baby instead of a cup or a locket, is because some part of you wanted to be inside someone. Wanted to be carried. Wanted to be close." Voldemort's wand hand trembled. The incantation stuttered. "Quiet," Voldemort hissed. The gentleness was gone. What replaced it was raw, exposed, the naked fury of someone whose deepest wound had just been touched. "You know nothing of what I am, I know exactly what you are. Wednesday taught me to read people, remember? To see past the performance, past the power, past the mythology, to the person underneath. And underneath all of it, the Dark Lord, the Horcruxes, the followers, the fear, you're Tom Riddle. An orphan. Abandoned. Alone. Just like me." The words landed in the cavern like stones dropped into still water. The Deathless shifted on its throne, not physically, but in attention, its vast, alien consciousness turning from Voldemort's incantation to the boy who was speaking. It was listening. "The difference," Harry said, is that someone found me. Someone chose me. And the love they gave me, not the soft kind, not the gentle kind, the hard, sharp, precise kind that prepares you for war because it can't bear the thought of losing you, that love built something inside me that you've never had. Not because you're evil. Because no one ever gave it to you. You dare, I pity you, Tom. That's worse than hating you, and we both know it. Voldemort raised his wand. The incantation abandoned, replaced by pure, killing intent. The green light of the Avada Kedavra gathered at the wand's tip, and Harry stood 30 feet from the darkest wizard in the world and did not move. Hermione moved instead. She stepped between them. Wand raised. Shield charm already forming, not the basic protego that Hogwarts taught, but something she developed herself during 5 years of resistance warfare, a layered, adaptive shield that could absorb and redirect multiple spell types. She was terrified, Harry could see it in every line of her body, but she was there, between him and the killing curse, because she had chosen to be and because Hermione Granger did not make choices she wasn't prepared to die for. "Don't," Harry said. "Shut up, Harry." The killing curse never came. Because at that moment, Voldemort's incantation, which he'd abandoned to threaten Harry, which he'd interrupted with anger and wounded pride, collapsed. And the Deathless, which had been responding to the ritual, which had been drawn by the binding magic and the Horcrux resonance, lost interest in Voldemort entirely. It turned its attention to Harry. Harry's scar erupted. The pain was beyond anything Wednesday's training had prepared him for, not because it was more intense than anything he'd endured, but because it was different. It wasn't physical pain. It was existential pain, the sensation of something being pulled from the deepest part of him, something that had been woven into his identity for so long that removing it felt like removing a load-bearing wall from a building. The structure shook. The architecture that Wednesday had built, the mental fortress, the emotional discipline, the cage around the Horcrux, cracked. Harry. Hermione was beside him instantly, her hands on his shoulders, her own magic flowing into him, warm, structured, the steady energy of someone whose power was rooted in knowledge and discipline. It wasn't enough to stop the pain, but it was enough to remind him who he was. He fell to his knees. His hands hit the polished stone floor, and he felt the sleeper beneath him, not through rock and earth but directly, as if the floor had become transparent and he was kneeling on the surface of something alive, something that was rising to meet him the way a sleeper rises toward the sound that wakes them. Voldemort scrambled to regain control. He resumed the incantation, faster now, desperate, the words tumbling over each other as he tried to reassert the binding before the entity's attention shifted entirely. But the Deathless was no longer interested in his ritual. It was interested in the boy on the floor, the boy with death in his scar and love in his bones, the boy who had spoken the truth about a lonely orphan and had been heard by something that had been listening since before truth was invented. And Harry, on his knees, with his fortress cracking and his scar screaming and the most ancient force in existence pressing against his consciousness, made a decision. Not Wednesday's decision. Not the tactical, calculated, strategically optimal decision. A different kind of decision. The kind that came from the place where Enid's warmth and Lily's sacrifice and Hermione's fierce, choosing love had built something that Wednesday's fortress could never contain. He stopped fighting. He opened the cage. Not for Voldemort. For the Deathless. He reached into his own mind, found the walls Wednesday had built, and instead of reinforcing them, he made a door. A controlled, deliberate opening, not a collapse, not a crack, but a choice. He chose to let the Deathless in. To let it see, through the Horcrux, through the scar, through the wound where death had touched life and bounced, what he was. What it saw was, a boy found at a gate. A woman who chose him. Years of love expressed as preparation. A spider named after a dead mother. A girl who kissed him in a dark corridor. A friend who gripped his shoulder and said go. A family, not blood, not destiny, but chosen, that had made him something the prophecy never predicted. Not a weapon. Not a savior. A person. Complete, flawed, loved, and choosing to be here. The Deathless paused. Voldemort's incantation faltered. And Voldemort, for the first time in decades, experienced something he had not felt since he was a boy in an orphanage who made the other children scream. He experienced the full weight of Harry's memories flooding back through the soul connection. Not the combat training, not the interrogation techniques, not the Addams family's dark traditions. The other things. Wednesday reading to a small boy at bedtime, not fairy tales but true crime case studies, delivered in her flat, precise voice, while the boy fell asleep feeling safe because the scariest person in the world was right there, keeping watch. Enid's hugs, fierce, warm, smelling of vanilla and dog shampoo. Gomez sweeping the boy into a dance in the kitchen, both of them laughing, the music too loud and the steps all wrong and the joy absolutely, perfectly real. Morticia's hands braiding his hair while she hummed something ancient and dark and tender. Love. Weaponized not as power but as identity. Love that had become so integral to who Harry was that it radiated outward like heat from a furnace, and Voldemort, who had never been loved, who had split his soul rather than face the vulnerability that love required, burned. He broke the connection screaming. The sound was not human. It was the raw, animal shriek of something fundamental being violated, the sound of a consciousness that had spent decades insulating itself from emotion being suddenly, catastrophically exposed to it. Voldemort staggered, his wand arm dropping, his red eyes wide with a terror that was so basic, so primal, that it made him look, for one terrible instant, like the orphan boy he'd spent a lifetime trying to destroy. And from the entrance to the cavern, Wednesday Addams descended the final steps and said, in a voice that carried across the vast space with the quiet authority of someone who had been preparing for this moment for 17 years, "That's my son. And you can't have him." She stood at the base of the stairs, a knife in each hand, no magic, no wand, nothing but the absolute, terrifying certainty of a woman who had built a fortress around a child and was now standing inside it as the walls came down and daring the universe to try and take what she had spent 17 years protecting. Voldemort, diminished, screaming, his connection to Harry burned by the love that had flooded through it, looked at the woman who had raised his Horcrux into something he couldn't control and couldn't reclaim. And the Deathless, ancient beyond measure, alien beyond comprehension, looked at all of them, the Dark Wizard, the chosen boys, the brilliant woman, the mother with the knives, and waited to see what would happen next. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, What the Dead Remember. The cavern held its breath. 5 people stood in a space that predated human civilization, arranged in a geometry that none of them had planned but that felt, in the charged silence, as deliberate as a ritual. Voldemort before the throne, diminished and shaking, the love-burned connection between him and Harry still smoking like a severed wire. Harry at the center, on his knees, his scar open and blazing, the cage around the Horcrux voluntarily breached and the Deathless pressing against his consciousness like an ocean pressing against a seawall. Hermione 3 steps behind him, her wand raised, her mind racing through theoretical frameworks at a speed that would have been impressive if anyone had been paying attention. Neville at the chamber's edge, his own wand drawn, his body positioned between the staircase and whatever came next, the soldier, holding the line, even underground. And Wednesday, at the base of the stairs, 2 knives in her hands, her dark eyes taking in the scene with the absolute composure of someone who had prepared for this moment for 17 years and was discovering, in the execution, that preparation could only take you so far. The Deathless watched them all. It did not watch the way humans watched, with focus, with selection, with the necessary limitation of attention that came from being finite. It watched the way gravity watched, totally, indiscriminately, with an awareness that encompassed everything in its field without effort or preference. Harry could feel its attention on his skin, in his blood, in the vibrating architecture of his magical core. It was not hostile. It was not benign. It was interested, in the way that something which had existed since before the concept of interest was invented could approximate the emotion. Voldemort recovered first. He was, whatever else could be said about him, extraordinarily resilient, a quality born not from courage but from the simple, animal refusal of a consciousness that had spent decades insulating itself from death to accept any setback as permanent. He straightened. His red eyes cleared. His wand hand steadied. "Touching," he said. His voice was raw, the scream had stripped it of its cultivated smoothness, leaving something underneath that was thinner, older, more human than he would have wanted anyone to hear. "Your mother arrives with kitchen knives. How quaint. How perfectly Muggle." "These aren't kitchen knives," Wednesday said. "These are from my personal collection. The left one was forged in Toledo in 1643. The right one was a gift from my grandmother, who used it to win an argument with a man who subsequently required hospitalization. They are not magical, but they are very, very sharp, and I am very, very motivated. You're a Muggle standing in a chamber of primordial magical energy, threatening the most powerful wizard alive with antique cutlery. Even by Addams standards, that's delusional. I'm a mother standing between a threat and her child. The tools are irrelevant. The intent is everything." Voldemort raised his wand toward Wednesday, and Harry's magic detonated. Not a spell. Not a technique. An explosion of raw, protective force that erupted from his body in a concentric wave, fueled by something deeper than training and older than skill, the inherited echo of Lily Potter's sacrifice, the same magic that had turned a killing curse back on its caster 17 years ago. The wave hit Voldemort like a wall of compressed air, driving him backward across the polished floor, his robe streaming behind him, his wand arm pinned to his side by a pressure that wasn't physical but was undeniable. Harry stood. His knees ached. His scar was bleeding freely, a thin stream of bright red running down the left side of his face and dripping from his jaw, and the Horcrux fragment was fully exposed now, the cage dismantled, the soul piece visible to both the Deathless and its maker as a dark, pulsing node of energy embedded in the wound where death had touched life. "Don't touch her," Harry said. His voice was quiet. It didn't need to be loud. The cavern amplified everything, and the magic behind his words gave them a weight that made the stone floor vibrate. "Don't look at her. Don't think about her. She is off-limits. She has always been off-limits. And if you need a demonstration of why, I can provide one." Voldemort stared at him. The red eyes held something that Harry had never seen in them before, not in the intelligence files, not in the memories that had leaked through the Horcrux connection, not in any account of any encounter with the Dark Lord. It was uncertainty. Not fear. Voldemort was too fundamentally broken to feel fear the way humans felt it, but the cold, calculating uncertainty of someone whose model of reality had just been invalidated by data he couldn't explain. "The Horcrux," Voldemort said. "You opened the cage. You exposed the fragment deliberately. Why? Not for you. Then for," Voldemort's gaze shifted to the throne. "To the Deathless." And for the first time, genuine alarm flickered across his serpentine features. "You offered it to the entity. You gave it access to our connection. I gave it access to me. The connection is just the conduit. The Deathless isn't interested in your soul fragment, Tom. It's not interested in your ritual or your ambition or your pathetic, desperate attempt to use it as a battery for your immortality project." Harry's voice was steady, clinical, carrying the precise analytical tone that Wednesday had spent 17 years refining. "The Deathless is interested in the same thing it's always been interested in, the boundary between life and death. And I am that boundary. My scar. My survival. The place where your killing curse met my mother's love and the two forces cancelled each other out and left a wound that has been neither alive nor dead for 17 years. You're a bridge," Hermione said from behind him. Her voice was tight with the particular strain of someone whose theoretical understanding was catching up with experiential reality in real time. "Harry, you're not just a Horcrux container, you're a bridge. The scar is a liminal space, a permanent threshold between two states. That's why the Deathless is interested. That's what it is, the entity that exists on the boundary. You're speaking its language. You've been speaking its language since you were 15 months old." The Deathless stirred. The movement sent a wave of pressure through the cavern that made everyone stagger, not physical pressure, but the existential equivalent, the sensation of something vast and ancient and incomprehensibly powerful turning its full attention toward a single point. Toward Harry. And then it spoke. The Deathless did not speak in words. It did not speak in thoughts or images or any of the communication modalities that Harry's training had prepared him to process. It spoke in understanding, direct, unmediated knowing that bypassed every sensory channel and every cognitive framework and deposited itself in his consciousness like a stone dropped into still water. What it communicated was this: I made your magic. All of it. Every spell, every enchantment, every wand wave and incantation and wandless burst of raw power. I made it because I was curious. I wanted to see what would happen if the boundary between states, between matter and energy, between alive and dead, between what is and what could be, became permeable. Magic is permeability. Magic is the capacity of reality to be something other than what it is. I gave it to your species as an experiment, and I've been watching the results for longer than your world has had a name. Harry received this knowledge the way a person receives a thunderclap, totally, instantaneously, with no opportunity to process before the next wave arrived. The man before me wants to use my gift to make himself permanent. To freeze a single state, his existence, his consciousness, into an immutable constant. He wants to use the force of change to prevent change. This is not offensive to me. It is simply boring. I created magic to see what would happen. Stasis is the opposite of happening. Another wave. Deeper. More personal. You are more interesting. You are the wound I didn't make, the place where my gift turned back on itself and created something new. A threshold in living flesh. A door that is also a person. I have been watching you since the night you were scarred, and I have been waiting to see what you would become. Harry's hands were shaking. Not from fear, from the sheer cognitive overload of receiving communication from something that existed outside the categories his mind used to organize reality. Wednesday's training was good. The best. But it had been designed for human minds, human threats, human complexity. The Deathless was none of those things. What do you want? Harry asked. Out loud, because he needed the physical act of speaking to anchor himself in his body, in the world, in the reality where words had meanings and sounds had causes and things made sense. The Deathless communicated again. Simpler this time. Almost gentle, in the way that a mountain could be gentle, not through softness but through the sheer, immovable patience of something that had all the time in the world and knew it. I want to see what you choose. Choose. The fragment in your wound belongs to the man before me. It is a piece of him, a piece of his soul, his consciousness, his identity. It has been living inside you for 17 years. It has been shaped by you, changed by you, starved and caged and, despite all of this, kept alive by the same threshold energy that makes you what you are. I can remove it. I can reach into the boundary and extract the foreign element without destroying you. This is within my ability. Harry's breath caught. Behind him, he heard Hermione's sharp inhale, the sound of someone whose mind had just connected a theoretical possibility to a concrete reality. But removal has a cost. The fragment has been part of your architecture for your entire conscious life. The cage your mother built around it, the mental fortress, the discipline, the emotional control, all of it was designed in response to the fragment's presence. Remove the fragment, and the cage has nothing to contain. The architecture becomes unnecessary. You will not be destroyed. But you will be changed. The person who emerges from the extraction will not be the person who entered it. Changed how? I do not know. That is why it is interesting. What does it mean, changed? Hermione's voice was tight, professional, the voice of someone forcing their fear through the filter of intellectual rigor. Neurologically? Magically? Psychologically? All three. The Deathless did not answer her directly. It communicated again to Harry, but the understanding rippled outward, accessible to everyone in the chamber. The metaphor your species uses is renovation. The foundation remains. The identity remains. But the rooms change shape. Some walls that were load-bearing become decorative. Some spaces that were sealed become open. The person will be recognizably himself. But the internal geography will be different. That could mean anything, Neville said. That could mean he loses his training. His memory. His ability to feel pain as information rather than suffering, Wednesday finished. Her voice was flat. Controlled. The voice of someone processing the worst possible outcome with the analytical discipline she'd spent a lifetime perfecting. The entire Addams philosophy of pain as language, the framework that makes Harrison's magic work, that makes his interrogation skills function, that makes him who he is, all of it was built around the Horcrux. Without the Horcrux, the framework loses its foundation. Or it finds a new one, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Wednesday. You didn't build me on the Horcrux. You built me around it. The Horcrux was the threat, and you were the response. But the response, the training, the discipline, the philosophy, the love, all of that exists independently of the threat. It's part of me. Not part of the fragment. You can't know that. No. But I can choose to believe it. And you taught me that the choices we make in uncertainty are the only ones that actually define us. Wednesday stared at him. The cavern hummed with the deathless, patient attention. Voldemort watched from across the chamber, his red eyes calculating, his wand hand twitching with the frustrated energy of a man watching his plan unravel and being unable to stop it. Harry stood in the chamber of the deathless and felt the weight of the choice settling on him like snow, silent, total, covering everything. He looked at Voldemort, who was watching with the desperate calculation of a man whose plan had collapsed and who was frantically searching for a way to rebuild it. He looked at Wednesday, whose dark eyes held the expression he'd seen only once before, the night she told him about the Horcrux. Fear. Not for herself. For him. He looked at Neville, steady and solid and ready, the partner who would carry whatever Harry couldn't. He looked at Hermione. She was crying. Not the dramatic, performative tears that Harry's training had taught him to recognize as manipulation, but the quiet, involuntary tears of someone whose analytical mind had processed the implications faster than her heart could handle them. She was crying because she understood what the Deathless was offering, not just the removal of the Horcrux, but the fundamental transformation of the person she'd chosen. The person she loved. The person who existed, in exactly his current form, because of a specific configuration of experiences and defenses and coping mechanisms that had been built around a parasitic soul fragment for 17 years. Remove the parasite, and the organism that had evolved to contain it would have to evolve again. Into what, no one could say. Harry, Hermione whispered. You don't have to. Yes, I do. He said it without drama, without heroic posturing, without the theatrical certainty that stories usually gave to moments like this. He said it the way Wednesday had taught him to say everything important, clearly, honestly, with full awareness of the cost. The fragment is killing Voldemort by inches, but it's also tethering me to him. As long as it's in my head, he has a connection. A way in. A way to reach me, to reach the Deathless through me, to try again. And as long as it's in my head, the containment wards on this chamber keep degrading. The school keeps waking the entity. The students keep being at risk. You're not just talking about the Horcrux, Wednesday said. Her voice was barely audible. You're talking about everything I built. I'm talking about everything you built around the Horcrux. The training. The discipline. The mental architecture. All of it was a response to the fragment's presence. And all of it, his voice cracked, just slightly, just enough, all of it will still be part of me. Just, different. The way a house is different when you remove a wall. The rooms change shape. But it's still a house. You don't know that. No. I don't. But I know that I trust what you built. I trust that the foundation is strong enough to hold even if the structure changes. Because you didn't build on the Horcrux, Mom. You built on me. And I'm still going to be me. He turned to Hermione. She was still crying, and the tears made tracks down her dusty, battle-worn face that Harry wanted to reach out and wipe away, but he needed her to hear this first. Hermione. Whatever I am on the other side of this, whoever comes out, I need you to know that the part of me that chose you wasn't built around the Horcrux. The part that loves you isn't architecture. It's not Wednesday's training or Addams' philosophy or defensive protocol. It's mine. It was mine before I knew what the scar meant, and it'll be mine after it's gone. She took a breath that shuddered through her entire body. Then she said, with a steadiness that cost her visibly, I know. I've always known. The first time you smiled at me, the real smile, the one Enid talks about, I could see it wasn't the fortress smiling. It was you. Harry looked at her for a long moment. Then at Wednesday. Then at Neville. Then at the deathless, vast and patient and ancient beyond comprehension, waiting on its black throne for a 17-year-old boy to make the most important choice of his life. Do it, he said. Wednesday Addams stood at the base of the stairs in the oldest chamber on earth, holding her grandmother's knife, and looked at her son with an expression that contained every moment of 17 years, finding him at the gate, holding him for 3 days, teaching him pressure points at the kitchen table, watching him grow into something extraordinary and terrifying and good, and knowing, always knowing, that the day would come when the thing she'd built would be tested beyond anything she could control. If you come back different, she said, and her voice was the steadiest thing in the room, I will love you differently. But I will love you. It was the first time she had ever said it out loud. Harry closed his eyes. Opened himself to the deathless. And died. Death was cold. Not the bitter, biting cold of a Vermont winter. Harry had been trained to handle that, to compartmentalize it, to file it under discomfort and keep moving. This was a different cold. An absolute cold. The cold of the space between stars, of the void that existed before the universe decided to exist, of the fundamental temperature of nothing. Harry died for 90 seconds. In those 90 seconds, he stood in a place that was not a place, a space defined by the absence of all the things that normally define space. No light. No darkness. No up or down. No sound. No silence. Just boundary, the raw, undifferentiated state of being on the edge between two things, belonging to neither, existing in the gap. The deathless was there. Not as a form on a throne, not as a darkness or a presence, but as the substance of the space itself. The boundary was the deathless. The deathless was the boundary. They were the same thing, and standing in that sameness, Harry understood, with the total, wordless comprehension that the entity had used to communicate, what magic actually was. It was permission. Permission for reality to be other than what it was. Permission for matter to become energy, for thought to become force, for the boundary between states to open and allow passage. Every spell ever cast, every enchantment ever woven, every miracle and curse and wonder that the magical world had produced in 10,000 years of history was an echo of the deathless saying, to a young and malleable universe, what if things could change? And standing at the center of this understanding, Harry felt the Horcrux leave him. It didn't hurt. He'd expected pain, had prepared for it, had braced the way Wednesday had taught him to brace, with every mental technique and every physical discipline marshaled for the worst. But the extraction was not violent. It was gentle. It was the feeling of a splinter being removed from deep tissue, the sudden, profound relief of something foreign being separated from something native, the body's recognition that what remained was more itself than it had been before. The fragment went dark as it left him. The piece of Tom Riddle's soul that had lived in Harry's scar for 17 years, that had been starved, caged, contained, and ultimately transformed by the life it had been forced to share, emerged from the boundary and dissolved. Not into the deathless, not into Harry, not into anything. It simply stopped existing. The last flicker of a man's mutilated consciousness, extinguished not by violence but by separation from the host that had been keeping it alive. In the cavern, Harry's body convulsed once and went still. The blood from his scar stopped flowing. The wound closed, not with the angry, keloid scarring that had defined his forehead for 17 years, but smoothly, cleanly, the skin knitting together as if the cut had been made moments ago rather than in 1981. Hermione was on her knees beside him before his body hit the floor. Her hands pressed against his chest, feeling for a heartbeat, finding nothing, and the sound she made was not a word, it was a raw, involuntary cry that contained every fear she'd ever had about loving someone in a world that took people away. Harry, Neville was there too. His wand was out, running diagnostic charms, his face grey with the controlled terror of someone who had lost too many people to be able to watch another one leave. No heartbeat, Neville said. No magical signature. He's not dead, Wednesday said. Her voice cut through the panic like a blade through silk, precise, cold, absolutely certain. The Deathless said the extraction would require a temporary death. Temporary. He'll come back. You don't know that, I know my son. He doesn't quit. He has never quit. Not when the nightmares were bad, not when the training was brutal, not when the world came for him with everything it had. He does not quit. Wednesday's hands were shaking, the first time Harry had ever seen that, the first time in 17 years that her body had betrayed her control, but her voice held. He'll come back. 60 seconds. The Deathless waited. Patient. Curious. 70 seconds. Hermione's tears fell on Harry's closed eyes. She held his hand and pressed it against her chest and whispered things that were too quiet for anyone else to hear, not spells, not invocations, just words. Simple, ordinary, desperately human words. His name. Her name. A promise. A refusal to accept what looked, from every objective measurement, like the end. 80 seconds. Wednesday knelt. She set down her knives, both of them, on the stone floor, the first time she had voluntarily disarmed herself in anyone's memory, and she put her hand on Harry's forehead. On the place where the scar had been. On the smooth, unmarked skin that was all that remained of the wound that had defined his life. Come back, she said. Not a command. Not an order. A request. The first request Wednesday Addams had made of anyone since the night she'd picked up a silent, watching baby at Nevermore's gate and decided, with the full force of her formidable will, that this child was hers. 90 seconds. Harry opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was green. Not the killing curse green that had marked his entrance into this story. A different green. The green of his own eyes, reflected in Hermione's tears, which were still falling on his face from approximately 3 inches away because she was leaning over him with an expression that combined relief and fury and love in proportions that defied analysis. You absolute, she started. I know. 90 seconds. You were dead for 90 seconds. I know. I was there. He sat up. His body felt strange, not wrong, exactly, but different. Lighter. The constant, low-grade pressure that he'd carried behind his scar for as long as he could remember was gone. The buzzing, the warmth, the occasional whispers that he'd learned to tune out the way city dwellers learn to tune out traffic, all of it was gone. His head was quiet for the first time in his life. The Horcrux, he said. It's gone. I know, Hermione said, and then she kissed him. Hard, desperate, with the full weight of 90 seconds of grief and the full force of its release. It was not a gentle kiss. It was a kiss that said, don't you ever do that again, and I love you and I will murder you myself if you die on me, all at the same time. When she pulled back, Harry said, I love you too. You told me to say it again when we survived. You died. Temporarily. That doesn't count as surviving. It counts as not staying dead. I'd argue that's even more impressive. Wednesday was looking at him. studying him with the analytical intensity that she brought to everything, reading his micro-expressions, assessing his posture, cataloging every visible change. Harry looked back, and for a moment he saw himself through her eyes, the same face, the same green eyes, the same sharp jaw and unruly black hair. But the scar was gone. And something else was different, something in the way he held himself, something in the quality of his stillness. The fortress was gone. The architecture that Wednesday had spent 17 years building, the walls, the compartments, the controlled emotional landscape, had lost its organizing principle, and what remained was not a ruin but a renovation. The foundation was intact. The person was intact. But the rooms had changed shape, and the light came in from different angles, and the silence inside was a different kind of silence. "How do you feel?" Wednesday asked. Harry considered the question with the thoroughness she'd taught him. He checked his body, no pain, no numbness, full range of motion, heartbeat steady. He checked his mind, clear, focused, analytical frameworks intact, emotional processing, different. Not better or worse. Just different. The constant vigilance that had been his baseline for as long as he could remember was still there, but it had softened. The edges were less sharp. The readiness for threat was less, consuming. As if someone had turned down the volume on a sound he'd been hearing his whole life, and the sudden relative quiet was disorienting and beautiful. "I feel like myself," he said. "Just, more so." Wednesday nodded. "Just once." And then she did something that made Hermione gasp and Neville look away and that Harry would remember for the rest of his life, however long that turned out to be. She hugged him. Wednesday Addams, who did not hug, who had never hugged, who considered physical affection a structural vulnerability and emotional displays a form of intelligence leakage, put her arms around her son and held him with a force that was beyond strength. It was the force of 17 years of controlled, compressed, carefully managed love finally finding an expression that the moment demanded and the architecture no longer prohibited. Harry hugged her back. And for 3 seconds, just 3, because they were still Addams, the world was nothing but this, a mother and her son, in a cave under a mountain, holding each other while an entity older than time watched with something that might have been curiosity and might have been approval and might have been the thing that humans called moved, but that the deathless didn't have a word for because it had never needed one before. Then Wednesday released him, straightened her collar, and said, "We still have a Dark Lord to deal with." Voldemort had been watching. Through the extraction, through Harry's death, through the 90 seconds of stillness and the reunion that followed, he had watched with the calculating patience of a predator who had lost one angle of attack and was searching for another. The Horcrux was gone. The ritual had failed. The Deathless had refused his binding and had instead chosen to assist the boy who was everything Voldemort was not. But Voldemort was still the most powerful dark wizard alive. He still held the Elder Wand, acquired years ago through a chain of violence that Dumbledore's death had initiated and that Voldemort had completed with characteristic thoroughness. He still had decades of magical knowledge, combat experience, and the raw, terrifying power that came from a lifetime spent pushing the boundaries of what magic could do. And he still had Nagini. The snake had been with him, coiled around his shoulders beneath his robes, concealed by an extension charm that made her appear as nothing more than a slight thickening of the fabric. The last Horcrux. The final anchor. As long as Nagini lived, Voldemort could not truly die. He moved before anyone else could react. Not toward Harry, the protective magic that had shielded Wednesday was still active, and Voldemort was smart enough to recognize a force he couldn't overcome. Instead, he moved toward the Deathless. "If you won't serve me," Voldemort hissed in Parseltongue, the snake language, the only tongue that still felt natural on his butchered soul's lips, "then I will take what I need by force." He cast. Not a spell that Harry recognized. Not a spell that Hermione's encyclopedic knowledge could identify. Something old, dark, fundamental, a magic that reached for the Deathless not as a binding or a compulsion but as a consumption. Voldemort was trying to absorb the entity's power directly, to bypass the ritual entirely and take by force what the Deathless had refused to give. The Deathless responded. Not with violence. Not with defense. With disinterest. The spell hit the entity and dissolved. Not reflected, not absorbed, not countered, simply unmade, reduced to its component energies and dispersed, the way a wave dissolves when it hits a shore that is too vast and too patient to be moved. Voldemort's magic, the most powerful offensive magic of the most powerful dark wizard in the world, reached the Deathless and ceased to exist, the way a match ceases to exist when dropped into the ocean. Voldemort stared. The absolute confidence that had sustained him for 70 years cracked, and what showed through the crack was the thing that had always been underneath, the terrified orphan. The boy from Wool's orphanage who had discovered he could hurt people with his mind and had decided, in that moment, that power was the only thing that could protect him from the vulnerability of being human. He was, in this moment, exactly what Harry had told him, a frightened child wearing the costume of a god. "It's over, Tom," Harry said. He was standing now, Hermione beside him, Wednesday behind, Neville flanking. 4 people who had chosen to be here, facing a man who had never chosen anything except power and was discovering, at the end, that power was not enough. The Horcrux is gone. The ritual has failed. The Deathless isn't your tool. You're mortal again, as mortal as you've been since the night you killed my parents and the universe started taking back what you stole. I still have Nagini, Voldemort said. The snake uncurled from his shoulders, dropping to the floor with a heavy, muscular sound. She was enormous, 12 feet of scaled, dark magic-infused serpent, her eyes glowing with the fragment of soul that animated her beyond natural capacity. I still have one anchor. And as long as I have one, you have nothing, Neville said. He stepped forward. Past Harry. Past Hermione. Past Wednesday with her knives. He walked toward Voldemort with the steady, measured pace of a man who had been walking toward this moment for 17 years and who was not going to stop now, not for fear, not for doubt, not for the 12-foot magical serpent that turned toward him with the lethal focus of a creature designed to kill. Longbottom, Voldemort sneered. The spare. The backup. The boy who was never supposed to matter. I was never the spare, Neville said. I was the other option. The prophecy didn't choose between us, it chose both of us. Harry is the bridge. He's the one who speaks the boundaries language, who can stand between life and death and survive. But the prophecy says either must die at the hand of the other. And I've spent 17 years preparing for exactly this. He raised his wand. Not with hesitation. Not with the theatrical flourish that dramatic moments seem to demand. With the simple, functional precision of someone performing a task they'd been training for since they were a child. Nagini struck. 12 feet of dark magic-enhanced snake lunging through the air with the speed and precision of a guided missile, fangs extended, venom dripping, the last Horcrux's full defensive instinct deployed in a single, lethal attack. Neville's wand blazed. The spell was his own creation, developed over years of study, refined in combat, tested against dark creatures that would have killed a lesser wizard. It was not a killing curse, not a cutting hex, not any spell in any textbook. It was a pure, concentrated expression of Neville Longbottom's magic, the deep-rooted, mountain-strong, immovable power that Harry had felt in their sparring and that Neville had spent 17 years learning to channel. The spell hit Nagini mid-strike and unmade her the way a key opens a lock, precisely, completely, by understanding the mechanism well enough to undo it. The snake fell. The soul fragment within her flared once, a brief, bright flash of dark energy that illuminated the cavern for a single heartbeat, and then went out. Gone. The last anchor severed. Voldemort screamed. It was the same inhuman sound he'd made when Harry's love had burned through the soul connection, but worse, longer, deeper, carrying the full weight of a consciousness that was, for the first time in decades, completely and irrevocably alone. No Horcruxes. No anchors. No pieces of himself scattered across the world, holding him to existence like guy wires holding up a tent. Just him. Just Tom Riddle. Mortal, diminished, and facing 4 people who were not afraid of him. "Neville," Harry said. Neville looked at him. "It was always supposed to be both of us." Neville nodded. He understood. The prophecy hadn't been about one boy or the other. It had been about the space between them, the same kind of boundary that the Deathless embodied, the same liminal territory that Harry's scar had occupied. 2 boys, 2 paths, 2 different expressions of the same prophecy, converging in a cave under a mountain at the end of a long, long road. Neville turned back to Voldemort. The Dark Lord was on his knees now, diminished, shaking, his wand limp in his hand, his red eyes wide with the primal terror of someone who was, for the first time in 70 years, facing the thing he feared most. Death. Not the abstract concept. Not the distant philosophical possibility. The real, immediate, unavoidable end of consciousness that came for everyone and that Tom Riddle had spent his entire life running from. "You don't have to be afraid," Neville said. It was, somehow, the most devastating thing anyone could have said. Not a threat. Not a condemnation. Compassion, offered to a man who had never received it and who had no framework for processing it. "Everyone dies, Tom. It's the one thing that everyone shares. You spent your whole life trying to be the exception, and all it did was make you alone." Voldemort raised his wand. One last time. One last desperate, defiant gesture from a man who had ruled through fear and was now drowning in it. Neville was faster. The spell was clean. Precise. Not the killing curse. Neville had never used it, had refused to learn it, had insisted throughout his entire career that there were ways to end a threat without becoming the thing you were fighting. What he cast was a containment, a brilliant, complex, layered spell that wrapped around Voldemort's magic and sealed it, folding the Dark Lord's power in on itself like a star collapsing, drawing every ounce of dark energy into a single, compressed point that could neither escape nor sustain the consciousness that depended on it. Voldemort's eyes went wide. Then empty. Then closed. He fell forward onto the polished stone floor, and the sound of his body hitting the ground was small and ordinary and final. The most feared wizard in the world, the monster who had haunted 2 generations, the orphan who had chosen power over love and had received exactly what he'd paid for, nothing. The cavern was silent. Then the Deathless communicated one last time. Not to Harry alone, but to all of them, a broadcast, a final word, delivered with the patience of something that had all the time in the universe and wanted these brief, fascinating, impossibly brave creatures to understand one thing before it returned to sleep. "The last time someone with death in their blood stood before me, I gave them a gift. They called it magic. You have used it to build and to destroy, to heal and to harm, to love and to fear. This is as I intended. The gift was never meant to be safe. It was meant to be interesting." A pause. A shift. The entity settling back into the boundary from which it had emerged, returning to the sleep that Nevermore's wards would once again maintain, now that the Horcrux was gone and the signal that had been waking it had been silenced. "I will sleep again. The school will hold. But I leave a mark on the boy who opened the door, a reminder that the boundary exists, and that those who can walk it are rare, and that I am watching." Harry felt something, a warmth, brief and intense, in the palm of his right hand. He looked down. A mark was forming, not a scar, not a wound, but a pattern. A small, intricate design that looked like the carvings on the chamber walls, shapes that suggested meaning without delivering it, the signature of something that existed beyond human language. The Deathless settled. The cavern dimmed. The polished floor lost its unnatural shine, becoming simply stone, old, cold, ordinary stone. It was over. They climbed the stairs in silence. Harry led. Hermione walked beside him, her hand in his, her grip carrying the particular quality of someone who had briefly lived in a world where the person she loved was dead and who was not ready, might never be ready, to let go of the evidence that he was alive. Neville followed, carrying Voldemort's wand, snapped in half, the two pieces held loosely in one hand, a broken stick that had once channeled the most terrifying magic in the world. Wednesday brought up the rear, her knives resheathed, her composure fully restored, her dark eyes carrying nothing that the casual observer would identify as emotion but that Harry, who had spent 17 years learning to read her, recognized as the deepest, most profound relief of her life. They emerged into the East Wing basement. Then up the stairs to the corridor. Then through the main hall, past the portraits and the gargoyles and the stained glass, into the courtyard where the morning sun was finally breaking through the clouds and illuminating the wreckage of the battle like a spotlight on a stage. The school was standing. Damaged, the East Wing had lost most of its windows, the courtyard fountain was rubble, the hedge maze was a tangled disaster that would take months to restore, but standing. The gargoyles sat on the roofline, still and watchful. The enchanted gnomes had emerged from the hedge maze and were sitting in a row on the front steps, exhausted, their tiny faces smudged with dirt. Gomez was the first to see them. He was sitting on the Packard's hood with a saber across his knees and Morticia beside him, both of them slightly singed and entirely magnificent. His face broke into the sunrise grin that Harry had known since childhood. "Harrison." He leaped from the car. "You're alive." "Morticia, he's alive." "I told you," I said, "Morticia, our grandson will walk out of that school," and you said, I said, "Yes, Gomez, he will, because Wednesday raised him and Wednesday doesn't produce failures." Morticia stood with the unhurried grace that was her birthright. "Welcome back, Harrison." Enid, human again, wrapped in a blanket that someone had found for her, her blonde hair wild and her eyes red from the transformation, saw Harry and made a sound that was half sob and half laugh and entirely Enid. She ran to him, and he caught her, and she held him with the fierce, unconditional warmth that had been his first lesson in what love looked like when it wasn't wearing armor. "Don't you ever, I know." 90 seconds, Harry. Wednesday told me. 90, I know, Aunt Enid. I know. Bianca was being carried from the North Tower by 2 students. The psychic defense had taken its toll, she was conscious but barely, her siren eyes dull, her body limp with the exhaustion of someone who had pushed their abilities past every safe limit. Harry went to her, pressed his hand to her forehead, and sent a gentle pulse of his magic into her system, not the nerve disruption technique, but its opposite. A healing touch. A restoration. Bianca's eyes focused. She looked at Harry's forehead, at the smooth, unmarked skin where the scar had been, and said, "You look different." "I feel different." "Better?" "More." She smiled. It was a tired, frayed, beautiful smile. "Good." Draco emerged from the medical wing. His left hand still trembled. It would always tremble, some damage was beyond any magic's ability to repair. But he was upright, and he was present, and when Neville approached him and extended a hand, Draco looked at it for a long moment before taking it. "Thank you," Neville said. "Your intelligence made the defense possible." "I didn't do it for thanks." "I know. That's why I'm giving it." The aftermath unfurled over hours and days. Voldemort's body was recovered from the cavern and confirmed dead by 3 independent magical authorities. The cause of death was officially recorded as magical core collapse following the destruction of all soul anchors, a clinical description that captured the mechanism but missed the poetry. Tom Riddle had died because he'd run out of places to hide from himself. The Death Eaters who had been captured at Nevermore were transferred to the custody of the American Secretary of Magic, who had arrived within hours of the battle's end with a delegation of Aurors and a press statement that described the events as an unconscionable foreign military action on American soil, language that gave Nevermore, and the Addams family, complete political cover. Umbridge's Reclamation Bureau was dissolved within the week. The evidence that Wednesday had been accumulating for a decade was released to the ICW Ethics Committee, and the resulting investigation led to Umbridge's arrest, the recovery of the 11 children who had been taken, and a comprehensive reform of international magical child welfare law that would bear Wednesday's fingerprints for generations. Neville returned to Britain as its hero, the man who had defeated Voldemort, who had destroyed the last Horcrux, who had stood in the depths of the earth and faced the darkest wizard of the age with compassion instead of cruelty. The wizarding world celebrated him, as it always had, and this time the celebration didn't feel like a weight. He'd earned it. He'd chosen it. And for the first time in 17 years, the title, Chosen One, fit him like a garment he'd selected for himself rather than one that had been forced over his head. Before he left Nevermore, he found Harry in the courtyard. The two of them stood in the ruins of the battle they'd fought together, and the silence between them was the silence of two people who didn't need to explain anything because they'd already understood everything. "We both know it was you," Neville said. "The Deathless, the Horcrux, the thing that turned the tide, that was all you." "It was both of us," Harry said. "The prophecy. The partnership. It was always supposed to be both of us." Neville smiled. It was a good smile, warm, tired, genuine. "If you ever need anything, I know where to find you. And I know where to find you. Which is terrifying, given your family. You get used to it." "I sincerely doubt that." Neville gripped his shoulder, the same grip, the same weight, the same wordless covenant, and then walked away, toward the gate, toward the car that would take him to the portkey that would take him home. Harry watched him go and felt the partnership settle into the place where it would live from now on, not the desperate, intense bond of two people fighting for survival, but the quieter, stronger bond of two people who had survived together and who would carry that survival forward, separately but never apart. Hermione transferred to Nevermore within the month. Not as an operative, not as a liaison, not as any of the formal, institutional roles that the Order or the Ministry tried to assign her. As a researcher. A scholar. A woman who had found, in the strange, dark, fiercely loving ecosystem of Nevermore Academy, a place where her mind could stretch without limit and her heart could rest without fear. She and Harry built something together, not with the dramatic, consuming intensity that stories usually prescribed for love, but with the steady, iterative patience of two people who understood that the best structures were built slowly and tested often. They argued about Byron. They argued about Horcrux theory. They argued about whether Harry's pet spider constituted a reasonable cohabitation arrangement or a genuine safety hazard. The spider stayed. Hermione bought it a better terrarium and named the terrarium Compromise. Draco was offered a place at Nevermore. He accepted with the quiet, guarded caution of someone who had been given a second chance and was determined not to waste it but was also too honest to pretend he deserved it. He enrolled not as a student but as a teaching assistant in Bianca's psychic defense program. His years of occlumency training under Voldemort's direct supervision made him, ironically, one of the most qualified mental defense instructors in the Western Hemisphere. The tremor in his left hand never fully healed, and on bad days it made his handwriting illegible and his spellwork unreliable. On good days, it reminded him of where he'd been and why he'd left. Wednesday informed him that she would be keeping an eye on him, which Draco correctly interpreted as a permanent, low-grade death threat that was also, in its own way, a form of welcome. The Addams family didn't trust easily. But they didn't offer surveillance to people they intended to discard. He and Hermione achieved a détente that surprised everyone except Harry, who had seen the possibility of it from the beginning. It started in the library, neutral ground for two people whose primary language was knowledge. Hermione was researching the Deathless containment architecture. Draco was cross-referencing the pre-Sumerian carvings with known dark art symbology. They disagreed violently about methodology, spent 4 hours arguing, and emerged with a joint paper that neither of them could have written alone. The word mud-blood was never spoken again. Not because it was forbidden, but because it had become irrelevant, a relic from a worldview that Draco had dismantled, scar by scar, in the medical wing of a school that had sheltered him when nothing else would. Bellatrix was imprisoned, not by the Ministry, which wanted her in Azkaban, but in a special facility that the Order established with input from Harry and, surprisingly, from Wednesday. The facility was designed not for punishment but for treatment. The neural damage that Harry had partially healed needed sustained, careful attention, and the woman who emerged from that healing needed a space where she could confront what she had done without being destroyed by it. Harry visited her once. He brought a book, a volume of poetry, not Byron this time but Emily Dickinson, because something about Dickinson's precise, compressed exploration of death and eternity seemed right for a woman who was learning to feel things for the first time in 3 decades. Bellatrix looked at the book. She didn't say thank you. She didn't say anything. But she opened it, and she read the first poem, and the expression on her face, raw, uncertain, utterly human, told Harry everything he needed to know about whether she was salvageable. She was. The road would be long. But she was. A week after the battle, Wednesday found Harry in the greenhouse. He was rebuilding it. Not with magic, with his hands. Replacing the broken pots, repotting the plants that had survived, sweeping the soil that Bellatrix's spells had scattered across the stone floor. Gerald the cactus was beyond saving, but Harry had taken a cutting from the surviving segment and was nurturing it in a new pot that Enid had painted with tiny yellow flowers. Lily, the spider, had survived the battle by retreating into a ventilation shaft and remaining there for 14 hours. She'd emerged dusty, irritable, and entirely unharmed, which Harry considered proof that the Brazilian wandering spider was nature's most sensible creature. Wednesday sat on the bench. She watched her son work. The silence between them was comfortable. 17 years of shared space had made silence a language of its own, and this particular silence said, "I'm here. Take your time." "I can still feel things," Harry said eventually, not looking up from the cutting he was planting. "The nerve pathways, the pressure points, the systems that make a body work. When Draco walked past me in the corridor this morning, I could feel his hand trembling from 6 feet away. I can still read people. I can still see the micro-expressions, the body language, the tells. But," Wednesday said. "But the urgency is different. Before the extraction, reading people was automatic. Compulsive. I couldn't not do it. Every person who entered my space was immediately assessed, categorized, filed. It was survival protocol. The fortress needed constant maintenance, and the maintenance required constant vigilance. And now? Now it's a choice. I can still do everything you taught me. But I have to decide to do it. The default state isn't vigilance anymore. The default state is," he paused, turning the word over, testing it, "presence. Just being here. Without the running assessment, without the constant tactical overlay. Just being in a room and letting the room be a room instead of a threat matrix." Wednesday was quiet for a long time. Harry planted the cutting, packed the soil, gave it a careful measure of water. The greenhouse was warm around them, the glass panels filtering the Vermont sunshine into something gentler, greener, more forgiving. "Does it feel like loss?" Wednesday asked. Harry considered this. "No. It feels like taking off armor. The armor was necessary. The armor saved my life. But wearing it every second of every day had a cost I didn't know I was paying until I stopped. You'll need to rebuild your combat response. Without the automatic assessment, you're vulnerable in ways you weren't before. I know. I've already started adapting. The instincts are there, they just need to be conscious instead of unconscious. Deliberate instead of reflexive. It's slower, but it might be more accurate. A conscious choice about what to assess and when means fewer false positives. Less energy wasted on categorizing people who aren't threats. Everyone is a potential threat. No, Mom. Some people are just people." Wednesday looked at him with an expression that mixed pride and grief in proportions that only a parent could produce, the complicated, bittersweet recognition that the child you'd raised had grown past the boundaries of the philosophy you'd given them, and that this growth was exactly what you'd been training them for, even if you hadn't known it at the time. "Enid would be insufferably smug about this," Wednesday said. "Enid is insufferably smug about this. She told me yesterday that she'd been waiting 17 years for me to discover that not everything needed to be a tactical operation." "And what did you say?" "I said some things do. And then I assessed her micro-expressions and told her she was secretly worried about the reconstruction costs, and she threw a pillow at me. Wednesday's mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile. Wednesday Addams didn't smile, as a matter of philosophical principle. But it was the closest thing to a smile that Harry had ever seen on her face that wasn't associated with someone else's misfortune, and he treasured it accordingly. "The mark," Wednesday said, nodding toward Harry's right palm. "Has it been active?" Harry opened his hand. The deathless signature was there, intricate, alien, warm. "It pulses sometimes. Usually at night, when the school is quiet. I think it's the sleeper's heartbeat. Or the closest thing it has to one. You're connected to it now. Permanently. I've been connected to it since I was 15 months old. The Horcrux was the conduit. Now the conduit is, more direct." He closed his hand. "The deathless isn't dangerous, Mom. Not to us. Not to the school. It's just, there. Underneath everything. The foundation beneath the foundation. It made magic, and it watches what we do with it, and as long as we keep being interesting, it'll keep sleeping. And if we stop being interesting, then we have a problem. But I don't think the Addams family has ever been accused of being boring." This time, Wednesday did smile. It was small, brief, and entirely genuine, and it changed her face in a way that Harry committed to memory because he knew he might not see it again for years. "No," she said. "We have not." And on a Tuesday morning, 3 months after the battle, Harry stood at the gate of Nevermore Academy at dawn. The same gate where Wednesday had found him 17 years ago. The wrought iron had been repaired, the Packard's dramatic entrance had done significant damage, and the Nevermore crest hung at the center, polished and restored. The lanterns burned with their cool blue-white flame. The access road wound down through the forest toward Jericho, and the early light caught the mountain peaks and turned them gold. Hermione stood beside him. Her hand was in his, not because she needed the contact, but because she chose it. Her hair was loose, her expression was peaceful, and the notebook in her other hand was closed for once, its pages full of research that could wait. Wednesday stood behind them. Silent. Watchful. Present in the way that she was always present, not as an intrusion but as a foundation, the bedrock on which everything else was built. Behind Wednesday, at a respectful distance, stood the others. Enid, back in human form, wearing a sweater that was aggressively pastel and holding a cup of coffee that she'd been trying to get Harry to drink for 12 minutes. Bianca, recovered but quieter, her siren senses permanently expanded by the ordeal, she could feel the sleeper now, the way Harry could, a constant low hum beneath the world that was not unpleasant. Draco, his left hand in his pocket to hide the tremor, his gray eyes carrying something that was not quite peace but was closer to it than he'd ever expected to get. Dr. Vasquez, who had treated 47 injuries in the aftermath and had told Harry, with characteristic bluntness, that if anyone tried to stage another apocalyptic battle on her campus she would retire to Bermuda. And Lily the spider, sitting on Harry's shoulder, her 8 legs arranged with the precise dignity of an animal that had survived the worst night of her life and expected to be compensated with crickets. Harry looked at the gate. At the spot where a baby had been left in the cold, wrapped in a blanket with a name stitched in red thread, crying out for parents who would never come. He thought about the woman who had found him. Who had picked him up. Who had decided, with the full force of her extraordinary will, that this child was hers and that the world would have to accommodate that decision or get out of the way. He thought about Vernon Dursley, the man who had driven through the night to abandon a baby at a place he considered monstrous, because the baby's existence was more than his small, frightened mind could bear. Harry didn't hate him. That was new, the post-extraction Harry could think about Vernon Dursley without the cold, analytical contempt that the old Harry would have deployed. He felt something more complicated instead. Something that might have been pity, or understanding, or simply the recognition that fear made people small, and that smallness was its own punishment. He thought about Lily and James Potter, the parents he would never know, whose sacrifice had made everything else possible. The woman who had loved him so fiercely that her love became a physical force, a shield, a magic that even the deathless recognized as significant. The man who had stood in front of a killing curse without a wand because standing was what you did when someone you loved was behind you. He thought about Wednesday. About the night she'd found him, 17 years old and already the sharpest person in any room she entered, looking down at a crying baby in the cold and making the decision that would define both their lives. She hadn't been kind that night, kindness wasn't Wednesday's language. She'd been certain. Certain that this child was hers, certain that she could protect him, certain that the darkness she carried was not the opposite of love but a different expression of it. She'd been right. About all of it. The scar on his forehead was gone. The mark on his palm, the deathless signature, the reminder that the boundary existed and that he could walk it, pulsed faintly in the morning light, a gentle warmth that was neither pain nor pleasure but simply presence. The presence of something ancient and vast and curious, watching from the deep places beneath the earth, waiting to see what he would do next. He was not the boy who lived. That boy had existed for 15 months and then been lost to the cold and the dark and the cruelty of an uncle who couldn't bear what he couldn't understand. He was not the torturer's apprentice. That was the world's label, not his, a reduction of something complex and nuanced and deeply, fiercely loved into a phrase that fit a headline. He was not the heir of nothing. He was the heir of everything, of Wednesday's precision and Enid's warmth and Gomez's joy and Morticia's grace and Pugsley's enthusiasm and Fester's eccentricity and Thing's loyalty and Lily's sacrifice and James's courage and 17 years of being raised by people who loved him in every language that love could speak. He was Harrison Addams. Harry Potter. Both names. Both lives. Both worlds. Hermione squeezed his hand. He looked at her, this woman who had walked into a school full of monsters and found the one person who made her feel brave enough to be soft, who had stood between him and a killing curse without hesitation, who had held his hand through 90 seconds of death and refused to let go even when the evidence said she should. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "I'm thinking that Wednesday would tell me to assess the tactical situation, identify potential threats, and develop a contingency plan for the next 24 hours. And what are you telling yourself?" Harry looked at the sunrise. At the mountains. At the school that had sheltered him, the gate that had received him, the people who had chosen him. He felt the deathless mark pulse gently in his palm, felt the morning air fill his lungs, felt the weight of Lily the spider on his shoulder and the warmth of Hermione's hand in his. He smiled. The real one. The one Enid said proved he was human. "I'm telling myself it's a beautiful morning," he said. "And that's enough." Wednesday, behind them, said nothing. But she put her hand on Harry's shoulder, a brief, firm touch, the Addams equivalent of a standing ovation, and then she turned and walked back toward the school, because there was coffee to make and a campus to rebuild and a world that needed running, and Wednesday Addams did not stand around being sentimental when there was work to be done. Harry watched her go. Then he turned back to the gate, and the sunrise, and the beginning of everything that came next. And he was just getting started.